What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the third part of a story where Issei was a Gremory, and had a harem with Serafall, Tiamat, and Ophis. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version. You may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male. This time, we have female Valley. Well, with that out, let's get into part 3. Where am I? The first thing Issei did when he opened his eyes was to look around. He found himself floating adrift in a totally strange space. He looked up to see the sky and was surprised to see that the sky was multicolored. This was it. Issei. The dimensional gap. What am I doing here? I don't remember well, my memory is hazy. I remember going to sleep with the girls, and then, what happened? He asked himself as he looked at the place where he was. Was it a dream? He didn't know, but soon his doubts would be answered. In the middle of the situation, a giant tear formed before his eyes. From that great crack that was created in the sky, an enormous red being that measured more than 100 meters appeared, which gave a great roar, as if implying that it had arrived and imposed its great presence that surely made the entire gap tremble. This being began to spin around him once it completely entered the dimensional gap, as if it were stalking its prey, until it finally stopped in front of him. While staring at him, he couldn't help but open his eyes in surprise at what he had in front of him, or rather who he had in front of him. It was him. Issei. Great Red. He whispered in shock as he looked at the imposing dragon in front of him. It had been years since he had seen him. Feeling his presence and power again was quite overwhelming. Just thinking about it made him remember that day. The day everything changed. The day he changed. It had been quite a while since then that he had forgotten what he was in the beginning and what he became in the present. He didn't know why he was here in front of Great Red. Was it real or just a figment of his imagination? Great Red. I am as real as your Gremory. He spoke forcefully as he heard Issei's thoughts. While looking at him and studying his reactions, he had brought her here for a specific reason. Issei was surprised when he heard the dragon speak, and understood that it was not a dream. This was real. But his mind was invaded by other thoughts. What was he doing here? But above all, what did Great Red want with him? He managed to regain his calm and recover from his impression, and directed his serious gaze at the dragon as he proceeded to speak, looking for answers as to why he was in that place. Issei. If you are real, then this is not a dream and you have brought me here for a reason, right? If that were not the case, I do not see why I am here. As far as I remember, at no time did I try to enter the dimensional gap. This is your work, right? He mentioned seriously and respectfully without taking his gaze off the dragon. Something that he respected and admired were powerful beings, but only those who are not arrogant and believe themselves better than everyone. And the being in front of him was the reason for his change and the reason for his dreams to overcome. But above all, he was the strongest being in the world, and as such he deserved respect. Great Red. You're right, Gremory, this is my doing. In case you're wondering, we're currently in the dimensional gap. Your body still rests in your home, but your mind doesn't. Thanks to my power I was able to bring you here to the dimensional plane, because we need your help, he spoke, getting straight to the point in his deep voice without taking his gaze off the demon. Issei. Do we need to? I asked, confused, hearing Great Red speaking in plural. But his doubts were resolved when he felt weight on his shoulders. He saw some legs fall down his chest, so he looked up and saw a pair of black eyes looking at him with great attention. Once he carefully detailed the person resting on his shoulders, he noticed that she was a cute young girl with long black hair down to her hips and black eyes. Her ears with pointed tips, although her long black hair made this feature difficult to notice. Her dark eyes, which had slit reptilian pupils, this girl was wearing a black gothic Lolita outfit. Issei was many things, but not a stupid one. Feeling the aura that this girl gave off and seeing her appearance, he remembered having read information about various beings in the world. Thanks to that information he knew who the woman was who rested on his shoulders and looked at him without any expression on her face, but interest was also noticeable in her gaze. Issei. Ophis. He whispered as he looked at the second strongest existence known to him. He didn't show it, but he was a little nervous being in front of the dragon god of dreams and the dragon goddess of infinity, the two most powerful beings in existence, who apparently had business with him. But what? Ophis. That's right, Gremory, but you must not get upset. We did not bring you here to hurt you or kill you. We did it because we need your help. Not only us, but also all the beings in your world. She spoke without any emotion as she got off Issei and stood in front of him with Great Red behind her. Issei. My help. Excuse me, but I can't understand what you're saying, he said, confused by the goddess's words once he recovered from the shock of being in front of the two most powerful existences known in the world. He couldn't waste time with impressions and nerves. For some reason he felt that what Great Red and Ophis needed was of utmost importance but also something very dangerous. Great Red. I will explain to you. Listen well, Gremory. For a long time we have been observing you, studying you, seeing your progress and advancement over the years. All for a reason. Your world and everything you know is about to cease to exist, he mentioned seriously as he released the information about the approaching danger. Issei. What? What do you mean, Great Red? How is it that my world is about to disappear? He asked seriously upon receiving that information. He did not know exactly what was about to happen, but he knew that Great Red would tell him. What he did have in mind was that his world, his family, all of them were in danger, and if he could do something to keep them safe, he would do it. Great Red. Don't interrupt me and listen. As you have seen, in your world there are many races that make up different factions around the planet, right? Well, it's the same outside of it. There are many universes, worlds out there with their own life. Think as if it were a sea and the sand are the worlds. The dimensional gap serves and exists to be able to travel between worlds, since here time and space do not exist. I am the guardian who cares for and protects the gap. My duty is to keep away anyone who threatens the life of the dimensions and prevent their destruction. That is what is about to happen to your world. An evil is approaching, which brings with it the extinction of your world. He mentioned seriously as he slowly released the information to the demon in front of him. Issei. I understand, but why are you telling me all this? You are not more than enough to face anything. After all, you are the most powerful existence that exists, right? He spoke while crossing his arms and looking confused at the dragon. Ophis. The apocalypse is not an easy enemy to deal with. Even for Red and I it would be very difficult to win. She spoke expressionlessly to the man in front of her. Issei. Apocalypse. He asked, confused. He understood and put together the information from the two dragon gods more and more, but more and more inconsistencies came out that confused him. But despite that, he understood very well that it was a matter of utmost importance if the two most powerful beings were sharing this information with him, although he wondered why they were telling him all this. Great Red. The Beast. A legendary entity known as the Beast of the Apocalypse and the Beast Emperor of the Apocalypse. But it is also a dragon god like Ophis and me. But nobody knows that, since its existence is unknown. Its power is such that it surpasses both of us. Its personality is unknown in a concrete way. The little we know about it is its nature to want to destroy everything in its path. For this reason we believe that it lacks personality in any sense. Its homicidal and destructive nature is dangerous to any being or dimension. Currently I have kept it asleep for many years in the end of the world. But its power is great and very soon it will escape my control and wake up. Once it does, it will come to your Gremory world and destroy you along with many more. The reason I do not face it alongside Ophis is because if we fight, all existing universes would be destroyed by the heat and magnitude of the battle fought. But that is where you Gremory come in, he said seriously and calmly while I saw the devil and let him analyze the information, because what followed was not something easy to take. Issei. Me. What can I do against something that even the dragon gods, the most powerful existences known, cannot defeat? He mentioned with uncertainty. He felt that the next thing he would hear would completely change his life. Ophis. To die and be born is something new, something better and more powerful. I speak calmly. I knew that the topic I was about to discuss was not easy at all. After all, it is not easy to abandon what you have been from the beginning and become something never seen before. Great Red. Listen carefully, Gremory, because it is something difficult to deal with and it is related to you. The only way to defeat a dragon god is with another dragon god. Ophis and I have been talking about it for quite some time now. With our help, you will be able to become a dragon god and save your world and all who live in it. We have a plan, which you learned about in changing your entire being, giving you a new body with my flesh, the power of Ophis Infinity, and your demon blood, all together in a single body at your disposal. You will be very powerful, so much so that you will achieve your dream once and for all. But to do so you must abandon what you have been since the day you were born and become a new being never seen before. Maybe you have hidden it from your family and friends, but I know your secret, that truth that you hate with all your being. You Gremory have already reached the maximum potential that your body can allow, You have stagnated, and no matter how hard you try, you cannot continue advancing because your body, the current one, does not allow it. It does not give more. And that is something that angers and frustrates you, but you have managed to keep it hidden. We offer you a solution to your problem. Unlike other existing races, dragons have no problems with continuing to evolve. Our bodies adapt to continue growing. And a body with my flesh will undoubtedly allow you to reach new levels, not to mention the power of Ophis and yours. All together in the same being. I know it is not easy, abandoning everything you know and are to become something never seen before. Many would call it becoming a monster. But that is what we need now. What life needs. If you accept, you must face the beast. While Ophis and I keep the dimension in which it is located stable, and therefore they will fight, so the worlds will not be affected and you can fight with everything and try to defeat it. It is your choice, Gremory. He finished while he and Ophis watched Issei with great attention. Already everything had been said, now it only depended on the answer that this man gave, which would define the destiny of everyone. Issei had his head lowered and his face darkened as he clenched his fists tightly. After hearing all that and finally understanding the situation at hand, he needed time to think clearly. As he did so, he reviewed Great Red's words. We have a plan. What you learned about is to change your entire being, giving you a new body with my flesh, the power of Ophis Infinity and your demon blood, all together in a single body at your disposal. You will be very powerful, so much so that you will achieve your dream once and for all. But to do so you must abandon what you have been since the day you were born and become a new being never seen before. It didn't sound bad, but abandoning what you've been from the beginning isn't an easy thing to do. He knew it very well. He could become stronger, but the ties that bind him to his family would be lost. His mother and father, their blood runs through his veins, the one he shares with his brother, the one that makes him a Gremory. Losing that, or in this case mixing it and creating something new, wasn't an easy thing to do. Could he still consider himself a member of the Gremory family if he did it? But what could he do? If he didn't do it, he would lose everything, and if he does it, he would lose himself as well. Maybe you've hidden it from your family and friends, but I know your secret, that truth that you hate with all your being. You, Gremory, have already reached the maximum potential that your body can allow. You have stagnated, and no matter how hard you try, you cannot continue advancing, because your current body does not allow it. It can no longer go on. He knew it very well. He has kept it hidden from his family and his friends and lovers. A long time ago he had reached the limits of his strength, of his capacity. His body could not take it anymore, and his power could not continue to develop because of that. He has always hidden it. Ever since he found out about his condition, a great frustration and anger with himself have constantly haunted him, because everything he has done and sacrificed was beginning to be in vain, but mainly because he cannot fulfill his dream. And a body with my flesh will certainly allow you to reach new levels, not to mention the power of Ophis and yours, all together in one being. It was a solution to his problem, but there was a bitter feeling in it. Since he was a child, his goal and dream has been to surpass Great Red, the most powerful existence known. But now that he discovered that there is someone even stronger, although he was surprised to know it, it also excited him greatly. But he has always been a proud person, who does not like to depend on anyone. Throughout his life he only put aside his pride years ago as a child when he asked Tiamat for help in his training. That was the only time he did something like that. He has achieved his power through his own merits. But now, knowing that there is someone extremely strong and not being able to face him without having to resort to the help of the dragon gods, generated discomfort throughout his being. It made him angry not to be able to fight against that dragon god without resorting to that help. Damn it. But if he didn't do it, many lives would be lost, as well as his family. He was not going to allow that. Regardless of whether he had to accept that proposal, his duty was to protect them. I know it's not easy, abandoning everything you know and are to become something never seen before. Many would call it becoming a monster. But that's what we need now. What life needs. No, it wasn't. Leaving everything behind and becoming something never seen before wasn't easy. Being seen as a rarity, a monster, wasn't a nice thing. But he had no other choice. Life sometimes asks for sacrifices. What seems like a sacrifice today, tomorrow will end up being the greatest achievement of his life. When you love, it's worth taking risks and knocking down your fears. Love demands sacrifices that only the brave are willing to make, and they are the lucky ones who deserve it. Doing what you love doesn't mean you'll always love what you do. There will also be sacrifices, but they will be worth it. If being a monster saved his family and many more lives, he was willing to do it. If you accept, you will have to face the beast. facing the existence that is stronger than Great Red, undoubtedly something terrifying, but also exciting, and also worrying, since in his hands he carried the lives of many. One mistake on his part, and everything would end. It's your choice, Gremory. No, it wasn't. He had no choice. He knew that very well. Maybe he had always been destined for this. He couldn't escape. There was nowhere to run. This was his destiny. He already had the answer. He has had it all his life. His duty and priority is his family. Anyone who attacks her is his enemy, and his enemies only have one destiny: to fall by his hands. Raising his face, he looked at Great Red and Ophis. His eyes were crimson, his gaze cold, and his expression would be. The decision had been made. If he was to become something never seen before, so be it. He would fulfill his dream. He would protect his family. That was the promise he made that day. He had promised to change and stop being that weak, useless, defenseless, fearful, naive child. He had proposed to become the strongest being, to be feared by his enemies, all while protecting his family and all the people. He had proposed to change the world and protect it, and if to do so he must change and improve to become something never seen before, he will do it. His destiny is greatness. Those words he shouted when he was a child came to his head. I will surpass you. You heard me, Big Red. I will be stronger than you. I will protect my family, everyone. I will make those who cause evil pay. I will defend the weak. I will strive hard. I will train hard. I will be respected, free, and one day I will surpass you. I will beat you. You heard me, Big Red. Get ready, because I will be the strongest. I will be number one. Issei. I accept. Ophis, Great Red. I will become the solution to your problems and face that beast. If to face that monster, another monster, is needed, I will do it. If with that I can protect my family and my world, I will do it. I just need to know how much time there before that beast is released. He seriously mentioned the two deities in front of him. Great Red. I'm glad to hear your decision. About the rest, I'm sorry to say not much. Before you wake up, you need to have your new body. Ophis and I already have those preparations covered. 3 days, Gremory. That's what you have. In 3 days you will go to the outskirts of the underworld. There I will open a portal for you to enter the dimensional gap, where we will begin the procedures with your new body so that you become a new being. Unfortunately, it will also be the day when the beast will awaken. Time is not on our side, he said regretfully to the demon. Issei. If that's so, we have a big problem. It's true that with the new body I'll be stronger, but that doesn't avoid the problem that it will take me to get used to that new body and power. Time is not our ally. Ally, that's it. Great Red, Ophis. Although I hate to admit it, I don't think I can win against that beast. Not alone. But with help maybe I can do it. And I know very well who can help us, he suggested while the image of Gabriel's father and Penamion came to his mind. Great Red. I see, that man will certainly be of great help, but do you think he will accept? He asked once he saw Issei's thoughts and who he was talking about. He had to admit that it was not a bad idea. That person could be considered the strongest god that exists among the many existing cultures and factions on Earth. Issei. He will. He and I share the same ideals. We belong to different races, but we are more similar than you think. I will take care of talking to him. I think we can finish the matter here. In 3 days we will see each other. I mentioned seriously, once they solve the problems present in their next plans. Ophis. Very well, Gremory. We will be waiting. I advise you to spend time with your family and your loved ones. You don't know if you will see them again, she said with her serious and emotionless tone as she looked at the man in front of her. And for some reason she didn't want to stop doing so. That man was very interesting to her. Issei. I know very well, Ophis. Needless to say, Great Red, you can return me to my body, he mentioned while directing his words to the two dragon gods. Great Red. See you later, Gremory. It was the last thing Issei heard before disappearing from the dimensional gap towards his home, leaving the two deities alone with the silence present in the area, which was broken by the beautiful and adorable goddess. Ophis. It's done. Soon the fate of the universe will be decided. Our work is done. It all depends on him now. Do you think he'll succeed? She asked her colleague as she turned around and looked at him. Great Red. I know he will. That man has what many don't have or lose along the way, he commented as he looked at the girl in front of him. Ophis. And that's it? She asked doubtfully as she tilted her head to the side in an adorable manner. Her appearance didn't help at all and only made her look cuter. Great Red. Tenacity. I've seen it in a vision, Ophis. That man has a long road ahead of him, but in the end, everything has its reward. A grateful universe, a dream come true, a name that will go down in history. a man who will rise above them all, he mentioned his colleague as he turned and began to walk away, crossing the dimensional gap. Ophis. Issei Gremory, a rarity of existence, but also a very interesting one. Let's see how far you go, Gremory, she spoke, showing a small smile as she thought of that man while floating in the vast and gigantic dimensional gap. While both dragon gods were doing their thing, in another location the plans for survival were about to be carried out. Gremory residence. Night fell on the Gremory home while its inhabitants rested after a hard day full of responsibilities and work. In a specific room, on their bed rested 5 people, specifically 4 women and a man, who began to move, until finally waking up when he opened his eyes. Once conscious, he looked at the ceiling while analyzing the information received through his dreams by the 2 dragon gods. Issei. The beast. Huh. Why do I always have to be the one who has to solve things? Why can't I have a quiet life? Why is this world so bent on me? But if I don't do it, no one will. The hardest thing about all this is not abandoning myself or going to fight that thing. The hardest thing is separating myself from all of you girls, he whispered as he lowered his gaze and saw his companions who were resting very peacefully without knowing what was coming. On his left shoulder rested his battle partner, Tiamat. On his right shoulder rested his first friend, as well as his first love, Serafall. Lying on his abdomen were his fiancés, Mirajin and Yui. Since the civil war in the underworld had ended and the underworld began to rise and establish a new government, many things had changed. The demons lived their lives in peace and tranquility, but also with fear and respect towards his person. As long as they followed the rules, he did not care what they thought about him. Being demons who have been locked away with self-centered, haughty thoughts, thirsty for power and fame, among many other things, it was inevitable that he would have to act like the villain of the story. But as long as he could protect and ensure the survival of his species, he would continue to fulfill his duty. Luckily, he had his friends and brother by his side to support him. After the confrontations fought in the underworld, Mirajin, Grafia and Yui settled in the Gremory mansion. He didn't mind that decision. Even Serafall also moved to his home. Since that day he has been spending more time with his friends, opening up more to them, allowing them to sleep with him all the time. Not only was the underworld improving, but so was his relationship with his loved ones and his family. Little by little that part of his being that he decided to lock away was coming out. But all good things always come to an end. As he stroked Mirajin and Yui's heads with love and affection, he turned his gaze to both sides, detailing the peaceful faces of Serafall and Tiamat as they slept. He wondered if this would be the last time he would see them, since in 3 days he would have to leave their side without knowing if he would return alive from his encounter with the beast. But if he didn't leave, his world would disappear and therefore his family would too. The decision had already been made. He just hoped that they wouldn't hate him for what he would do. Without any sleep or desire to continue resting, he placed a kiss on the lips of Serafall and Tiamat, bringing a smile to their faces as they slept, and carefully began to get out of bed without waking his friends. Once done, he did the same action with Mirajin and Yui. He kissed them lovingly while they slept, and then he sheltered them all, and then left his room. He couldn't keep sleeping. His thoughts and the impending situation had him quite affected. As he walked through the halls of the Gremory mansion, he couldn't help but remember all the moments lived in his home. Without a doubt he would miss his home and his departure. But he couldn't stay to review every moment of his life. He had to prepare everything before he left. The night was still young and he could work calmly. He had 3 days before leaving, but he had to do a lot in these days. Without wasting time, he left his home towards the capital of the underworld, where in the center of it was a skyscraper that he had built so that he and the Maus could do their work. At first they had been offered the castles of the ancient Maus, but the idea didn't please him, and in the end he destroyed them. He built that building to be able to see and watch over his domains. Once he arrived inside the building, he headed towards his office, which was at the top of the tower. His work and his plans began now. He couldn't waste time. He had no time. The next morning, sky. Place where God, the angels and human souls not condemned to hell dwell. This means that, after death, people who lived according to God's commandments go to heaven. Graphic representations show heaven above the earth, even as a space between the clouds. On a symbolic level, heaven is a place of eternal happiness where the soul finds itself in a state of plenitude and in direct contact with God. It contains the angels, supernatural beings that serve Elohim and were created by the heaven is the home of the angels, and was the home of the fallen angels before their banishment to the underworld. Heaven resembles a place sitting above the clouds with a glowing white ceiling high above. It is guarded by a large gate, and has a white stone path and stone buildings, which appear to be floating. Heaven is divided into 7 regions, or Heavens. With the seventh heaven being the current location of the sacred gear system, and the Elohim system also being the place where he resides within heaven. First heaven, the first floor of heaven, where low-level angels usually reside. It also serves as the first line of heaven's defenses. Second heaven, a place filled with darkness where angels observe the stars and confine angels who have sinned. Third heaven, home of the souls of the dead who have been taken to heaven. It is so vast that it is almost immeasurable and is what worshippers of heaven believe in. It is also connected to purgatory. Fourth heaven, the Garden of Eden, where the legend of Adam and Eve began. This is the place where the trees of life and wisdom reside. Fifth heaven, former home of the Gremory members before they fell, now filled with research institutes. Sixth heaven, known as Zebul, where seraphim such as Michael and Gabriel reside. Seventh heaven, home of the sacred gear system and Elohim throne. Also, it is where he resides. In the sky. In this beautiful place, at its entrance, which consisted of a giant golden gate guarded by several angel soldiers, outside of it a magic circle was present that alerted the soldiers present in the area thinking that it was an attack or an intruder. When the glow of the circle ceased, they could notice how in front of them and at the entrance of heaven was a brown-haired man with violet eyes with a cold and serious expression on his face as he looked at them. They didn't have to be too smart to know who it was and the danger that came with him. Without wasting a second, they rang the alarm that alerted heaven about possible enemies that could destroy their home. After all, who had appeared was the leader of the underworld. Not even 2 minutes passed when Issei found himself surrounded by a battalion of angels who were pointing their weapons at him, although his bodies could be seen trembling with fear of him. Even the seraphim had appeared in the area and looked at him seriously and at the same time with confusion. Unfortunately, the person he came to look for was not present, and he did not see his blonde friend nearby either. But he was here for a reason, and he would not leave until he got what he came to look for. Issei, I have not come to fight or look for trouble, but if you dare to attack me, do not think that I will stand by and do nothing. I need to speak to your leader urgently. He spoke seriously while looking at the angels and seraphim around him. Suddenly in front of him descended a man with an effeminate appearance on his face, with long snow-blonde hair and green eyes as well as a golden halo floating above his head. Dressed in a red and white robe with cross-shaped ornaments and engravings and a cape with wide and disproportionate shoulder pads, which had 12 wings growing from his back. Unlike other angels whose wings are white, his were golden, symbolizing his position as a seraph. It was the seraph Michael, the first creation and the right hand of Elohim, who serves as the sub-leader of the angels, in addition to assisting in the great war against demons and fallen angels. This man looked seriously at Issei and released a small part of his power, but the leader of the underworld did not flinch and only maintained his serious and cold expression. Before the situation could get worse and the seraphim and the demon could face each other, an extremely beautiful woman with curly blonde hair and a voluptuous figure stood between the two men. This woman was looking seriously at Michael while she had her arms outstretched protecting the leader of the underworld who was behind her. Gabriel. Brother, please don't do anything rash. Let's listen to his reasons before making the situation worse. And you, Issei, please don't kill anyone or cause riots. Please do it for me, he asked while preventing the man he loved with all his heart and his brother from starting to fight in his home. He didn't understand what Issei was doing here, but he couldn't let him fight with his brothers and them against him. Issei. I wasn't planning on doing that, Gabby. I came to talk to your father about something very important that needs to be dealt with, he mentioned seriously to his friend who was in front of him and had her back to him. Gabriel. Gabby. With my father. What did you want to talk to him about, Issei? She asked as she turned to look at him and looked at him in confusion. She didn't understand why he had come to talk to her father. Although she had liked how he had called her, she couldn't think about that. She had to concentrate. In the middle of the situation, she remembered having read in a human book about relationships. In it there was a part where it talked about when the man went to talk to his beloved's father to get his permission and blessing to be able to go out with her. Had Issei come to talk to his father to ask for permission to be able to go out with her romantically? Puff. Gabriel's face exploded into a huge blush at the thought of that scenario, which didn't bother him at all. His legs began to tremble until they finally gave way and he fell to the ground, but fortunately Issei caught her while lifting her in his arms in a princess way, which worsened her condition. It didn't help at all to feel Issei's strong arms, much less to rest her face on his strong chest. Gabriel was about to collapse. There were too many emotions present. She wondered how she hadn't fallen at the sight of these thoughts, but fortunately someone arrived to help her with the situation. Elohim. What's going on here? I heard the alarm go off and there was a lot of commotion present. Can someone explain to me, Issei? What are you doing here? And more importantly, why is my daughter about to collapse? He asked once he arrived at the entrance to heaven and saw what was happening. He had been surprised to find the leader of the underworld in his home. Now he understood why the emergency alarm had sounded. But everything became more confusing when he saw his blushing daughter babbling incomprehensible things while she was in the arms of that man. He didn't understand anything, but soon he would. Issei. You finally appear, Elohim. I need to talk to you about a matter of vital importance, but it must be alone. And as for you, Gabriel, stop having those thoughts. They don't go with your way of being. He spoke seriously to the leader of the angels and then turned to his friend while putting her back on her feet in front of him. Elohim. With me. I don't remember causing any problems in your faction, either me nor my children. What would we have to talk about, leader of the underworld? He asked seriously while staring at the man in front of him. Gabriel. Father. She was about to intervene, but Issei had taken her by the shoulder with one of his hands to let him speak. Issei. Believe me, Elohim, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't necessary. I need your help. Please listen to what I have to say, he asked seriously and respectfully to the leader of the angels. That behavior surprised Gabriel and Elohim, since they had never seen Issei act like that, much less ask for help. That was where Elohim understood that what Issei had to tell him was very important. As for Gabriel, she began to worry. For some reason she had a bad feeling about all this. Elohim. Well, follow me. We will talk in the seventh heaven. Listen, my children. I do not want anyone to interrupt me while I am talking with the leader of the demons. I need to be alone with him. Listen, Gabriel and Michael. I do not want interruptions. Issei, follow me. He spoke forcefully so that all his children would hear him, and when he finished he began to enter heaven, being followed by Issei. While he prepared for this meeting that would mark the beginning of a new era. The angels just watched as their father and the demon moved further away from them, losing sight of them. They didn't know what would happen now, but they trusted their father, and that he would be okay. Michael was initially surprised by his father's decision, but followed his orders and began to disperse the angels from the area, but was still alert in case something happened. As for Gabriel, she was worried about the whole situation. Her whole body was telling her that something was wrong, and because of that feeling she decided to go spy on the conversation her father and the man she loved would have, all without them realizing it. Once they arrived at the seventh heaven, Issei wasted no time and told Elohim what was about to happen to the world. His destruction at the hands of the beast. Told him about who he was and what he would do once he awakened. He informed him about his meeting with the two dragon gods and his plan to stop the beast, and thus prevent the destruction of all life. Elohim was surprised by all this information and was about to think it was a lie, but seeing the seriousness and desperation in Issei's words, he understood that everything was real and that his world was in danger. Issei. I need your help, Elohim. No matter how strong I become with the help of Great Red and Ophis, I will not be fully prepared for that battle. I came here because you are the only one I could count on. I know it is difficult to get away from your family. I know it very well. I don't even know if I'll come back alive, but I still don't plan on sitting back and watching my world perish. Please help me stop the apocalypse, old man, he asked once he finished explaining the situation to the leader of the angels. Elohim. I understand the situation very well, Issei. Our world is in great danger. You definitely have my help. You said that in 3 days you should go to the limits of the underworld and wait there for the call of the two dragon gods, right? Then I will see you there, he answered firmly as he looked at the man in front of him. Issei. Thanks, old man. Please don't go commenting on anything we talked about. I don't want to worry anyone, he said regretfully as he headed towards the exit of the room. Elohim. I understand, then this is where our meeting ends. See you, Issei, he mentioned as he watched the man leave. What a situation he had gotten himself into. But he could not do anything anymore. He had to have everything prepared for that day. Once the meeting was over, while Issei left, Elohim remained in the seventh heaven planning his future actions so that when the final day came, he could be prepared. Unnoticeable to them, they did not notice a certain golden hair that listened to a bit of the conversation they had. But just when the talk ended, that person disappeared from the place. When Issei finally came out of the sky, passing through the great golden gate, he found Gabriel lying on the gate as she looked at the clouds in front of her while clenching her fists tightly, a strange behavior on her part. Without wasting a second he went to where she was and called her attention. But just as he did so he received a hug from her, which for some reason felt sad, so he reciprocated the affection and hugged her tightly. Gabriel. Have a good trip, Issei. We'll see each other soon, she mentioned with a smile as she separated a little from the hug she had with the man she loves, and then placed a kiss on his cheek. Without saying anything, Issei just nodded at his friend's words and kissed her forehead before disappearing through a magic circle towards his home, leaving the beautiful Seraph at the entrance of heaven watching the horizon. Gabriel. Why, sniff, why you didn't tell me, sniff. Why you have to be my love, she whispered as tears ran down her face. She had held back until Issei left. She didn't want him to see her like this. She was sad and heartbroken by what she heard from the conversation her father and Issei had recently. She couldn't listen much because of the risk of being discovered, but she managed to understand the situation that was coming and what her father and Issei would do. She had to think and clear her thoughts. In 3 days it would be Issei's departure. She had to be prepared, and also, she had to inform her sister. Time flew by. Issei spent most of his time making plans for the future of the underworld and its people, but he also spent more time with his family and loved ones. He showed them affection more often to their confusion. He even visited Gabriel and Penimune in their homes those 2 days he had before everything ended. The girls, while grateful for Issei's attention towards them, were also surprised by his behavior, all except Gabriel, who already knew of the situation that was coming. Even Grafia was not saved from that strange behavior of Issei, since instead of fighting with her he showed her affection or avoided all confrontation, something very rare in him. The 3 days flew by and finally the fateful day arrived for the members of the Gremory family, although that information was unknown to them except for one. Gremory Mansion Night. Issei. The time has come. There is no turning back. I must do it to keep them safe. I just hope they can forgive me for what I am about to do, he whispered while standing in front of the entrance to his home. He had spent the entire day in his office organizing and preparing everything that would happen from now on in his absence in the underworld. He left a note in his office that left Serzex, Serafall and Akuja the leadership of the underworld in his absence. He made plans for the future that he would leave in the hands of his friends and brother. Everything was ready. The fate of the underworld was in good hands. Now the only thing left was to say goodbye to those people who are important and valuable to him, the most painful and difficult action he has ever had to do. Without wasting a second, he entered his home and began to walk down the hall with slow steps. Those days of his childhood came to his mind, days where he worried about the opinion of others and took refuge in his home and in his mother's arms. Those days where he was innocent, pure, naive and loving. Those days that will never come back. As he walked through the halls of the Gremory mansion, he noticed a light coming out of the library in his home. With nothing else to do was to find out what it was about, and just when he entered the living room, stopping in the doorway, he found his mother sitting on a stone for all reading a book. Apparently she hadn't noticed his presence yet. She must have been very focused on her reading. As he looked at her in silence, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. How many times had he hurt her? How many times has he made her cry? He didn't know. What he did know was that unfortunately for him she would do it again. It was the worst. He didn't understand why she didn't hate him. He really didn't deserve her. He didn't deserve such an attentive, loving and protective mother. He didn't deserve her. While he blamed himself, he felt a touch on his cheek drawing his attention. It seemed he had lost himself in his thoughts. It was there when he saw a pair of violet eyes the same as his own looking at him with love and concern. He felt the hand on his cheek wipe away a tear that was coming out of his eye. He had even started to shed tears and he hadn't realized it. Vanillana. Something's wrong, Issei. Did something happen outside? Do you want me to call the girls? She asked softly as she caressed her son's cheek tenderly. A little while ago she felt like they were watching her, so she stopped reading and could notice her firstborn in the doorway staring at her. But it seemed like he was trapped in his thoughts while he watched her. Internally she wondered what was wrong with her son, but when she saw how a tear began to come out of one of his eyes she didn't hesitate, and went with him. That was not normal behavior for him. Once she got to Issei she began to caress his face lovingly, taking him out of those thoughts that tormented him, gaining his attention. As they both looked at each other without taking their gaze off the other, Issei went over in his mind every moment, every opportunity, every affection that he had denied his mother. He cursed himself for having done it, but the past couldn't be changed, only learned from it. How curious, for him to realize all this, the existence of the universe had to be in danger. He was an idiot, but this time he would do the right thing. Without hesitating for a second he drew his mother to his chest while he surrounded her waist with his arms and placed his face on her shoulder. Vanillana was surprised by the treatment her son was giving her. It had been a long time since he had hugged her or shown her affection. His new position as the leader of the underworld had him very busy and he no longer spent much time with her. Feeling the affection he was transmitting to her made her happy, but she also felt guilt and regret coming from him. And just when she was going to talk to her and ask her son what he had, The all for Harem mentioned one got ahead of her. Issei. I'm so sorry, I have no regrets for having loved you. Before that day came into our lives I used to tell you many times that I loved you very much, and you would smile at me while hugging me. You're so cute. You would tell me every time I did and I would keep telling you and I would plant huge kisses on your cheek, which you would complain about with pleasure, while you pushed my face away with your hands while laughing with joy. But then I changed and I hurt you. I distanced myself from you while rejecting all the affection you gave me. I made you cry many times and you don't know how I regret doing it. Over time I changed and little by little I began to show you affection and attention again. When I tell you no, it hurts me more than it does you. When I challenge you, it hurts me more than it does you. When I see you fall, it hurts me more than it does you. If you only knew how my heart is squeezed when I see you suffer. If you only knew how it has squeezed my soul when I see you cry. Mom, I love you with all my heart, and it is because of this love that I have for you and my family that I will do this. I must be away for a while. I cannot reveal much. I can only tell you that where I am going is extremely dangerous, and I do not know if I will return alive. This could be the last time we see each other, but I cannot hold back since many depend on me. You can cry because I have left, or you can smile because I have lived. You can close your eyes and pray for me to return, or you can open them and see everything I have left. Your heart can be empty because you cannot see me, or it can be full of the love we share. You can cry, close your mind, feel the emptiness and turn your back, or you can do what I would like you to do, smile, open your eyes, love and continue living. Mom, I love you and please forgive me for all the harm I have caused you. Forgive this problematic son that you have. He mentioned sadly without removing his hold on his mother while he rested her face on his shoulder. Vanillana once heard her son felt as if her heart was being pierced. Now she understood the bitter feeling her son brought. Today was perhaps the last day she could see him. She surrounded him with her arms and held him tightly as she placed her face on his chest and began to shed tears. She didn't want to lose her baby, much less get away from him. But she understood that Issei wasn't doing it because she wanted to. He was doing it because he had to. It is said that if you truly love something you should let it go. She knew what she had to do. It wasn't easy to do it. She could notice and feel her son's sadness. There she understood that this was not easy for him either, that he was suffering just like her. It was time to do what scares and terrifies her the most. It was time to let her son go. Vanillana. Son, Sniff, you are the light of my eyes and my days. Sniff, I accept you just as you are, with your flaws and your virtues, with your screams when you're angry or with your soft voice when you're calm. Sniff, when you get upset and tell me, leave me alone, I have nothing. Like when you come to me, looking for my arms to comfort you. Sniff, when you yell at me angrily. Mom, I'm grown up now, I know what I'm doing. Like when with your sad little face you asked me, Mom, what should I do? Sniff, I love you when your mistakes make me cry, like when you come to me and tell me, I'm sorry Mom, it won't happen again. Sniff, and I love you, because even if you tell me 1,000 times that you're grown up now, that you've grown up. Sniff, to me you will always be my beloved child, my most precious treasure. Sniff, I met you when I least expected it, but you came to me when I needed you most. Sniff, thanks for being my little piece of heaven and giving me joy every day. Sniff, I brought you into the world and you came into my life without instructions. Sniff, I know I've done many things wrong, but I've done the best I could with all my love. Sniff, you are my son, you are my life, my dreams and hopes for the future. Sniff, I will always love you, support you and try to help you in any way I can. Sniff, nothing in the world can change my love for you. Sniff, it doesn't matter that we are separated. Sniff, you will always be my treasure, my beautiful baby, she commented, saying goodbye while crying and clinging tightly to her son. At that she could feel how her body began to weaken, causing her legs to give way. But she didn't touch the ground because Issei took her in his arms and carried her to the zone for all in the room, where he laid her down while looking at her. Vanillana understood what had happened. Her son was responsible for her state. It was probably a sleeping spell, since she felt her eyelids getting heavier and heavier. As best she could, with the little strength she had left, she raised her hand and placed it on her son's cheek, who held her in his hands while kissing her. This was the goodbye between mother and son. Issei. I'm sorry Mom, I love you so much. You'll fall asleep soon, and when you wake up I won't be here anymore. I promise I'll come back. And when I do I'll give you all my love, and I hope you do too. Good night Mom, he said regretfully as he placed a kiss on his mother's forehead. Vanillana. I love you, Issei, please come back, my precious baby, ISS. EI. she whispered before falling asleep, giving her last goodbye to her son. Once Vanillana fell asleep, Issei got up but not before covering his mother with his crimson trench coat, and then began to leave the room, while walking wiping away a tear that was coming out of his eye. He hated doing this, and the feeling it generated, and he still had to say goodbye to his friends. It would be a very hard blow to his person. Upon leaving the library, he began to head to the second floor of the house where his friends' rooms were, and where he could feel their energy coming from their rooms. Without postponing it any longer, he went to Miragen's room. Once in front of the door, he opened it and entered the room. There she found her friend sitting on her bed with her back to her while folding her clothes without noticing her intrusion into the room. Without making any noise, she approached her. As she climbed onto the bed, Miragen noticed the movement caused, but she had already achieved her goal, which was to position herself behind her while she surrounded her with her arms and rested her chin on her shoulder, under the watchful eye of Miragen, who had stopped doing her things and let herself be pampered by her lover. Issei. Look, my beautiful Mira, the first time we met I remember that I treated you badly, your sister and Yui, for the simple fact that they would not leave me alone since they had to make me fall in love with them for the whims of their parents. The beginning was hard, but it was worth it. Now I can't imagine a world without you. Look, listen carefully, I have to go to a place from which I don't know if I'll return. Where I go, death is present, but if I don't go, many lives will be in danger, including yours and our families. I'm leaving to avoid that scenario. I don't want you to cry when I leave. I want you to be happy. If you miss me, believe me that I will too, but I know that we will be together again. If, on the contrary, this is about the end, I want to say thanks for your smiles, your caresses, your hugs, your kisses, and your support. For me, this was not in vain. I thanks in life for having allowed us to write this story, with commas, questions, exclamations, and even periods, some ellipses, and this final period. Miragen Lucifuge, I love you with all my heart. I promise and I swear that I will return. And when I do, I hope that you will still accept me as your husband, my precious and beautiful Miragen, she whispered in her friend's ear while hugging her tightly. If there was a word to describe how Miragen felt right now, it would be devastated. Now she understood why Issei had come to her room. Now she understood his behavior days ago. He was preparing to say goodbye, and today was the day of his departure. Just by feeling the force with which he hugged her, she knew that this was not easy for him, much less for her. Since she met Issei, she has always blindly trusted him, and if he said he was going to come back, then she would believe him. And she would wait for him as long as necessary, because only him and no one else would be the man she would marry. Knowing what she had to do, she placed her hands in Issei's and did what she never thought she would do, say goodbye to the love of her life. But she would always love only him and would be waiting for his return as long as it took, for now she had to say goodbye. Miragen. Issei, you taught me so many things that I was very happy with the years you gave me. You will always be the most important thing in my life, the most special even without having your presence, but if your memories. That is why I will miss you a lot, but I trust that the day will come when I see you again. Goodbye, my life. Thanks for loving me, for keeping the warm cold in my heart, for making the nights have a meaning more than love. Goodbye, my heaven, who gave me the joy of being able to smile and say I love you. Thanks to you, I could see my destiny in the moon, that destiny that many times took me to that mischievous smile that conquered me. My voice cannot forget you. My tears at this moment are because I will not be able to smile anymore, since happiness took away the most beautiful thing that love brought me. You, I would like that after a time of not seeing each other you tell me. I miss you a lot, Miragen. For now I let you go, but when we see each other again I will. I love you, Issei. Please come back soon, all of us, your family, we will all be waiting for you. She finished speaking with several tears running down her face as she threw her head back, where she joined her lips with her man's in a kiss full of love, desire, and also sadness. While they were kissing, they tried to enjoy the moment, since it could be the last one they would live. After a few seconds, Miragen began to feel sleepy and her body weak. Somehow she knew it was caused by Issei. Even so, she did not stop and continued kissing him with love. Little by little her movements became slower, until finally giving in, but not before saying her last words. Miragen. I love you, Issei. Come back home, she whispered before falling into a deep sleep. Issei, seeing how his friend had fallen asleep, took her in his arms while he settled her in his bed and covered her. Before leaving, he kissed Miragen's forehead and continued to head towards the door of the room. Once he left Miragen's room, he went to the next and closest one, which was Yui's. Carefully he entered it looking for his friend, but for some strange reason she was not there. But he felt her energy present. It was when another door of the room that led to this bathroom opened, showing Yui, who was wearing a transparent tank top, which managed to show her light blue underwear. Without a doubt a spectacular and tender sight. While he looked at her intensely, he could notice how the colors of his friend's face rose more and more, and in a quick movement he received a pillow in his face given by his friend. "Yui!" perverted Issei. She screamed while covering her breasts, an intimate area, with her hands after seeing Issei throw the pillow at him. Maybe she had exaggerated since she slept with him most of the time, and sometimes she even did it in her underwear. But she was still a little shy, and seeing Issei suddenly in her room caused her to react like that. Issei once moved the pillow away from his face and headed towards Yui, who got nervous and began to have unholy thoughts about what could happen next, but was surprised when she felt some arms lift her up and then end up sitting on Issei's lap while he was sitting on his bed. She didn't understand what was happening, especially when the man she loves held her closer to him, while he hugged her tightly and kissed her head. She didn't understand anything, so she let Issei do whatever he wanted while she laid her head on his chest and enjoyed the moment. Issei. Yui, the first time I saw you, I won't deny it, I thought you were a coward who hid whenever there was trouble. But over the years you showed me your worth and made me change that thought. You became a very important person to me, that the day you were kidnapped along with Grafia and Mirajine I decided to destroy the whole world in order to find them. Fortunately you appeared, but we had to face each other. You don't know how much it hurt me to hurt you. And even more so when I took your father from you. I don't know how you didn't hate me, rather you forgave me and continued to love me. Thanks for that, Yui. With you I knew what happiness was, with your occurrences, your shyness and your way of being. Every little detail that you have shown during these years has been a gift for me. I love you with all my life, Yui. Perhaps you're wondering why I'm telling you all this, you see. Unfortunately I must go, Yui. I must go to a place from which I can't tell you much. Great danger awaits me in that place. But if I don't go, many lives will be in danger. I'm doing this to keep you all safe. This may be the last time we see each other. I really don't know if I'll come back. But I promise I'll try. I just hope that when I come back you accept me as your husband and let me marry you. Nothing would make me happier than having you by my side forever. My beautiful Yui, please don't forget me, she finished saying as she hugged her friend tightly and wiped away the tears that were falling from her face. Yui. Sniff. I don't regret having met you. By your side I learned many things. Sniff. You knew my most tender side, the most faithful, the most sincere. Sniff. You awakened many illusions in me. Sniff. I even dreamed of a future by your side. Sniff. You were and are my source of inspiration, my sleepless nights, and the cause of my smiles and my tears. Sniff. You made me so strong and at the same time so vulnerable. Sniff. Sometimes I even touched the sky just by looking at you. Sniff. You healed my wounds and at the same time created others. Sniff. It is difficult to try to forget you. Your name and your memory are engraved in each one of the places and the manias that I used to have. Sniff. Even so, I prefer to keep the best memory of you and free you from me. Sniff. You can go in peace. And knowing that the first sincere I love you I said it to you. Sniff. I will wait for you as long as necessary, my king, my love, he said while looking into the eyes of Issei, then joined his lips with hers. Now everything was clearer. The strange behavior of her beloved days ago, his presence in her room, everything was for this moment. The moment for both of them to say goodbye for a while. As they kissed with love and tranquility, Yui reviewed every moment of her life in her mind. The first time she saw Issei in her childhood in the capital that ended in a confrontation between her brother and her father with her man, the cohabitations and attempts to get closer to her. Fiance. Failing in all attempts, when her group of Amogis expanded, her fights against enemy factions and finally the love that was born between them for everything they lived throughout their lives, she would never forget that. Maybe they would be separated for a while, but she knew that one day they would meet again and finally it could be what she longs for. To be his wife and be with him for the rest of her life. While her thoughts were busy while she maintained her kiss with Issei, she felt her body begin to weaken and the desire to sleep invaded her. This was the goodbye. Separating her lips from those of her man, she made eye contact with him and gave him a smile before falling deeply asleep. Seeing how his friend fell asleep, Issei proceeded to lay her down on his bed and cover her. There was less time left, and he would soon leave for his destination. Kissing Yui's forehead, he left the room. Once he finished with his friend, he went to the next room where his dragon companion was. Like the previous times, he silently entered the room where he found Tiamat asleep in her bed. Without making any noise, he went to her and lay down next to her while placing his hand on her waist, hugging her and bringing her closer to him, being face to face with her, and he began to caress her face gently, which caused her to begin to wake up. Tiamat. Master, she whispered as she woke up from her nap and saw in front of her the man she loves with all her heart. Without hesitating for a moment, she snuggled into his chest while she tangled her legs with his and got closer and closer, feeling his warm mouth and his body with hers. Issei. It's incredible the time we've spent together, Tiamat, he said in a whisper as he rested his chin on his partner's head while hugging her and feeling her warm mouth, her scent and her body. Tiamat. It's only been 15 years, but it feels like centuries. Master, have you ever thought about what your life could have been like if you hadn't chosen this path? She asked with her eyes closed as she rested her face on her shoulder's chest. Issei. Surely you and the others would not be by my side. It would be a life I did not want to live. Without you I would be lost. Tiamat, I have something to tell you, so listen carefully. I must leave far from here and you cannot come with me. The place I am going is extremely dangerous. The least I want is for you to get hurt. I know you are my battle partner and our contract as master and servant dictates that we be together, but this time it will not be like that. I remember when I went to look for you that day in the forest of the familiars. When I saw you I was captivated by your beauty. I went that day with the hope of forming a contract with you, which was not easy, but you ended up accepting me as your master. Since that day you have been a very special person to me. You became my friend, my partner, my dragon. You have taken care of me and supported me without hesitation all these years. You have followed me wherever I go, always protecting me. You helped me get stronger and become what I am now. Without a doubt I could not ask for a better partner than you. Tiamat, I want to thanks for everything you have given me, your company, your support, your understanding and presence. I thanks for giving me the opportunity to have you by my side. You are someone I can trust, have fun and dream with. You are part of my life, my thoughts, feelings, decisions and emotions. You have a well-earned place in my heart. I love you very much, my beautiful dragon. I want to ask you one last thing before I go. Please protect my family in my absence. I promise you, my queen, that I will return, and when I do I will give you the family you long for. I know saying goodbye is not easy, but we must do it for a while, he mentioned lovingly as he looked at his partner, who had opened her eyes before his words and stared at him as she let out a few tears. Tiamat. No, it's not always easy. Letting someone go takes courage. Because letting someone go is letting go of a part of you, a part that may never come back. And worse yet, there are people who get so deep inside your being that when they leave you are never the same again. But if we never see each other again, and this is a true farewell, I know we will meet again in another life. We will meet again, and even if the stars have changed, we will not love each other just for that time, but for all the times before. Maybe I will be far from you, maybe we will never see each other again, but if our ties remain strong it does not matter how far away we are. This love will never end, it will be forever, believe in that, master. Every day that passes I feel very lucky to have you in my life and for you to be my future partner for eternal life. I know that our story has not been around for long, but I am sure that together we will write the best love story that has ever existed in the world. You are that person who has the incredible gift of making me smile at any time, of brightening my day with just one word. You are so special to me that it hurts me to have to let you go without being able to go with you. I swear to you and I promise that I will wait for you, Issei. I will protect your family. My family, in your absence, and I will look forward to the day we see each other again. I love you, master, she said sadly as she saw the man she loves in front of her. She knew this was a momentary farewell between master and servant, but it hurt a lot. She has been with her master since she was a child. She saw him grow stronger, surpass her. She saw him become what he is now. She has always been by his side. That was the oath she made that day, and she has never regretted it. But now she had to say goodbye. She would fulfill her duty until the end of her days. She would protect her master's family and wait for his return as long as necessary. For now she could only do one thing before Issei left her side, raising her body on top of her master's, joining her lips with his in a kiss full of love and passion. While both made their lips dance with the others, Tiamat felt Issei's hands go to her hips and back, pressing her closer to him, earning her a few small sighs. The feel of the others' bodies colliding against each other generated a pleasant sensation for both, but everything had to end at some point. The beautiful dragoness felt herself losing more and more strength. She knew immediately that it was Issei's work. She separated her lips from his and looked into his eyes, being captivated by them. Sleep was making itself present, so she rested her face on her man's chest and said her last words before falling asleep. Tiamat. I love you, Issei Gremory, she whispered and then fell into a deep sleep. When he finished saying goodbye to his partner, Issei proceeded to arrange his dragoness in his bed while he covered her and placed a kiss on her forehead, then left his room. He stood still for a few minutes in the hallway of his home thinking about the events that had occurred. He was almost done with this painful situation. Only one person was missing, but this was probably the most difficult of all. With a slow pace he began to head towards his room where he felt the energy of the person he had yet to say goodbye to. Once he was in front of his door he hesitated for a few seconds whether to enter, but putting those thoughts aside he entered his room and there he saw her, near his window with her back to him, and her view of the night sky was Serafall, his first friend, his first love. While he watched her he noticed how she turned her head a little and looked at him out of the corner of her eye and then turned her gaze back to the sky. "Serafall, is it my turn now?" she asked seriously without turning to look at the person behind her. "Issei. How?" he asked without answering his friend while looking at her. "Serafall. When you arrived and went with Vanillana, I heard everything and assumed you would go one by one, so I decided to wait for you here. You won't say anything," she spoke seriously as she turned around and instructed her man. "Issei. Why do it if words have never been necessary between us? What do you want Serafall to tell you, if you already know everything?" he mentioned calmly as he went and sat on his bed. "Serafall. The truth?" she asked without changing her tone as she sat on the other side of the bed with her back to Issei. Issei didn't answer, he just turned around and looked at Serafall's back. He couldn't tell her the truth, because he knew she wouldn't let him go once she knew what he would do. Approaching her he took her hand and pulled her towards him, ending up lying on his bed with her on top of him. They both looked into each other's eyes without saying another word and brought their lips together. The kiss started off calmly but little by little it began to increase in intensity. While they were caught in the moment, Issei turned around changing positions with his friend while continuing to kiss her, without taking into account what was about to happen. Scene change. Serafall. "Ha! It was amazing. Ha! I don't regret anything," she said happily as she moved and lay down on the bed on her side and looked at Issei, who was also looking at her, and that she felt how he began to caress her cheek, making her unable to help but let out a few small sighs. "Issei. Serafall, I think the same too, but I must go. I would like to stay with you, but I can't do it," he mentioned regretfully as he looked into his friend's eyes. Violet and purple clashed with each other, and neither gave in to the other. "Serafall. You won't tell me where you're going," she said sadly as she placed kisses on Issei's hand that was on her cheek. "Issei. To a dangerous place. I can only tell you that if you don't go, all existing life will be in danger. I must go, Serafall," he mentioned his beloved with regret. "Serafall. Why, sniff. Why it has to be you, sniff. At least let me go with you," she commented as she looked at him and began to shed tears knowing that this could be the last time she would see her beloved. "Issei. I already told you, I must go alone, but I promise I'll come back. I love you, you know that, right? But how can I prove to you something that isn't visible or tangible? Kisses, caresses, glances are facts, you feel them, I know it. However, there is so much I want to give you, there is so much I want you to feel, there is so much that dies inside me that is not able to reach you. I would like all my love to caress you gently and for you to feel what you originate in me, a sensation that expands and expands, that reaches every corner of my being. My lips search for you, call you, demand you. When you came into my life you brought me all that happiness that I longed for. I know that wonderful things await us together, and that is why we must fight every day to care for and strengthen our relationship, since it is the most beautiful and wonderful thing we have. Thanks for sharing your life and your love with me. I love you, Serafall. Please don't forget me. I will come back for you and the others. I have not yet made them my wives or the mothers of my children," she commented lovingly to her friend while caressing her face. "Serafall. You know, you will always be my favorite memory, that thing I had for a little while in my life and that I adored every minute of. That thing that kept me awake at night and left me with an unmatched smile, that thing that I won't have again for a while. Someday we will see each other again. For now, go after your destiny. Run. Reach for your dreams, fly over the waves and ride the wind, sail over the mountains, over the perpetual snows and seek the sun in your eternal light. We have unfinished business, you and I, so, if you want to leave, do it. But at some point, somewhere in the world, we will meet again, because just as life and death collide, you and I will, to resolve this unfinished story. If I had known that this would be the last time I see you walk out that door, I would give you a hug, a kiss and call you again to give you more. If I knew that this would be the last time I would hear your voice, I would record each of your words so I could hear them over and over again indefinitely. If I knew that these were the last minutes I would see you, I would say, I love you. And I would not assume, foolishly, that you already know. There is always tomorrow, and life gives us another chance to do things right. But in case I am wrong and today is all we have left, I would like to tell you how much I love you, and that I will never forget you. The reason why it hurts me so much to part from you is because our souls are connected. No matter what, make sure you come back. All of us will be waiting for you. Please, come back home. She finished saying and then joined her lips again with Issei's. This would be the last kiss they would give each other for a while. She could feel how she was losing her strength, and before falling asleep she opened her eyes as she saw for the last time the man she loved with all her being, giving him one last smile before falling deeply asleep. Once Serafall fell asleep, Issei proceeded to get out of his bed and get dressed. When he was finally ready, he turned to see his friend and first love. Without a doubt he would protect them, Serafall, Mirajin, Yui, Tiamat, he would protect their smiles. With those thoughts he left the room and headed towards the exit of his home. He couldn't help but remember every moment, every experience lived with his family. He would protect them even if he had to risk his life, he would do it. Being near the exit of his home, his advance was obstructed by the appearance of a woman he did not expect to see at this hour. Grafia. Damn it. Why I always have to meet you every time I go somewhere stupid, she mentioned mockingly as she watched her rival a few steps in front of her. She had recently woken up thirsty, so she went to get some water, but she didn't expect to meet her friend at this time of night. Issei was surprised at first when he saw Grafia, but he managed to recover. He was about to leave his home and he didn't expect to see her. At least he could say goodbye to her too. He resumed his steps and headed towards her, and once he arrived in front of her he did something that surprised Grafia. He hugged her tightly while hiding his face in her neck. Grafia. Hey, you bastard, what do you think you are? She couldn't continue with her outburst because Issei interrupted her. Issei. Grafia, I don't have much time. I can only tell you that I will go to an extremely dangerous place from which I don't know if I will return. I want you to know that it doesn't matter how old you are, you have made me laugh, you have made me angry, we have shared unforgettable moments, and we have fought like cats and dogs. With you I learned to lie and tell the truth. I love you, little sister, no matter how old you are, and it doesn't matter if tomorrow the distances separate us. Today I want you to know that I would give anything for you. Grafia, I really don't know how to express how happy it makes me to have you. You have been more than a friend, my sister, my advisor, and above all my greatest protector. I feel very happy to be able to count on a person like you in my life. You have really been the best support I have had during all these years. You know, now that I have grown up I recognize the great support you have been to me. That is why I will miss you, little sister. Please take good care of yourself in my absence. And for whatever you want most, tell her to Serzex what you feel for him. Both of you like and love each other. I think it's time for you to find happiness in each other. See you, sister. I love you so much, Grafia, my beautiful little sister. He finished saying while he moved away a little from the hug and looked into Grafia's eyes, which were shedding tears as they looked at him. Grafia never believed she could feel pain like the one she was experiencing right now. She felt like a part of her being was being taken away from her, and it was, because this was possibly the last time she would see Issei. Her older brother, she didn't want to let him go. They still had to argue about many things, they had to fight a lot. She didn't want to lose her family. She didn't want to lose her role model, but she knew there was nothing she could do to prevent it. So she hugged him tightly and collapsed into his arms. After all, they were brothers, and even though they didn't share the same blood, a bond united them since the day they met. Grafia. I never imagined the day you would leave, and my heart wrinkles more and more knowing that that day is today. Sniff. I can't believe how far away you will go, and that you will no longer be by my side. Sniff. For now I save my tears until the day you come back. I don't want you to see me cry until that stupid day. Sniff. I know I can't stop you, but I can't avoid the sadness that my heart feels knowing that I won't see you every day. Sniff. I will miss everything about you, your hugs, your fights, your kisses, and our secrets. Sniff. I know you're leaving for a reason, but I can't help but think what will become of me without you by my side. Who will I cry with? Who will I tell my secrets to? Who will give me advice? Who will I bother when I'm bored? I hate every single circumstance that is taking you away from here. Sniff. But your destiny is far from here, and maybe we can meet in the near future and be together again, doing crazy things and telling each other the secrets that nobody knows about us. Also keep fighting as only we know how to do. Sniff. I know you'll be fine. I know you'll do well wherever you go. Sniff. The distance will not separate us, because our hearts will be united forever. I will miss you, Sniff. Every day of my life, there will not be a moment when you leave my thoughts. Sniff. Even if the years pass, I will not resign myself to not having you with me anymore. Sniff. I know I cannot stop you, sniff, so promise me that you will come back. You have not made me an aunt yet, and I have not made you an uncle yet, and we still have many fights to fight. Sniff, I love you, Onaiken. Please come back no matter if it takes you time to do so. Come back home where your family is. Sniff, please promise me. Please, Onaiken. She spoke while she released a couple of tears and looked into her brother's eyes, getting a nod from her at her words. It was then that she felt her body give way, and the last thing she could see before falling asleep was Issei smiling at her. That was the last image of his brother that he would see for a while. Issei took his sister in his arms and carried her to the nearest room, which was the living room of his house. Once he left his sister on the sofa for all in the guest room of his home with a blanket over her, he headed to the main doors of the Gremory mansion and proceeded to leaving his family behind. When he went down the last step of his home, he turned his head and focused his sight on the mansion. In his home, the one where he lived his childhood, the one that witnessed the day of his change, the one where he met his friends. That home that saw his growth. That home that he had to say goodbye to. He knew that he was in good hands. Now it was Serzex's turn to take care of his family in his absence. Surely his friends and his mother would tell his brother and his father when they woke up the news of his departure. He hoped they would understand. He had left everything in their hands. Now he could leave without any worry. Issei. I want to cry. But I wonder, why can't I do it? Maybe I even forgot how to do it. Devils never cry. I've always believed in that because tears are a gift that only those with a good heart have. I wonder if devils can cry. I wonder if I can do it. Maybe one day I'll find out. See you soon. We'll meet again. I'll be back, he told himself before leaving. Rising into the sky, he set off on a journey to the outskirts of the underworld, where he would meet Elohim, and together they would go to the dimensional gap where Great Red and Ophis were waiting. He couldn't waste any more time. The journey was long, but nothing his speed couldn't achieve. Once he reached his destination, he managed to see Elohim in the area, so he landed near him, drawing his attention. Words weren't necessary. They both knew what they were getting into. There was no need to talk about it. They didn't have to wait long when right in front of them a crack opened large enough for them to pass through without a problem. The time had come to leave. But just as they were about to take the first step, they heard a scream coming from the sky behind them. Wait! Behind them fell Gabriel and Penamune, which surprised them both by their appearance in the area. They had their doubts, but these were clarified when Gabriel explained to them that she had secretly listened to part of the conversation they had a few days ago in heaven, generating surprise in Issei and Elohim for not having noticed her. But they could no longer be upset by that, and they had no time to waste either. Seeing the situation, Gabriel and Penamune proceeded to tell them the reason for their presence, which was to say goodbye to them. First they went to their father, where they hugged him and gave him words of encouragement, in addition to hoping for his safe return. Finally they went to the man who stole their hearts. Gabriel. It's hard to accept not seeing you again, and enjoying your constant joy and desire to get ahead. Now you are a very pleasant memory for all. We will always have your encouraging words engraved in our memory, and we are sure that you will never die, as long as we maintain this friendship that united us. And if one day we see each other again, don't bow your head, don't look away, give me your beautiful smile from a distance, and I will know that I still live in your memory. I know that I will miss you every day, and at first, it will be difficult to adapt to the fact that you are not around. We have been friends for so long that, little by little, you became a very special person in my life. Thanks for all the moments we shared, for all the laughs, the adventures, the talks, the advice, and the scoldings. I will wait for you as long as necessary, so please go calmly, continue and fulfill your destiny, but when you do, make sure you come home. You can go calmly, but before you go, I want you to know something that I have been thinking about. Keeping it for a long time, and I think that if I don't say it now, I could regret it later. Issei Gremory, I love you with all my being, she mentioned, forcefully, leaving her father and sister surprised by her outburst. But she wasn't done yet. She gathered enough courage to join her lips with Issei's in a kiss full of love and purity, although at first she was somewhat clumsy since it was her first time. She managed to get into the RHYTHMM and managed to offer her beloved a kiss that would convey all her saved feelings. When she finished her kiss, she gave Issei a smile. She had finally been able to release those feelings she had kept inside. She knew this was a goodbye, but she trusted and believed that they would come back alive. Once she finished saying goodbye to her man, she gave way to her sister so she could do it. Penamune. We will meet again the day when destiny feels like bringing us together. In the meantime, take care of yourself and be happy. It may be the last time we see each other, but I want that when you remember our farewell, you remember me with a smile. Remember that, even if we are not close, I will always be with you in your heart. It hurts me that you are leaving because we will not have so much time to share, and, at the same time, I feel so happy because I know that this is what you want to do. We have been friends for so long and we have overcome situations that seemed insurmountable. Then, I am sure that distance will only be a way to strengthen this relationship. Before you go, I want to thanks for having given me unconditional friendship. Thanks for listening to me, supporting me and stopping me when I was about to make a mistake. Thanks for being by my side, Issei. Please come home. I don't know where you and my father will go, but I know it will be dangerous. It doesn't matter if it is months, years or centuries. Please come back with us. I love you, Issei Gremory. She mentioned, holding back the tears that were begging to come out, but she wouldn't let them. She wanted him to leave with the memory of seeing her smile as they said goodbye. Once she finished speaking, she followed in her sister's footsteps and joined her lips with Issei's in a kiss full of love. Just as she broke away from their intimate contact, she went to where her sister was and together they looked at the men in front of them. Elohim first waved goodbye and then proceeded to enter the crack. As for Issei, he looked at them for a few brief seconds before turning around and heading towards the crack, but was stopped by both of them. Gabriel and Penamune. Hey, if this day will be your farewell, at least say goodbye with a smile, they both said in unison as they looked at the man who owns their hearts. Hearing them, Issei turned his face and for the first time showed a true smile as he looked at both of them. Issei. I'll be back, Gabriel, Penamune. I love you with all my heart. I'll be back for you. I promise, he commented while smiling and then entered the crack, leaving his friends behind. Once Issei left, silence reigned in the area while both women had their gaze fixed on where their father and her beloved left. Silence that was broken by the beautiful cadre. Penamune. Now I can cry, right? She mentioned as a few tears threatened to escape from her eyes. Gabriel didn't answer his sister's question, he just hugged her, reciprocating his feelings for her, and together they let out all the sadness they kept hidden so that Issei and her father wouldn't see them in that state and worry about them. They had to be strong at that moment. But now they could let it all out without any limits. Now they could only wait for her return, and no matter how much time passed, they would do it. Dimensional gap. Once inside, the two dragon gods did not waste a second and began to make preparations for the improvement of Issei, under the watchful eye of Elohim, who did not miss any detail of what was about to happen. It was not every day that something like this was seen. It is a shame that no one except the four present in the dimensional gap would know what was about to happen. Great Red. Very well, let's begin. We can't waste any more time. I increasingly feel like the beast is about to awaken. Gremory, it's time to begin your rebirth. Get on my back so we can begin. He spoke seriously as he looked at the individuals in front of him. Issei, Elohim and Ophis followed Great Red's instructions without opposition and climbed onto his back, where the death of the demon and his birth as a new being would take place. Issei did not understand what was about to happen, but when he saw that Ophis seemed to be looking at something in the distance of the place, he made him look in that direction, only to be surprised to see a huge lump on Great Red's back. It looked like a welt. He approached the huge lump and to his surprise there was a pulse in it. Issei. What is this? He asked as he looked at the strange lump in front of him. At his side came Elohim and Ophis, who looked with surprise and impression at what they were seeing, except for the dragon goddess who was already aware of this. Ophis. A cocoon. No, better said, a cultivation capsule, she mentioned with her characteristic serious and emotionless tone while positioning herself on Issei's shoulders. For some reason she liked being on them. They made her feel calm. Issei. Cultivation. What could they be cultivating here? He asked seriously as he kept his gaze forward and let the goddess do whatever she wanted. His thoughts were busy with what was in front of him. Ophis. Your original body, as you know, is limited. Nothing can be done with it. Your new body is being created here, one created from the flesh of Great Red, my power of infinity and your demon blood. You will be very powerful. You will keep your strength and abilities intact. The only thing that will change will be the resistance and magical capacity, in addition to having the ability that your original body currently denies you, he mentioned without any expression, still being on the demon's shoulders. Issei. And that's it? He asked as he looked up and saw the dragon goddess. Ophis. Evolution. Were the last words she said before getting off Issei to approach the cocoon in front of them. At those words, Issei was practically speechless. That was it. Elohim was also shocked. Here lay a body created by the two most powerful beings in the world, dream and infinity in one being, not to mention the integration of demonic genes. Now that can be called an abnormality, an existence that should not exist. Elohim. Wow, you will be revived by the powers of the dragon god of dreams and the dragon goddess of infinity. He mentioned in surprise at the events that were about to occur. He knew one thing for sure. Issei was about to reach a totally different level than what had been seen. He was about to become a forbidden existence, but also a necessary one. He couldn't imagine what Issei was feeling right now. Leaving behind everything you are to become something never seen before was no easy task. Great Red. Let's begin. Ophis, you already know what to do. Transfer your power to the body and then we will proceed with your Gremory soul. He communicated telepathically with the three individuals, beginning the operation. Issei. How are they supposed to transfer my soul to that body? He asked as he positioned himself behind the dragon goddess, who had placed her hands on the cocoon and was giving it her power. Ophis. Killing you, once done, I will take your soul and deposit it into the body, where it will begin to couple with it, until finally becoming one with it, he said without any expression as he continued to transfer his power to the cocoon where the new body that the demon would carry behind him was stored. Issei. Die and revive. Fine, go ahead, do it, but do it quickly. And Elohim, please never mention this to anyone, especially the girls. I speak seriously, giving the confirmation to the goddess and asking the leader of the angels the favor of never mentioning what was about to happen. He didn't want to see the horrified faces of his friends, loved ones upon learning that he had died and been resurrected. Ophis once transferred her power to Issei's new body. She approached the all for honor mentioned one facing each other. With a nod from the man in front of her as a sign of confirmation, she proceeded with her task. She would do it quickly and painlessly. Throwing her right arm back, she threw it forcefully forward, piercing Issei's chest where his heart was located, destroying it in the process, giving Issei a quick and painless death. Blood was expelled from the body and had splashed a little on her face. Her hand was full of blood, while Issei's inert body fell on the scales of Great Red's back. Without wasting a second, she extracted Issei's soul from his body before it left him and held it in her hands. It was strange, it looked like a sphere of light, but there was no time to think about those things. The new body needed blood. Great Red with his powers began to disintegrate Issei's original body while he held it. Integrated what would be his new body, blood, cells, DNA, genetics, everything began to mix. After all, the essence of destruction was in his cells, in his blood, in his DNA. They could not leave anything behind. With the disintegration and integration of the body done, Ophis proceeded to place Issei's soul inside the cocoon where his new body resided. Now all that was left was to wait for his soul to adapt to his new being. While the two dragon gods were focused on their work, making sure everything was going well and there were no complications, Elohim watched without missing a detail everything that happened, seeing how Issei died in front of his eyes. His body disintegrated, and then seeing the goddess of infinity place his soul in the new body was something difficult to see and believe. Luckily his daughter would never know about this, because he was sure that it would give her something just by imagining that the man she is in love with had died and soon resurrected. It was something amazing to see, but Elohim also realized something. For the two most powerful existences in the world to be working together, and trusting their powers and hopes to a man, it was because the situation was very worrying and alarming. 3 hours was how long it took for the coupling and resurrection process of Issei. The person involved once the process was finished woke up somewhat disoriented. It's not every day that you die and wake up in a new body made from the flesh of the dragon god of dreams, the power of the dragon goddess of infinity. Not to mention that his demon DNA was mixed with that of the two dragon gods, creating something new and improved. Honestly, Issei no longer knew what he was now or what he had become. Could he now be considered a dragon? Was he still a demon? Maybe both. Or just a monster that shouldn't exist? He didn't know, but there was no turning back. To save his world he had agreed to become this and leave what he was behind. He could only adapt and get used to what he was now. Now that his soul was placed in the body that Great Red and Ophis had created for him. At first it was strange to see himself when he came out of the cocoon, but he had no complaints. It was his body in every sense of the word. It didn't really matter. At least Ophis gave that body clothes, which happened to be his favorite outfit. It would be strange to go naked to fight the beast. He moved his hands, feeling the touch of his body, although he wondered exactly what kind of changes there were between this body and the original. Great Red. In every way it is your same body. The only difference would be that the soul was put into it by the power of Ophis, and the body was created by me. We can assume that you are half infinite, half dream, not to mention that you still have in your possession all the arsenal that you were learning throughout your life. Even that peculiar power of destruction is still in your possession. I think that if you come to control and bring together the three powers that reside in your body, you will create something extremely impressive, he mentioned while communicating telepathically and answering the questions of the new and improved demonic dragon. Issei just nodded at Great Red's words. It didn't sound so bad. Ophis' power was added to his being, which would help him better distribute the different energies his body has. Not only that, he was now stronger, faster, more resistant. His previous body had reached its limit, but this one he possessed now could continue to evolve and grow more and more. After all, what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Great Red. I can't say much since we're in an alarming situation for everyone. Having the power of the Dragon Goddess of Infinity and the Dragon God of Dreams is something that has never happened before. I'm not sure how you'll grow from now on, since the core function of this body is to let you grow without fear of the same power destroying you. Your original body was being a setback for us. At least with this one, there won't be that problem anymore. But that now leaves a clear idea. In short, you are an abomination in every sense of the word. An existence that does not enter into natural laws. Although don't be overconfident, being a new body you may have problems for now, you will have to adapt to your new being. I wish you had time to do it, but the beast does not wait for anyone. While you fight against it you will have to get used to it, since only you can defeat it. Survival depends on you, Gremory. I speak loud and clear so that everyone will hear it. Elohim. Great Red, I believe I have a solution to the current crisis with Issei's state, he mentioned, drawing the attention of those present in the area. Ophis. This is the leader of the angels speaking. He spoke seriously as he waited for that man's words, just like Great Red. Elohim. I understand that the power of that beast is superior to yours. For that reason you gave Issei Gremory your powers, creating something new and improved. Now Issei is a weapon of destruction, but also the only one who can face that beast. But time is not on his side to adapt to his new being. My proposition is the following: why don't we seal that beast? I know the formulas, spells and seals necessary to create a seal of such magnitude that can keep that beast locked in a separate dimension outside of all existing life. Although of course it is a temporary solution, but it will give us enough time to look for how to stop it once and for all, which in this case would be to give Issei time to get stronger so that one day he can face and win against the beast. He mentioned seriously while looking at Issei and Ophis. He was sure that Great Red had heard him. His plan was not bad, but there was only one drawback. Issei. But there is something there, right? I don't think it's that simple, he asked seriously while looking at Elohim. He knew there was something behind that plan, something that involved him. Elohim. You're not wrong, Gremory. Making that seal will take time, plus its use is limited and short-lived. Once done it will remain standing for a few minutes and then disappear. Its creation will leave me without any energy, so I can only do it once. That's the only complication. But that's where you come in, Issei. He spoke confidently, addressing the man in front of him. Issei. I understand what you're getting at. Once there, while you prepare that spell I'll have to keep that beast busy, right? He asked, making sure he wasn't wrong. It wasn't a bad strategy. He knew he was currently more powerful than he was before, but he wasn't fully accustomed to his new body and power. That plan on Elohim's part was his best strategy to follow. Elohim. You are the only one here who can do it, despite the current situation of your state. I know that something like that will not stop you and you will be able to carry it as you move forward. He mentioned, confident in himself and trusting in Issei's potential to continue advancing without showing a hint of surrender. Ophis. So the plan is made, you will go to face the beast. Meanwhile Rojo and I will keep the dimension in which she is located stable and therefore in which you will fight without causing damage to other dimensional planes. I spoke while showing a small smile when I saw that the next action to be carried out was already prepared and covered. Great Red. Very well, I will transport you to the end of the world, where your opponent currently resides. Once there, the spell I keep on her will break and she will go attack the first thing in front of her. I don't have to remind you that if you fail, not only your lives will be lost, but all the others as well. Don't you dare lose, he mentioned forcefully as he prepared to open the portal that would take them to the encounter with the beast. Elohim. Before leaving, I have something else to say, or in this case give. Since we are going to face a dragon god, and not just anyone but the strongest of all, it is fair that we go well prepared. Issei, since you will be the one with the most important and dangerous task, I want to give you this to help you in your fight. He spoke seriously as he created a magic circle in front of him, from which he extracted an object. But not just any object. Elohim. This is Ascalon, the sword that St. George used to slay a dragon. Ascalon has all the common powers of a legendary holy sword, along with dragon slayer abilities imbued within it, allowing the user to harm dragons and beings related to dragons. Since we will be facing a dragon, and you being the one who will have that task, I gift you this sword. he mentioned as he handed the weapon to Issei in his hands. Once he had the sword, Issei looked at it in more detail. It had the appearance of a European sword with a gray hilt, a red diamond design printed on it surrounded by 4 blue lines that curved slightly, and a golden arrow-shaped pommel in the shape of a cone, and a golden hilt with stylized crosses on the edges of the guard that resembles 4 golden dragon claws sticking upwards. The blade also had 3 notches on both sides near the bottom, and the fullest one, which reaches slightly above the notches, had a large pearl-shaped golden edge, and the rest was purple. The sacred and dragon-slaying aura caused a small discomfort in him, but it disappeared as quickly as it came. Holding it in his hands, he felt it. This was the sword he had been searching for several years ago. He had never found a sword that suited him, but this one did. The only thing he didn't like was its appearance, too pure and angelic for his taste. But that could be fixed. Issei. I appreciate the gift, old man. Do you mind if I change your appearance? This one you have doesn't resemble me at all, I asked while looking at Elohim, seeking his permission. Elohim. She's yours now, Issei. Do whatever you want with her, he mentioned calmly as he looked at the man in front of him. With that said, Issei proceeded to imbue the sword with his power of destruction. It wouldn't change its properties, it would only make it tougher and more suitable for him. Once finished, he looked at his results in satisfaction. Now in his hand rested a black-hilted sword with 3 spikes protruding from its top. On its pommel was a spherical gem of black and purple hues. The completely black blade with purple hues also had 3 notches on both sides near the bottom, and the fullest one, which reaches slightly above the notches. Looking at this weapon was as if you were looking into an abyss. This was his sword. Issei. Let's see how far we get, partner, he mentioned seriously and excitedly as he saw his reflection in the blade of his sword, and for a second he could see how Ascalon emitted a pulse of energy. As if he agreed with his words, he knew it very well. His sword was not like others, it had its own personality, and it had accepted him as its bearer. Now he was ready. He placed his sword on his back. Fortunately, Elohim had the sheath for it, which he also altered a bit, and once done he placed his weapon on his back while giving confirmation to the 2 dragon gods to be able to start once and for all, so they were gathered in the dimensional gap. He knew it very well. They could not fail since the fate of their world, their people and their family depended on it. This would be the most difficult fight they had ever had throughout their lives, but in this mandatory they had to win. With his decision made, Great Red proceeded to create an opening in the dimensional gap large enough for Issei and Elohim to pass through, who made use of their powers and rose towards it, standing face to face. There was no turning back, it was all or nothing. Great Red. Good luck. There was nothing else to say, the fate of the world rested in the hands of both men. Ophis. We will be waiting for your return, Gremory. I know it will be difficult, but I know you will achieve it. Our dreams and hopes rest in you. The time has come for you to finally become what you pursued for years. Come back alive, since you belong to me and I belong to you, therefore I will not accept a failure on your part. Not only will we be waiting for you, remember that your families and your people will too. We will see each other soon. Good luck, she mentioned while looking at the 2 men. Issei and Elohim just nodded at the words of the 2 dragon gods and proceeded to enter the rift that would take them to their destination. Once inside, it closed, leaving Great Red and Ophis alone in the dimensional gap. Now it was their turn to do their part. Ophis. Do you think they can do it? She asked her colleague as she watched where Issei and Elohim went. Great Red. They will, because he is present. Our hopes are with the destroyer, he mentioned his partner with certainty. After that, both of them proceeded with their work. They had to keep the dimension where the beast was located stable so as not to harm the other worlds, all while Issei and Elohim fought against it and tried to seal it, which would not be an easy task to do, but they trusted them. End of the world. The area where no life exists and also where the world-destroying beast lies dormant. The place where he was apocalyptic. The sky was completely black with lightning roaring loudly in the land without any vegetation was completely dry with rivers of lava on it, active volcanoes that could erupt at any moment. This was the place where the beast of the apocalypse was located. In the middle of the apocalyptic landscape, a crack formed in the sky from which Issei and Elohim emerged, who were surprised by the environment around them. But 2 seconds later they felt a powerful and destructive presence that gave off a terrible murderous and deathly instinct throughout the area. They both knew very well who was responsible for causing all of this. Grrr. A powerful roar was heard throughout the area. The beast had awakened. Great Red was right when he said that once they were here, the spell that kept the beast would be broken. Both of them could feel how that thing was approaching their position. In the distance they could see an enormous creature eager to kill flying towards them. Issei. It's incredible how uncertain the future can be. I never imagined that my life would end like this. I don't know why life chose me, but I'm glad it did. I wonder why, out of so many beings, I was the one chosen to walk this path. Now that I think about it, my life has always been full of obstacles, but I haven't had a bad life. My destiny has been to fight for the good of many, break my body over and over again, surpass my limits, reach new levels based on pain, sacrifice, sweat, blood and tears, all for a greater good, and again I have to do it, he thought as he watched the beast in the distance, getting closer and closer to his position. Elohim. Hey, are you ready? She's already approaching and she doesn't look very happy. If we don't stop her now, all life will become extinct and our world will perish, he mentioned seriously as he watched his opponent get closer and closer to them. Issei. You're right, it all comes down to this. The final battle and possibly the most difficult one we have ever experienced in our lives. He spoke seriously without taking his gaze off the front. Elohim. Are you afraid? He asked his companion as he watched the beast getting closer and closer to his position. Issei. No, I stopped feeling it a long time ago. To become what I am now, I had to abandon my insecurities and fears, he seriously mentioned to his partner while being surrounded by his power. Elohim. It's all or nothing, we can't afford to fall. He spoke seriously and like his partner, he surrounded himself with his power while they both waited for the beast. They were ready. Gremory. Issei. I didn't think I could die fighting alongside the leader of the angels, he mentioned seriously as he watched the beast coming towards them. Elohim. How about in the company of a friend? He asked with a smile on his face as he turned to look at his companion. Issei. Haha, yeah of course, he mentioned while letting out a small laugh and looking at Elohim. Without saying another word, they both extended their fists and clashed them together, as a symbol of friendship. Curiously, they both used to be enemies in the past and now here they were joining forces to face this evil that haunts their world. Together they set off for the final battle. If they lost, so did their world. They had to win no matter the cost. There were no more words to say. There was no turning back. They couldn't lose. It all came down to this moment. Who would have thought that the story of that boy who was forced to make tough decisions to forge his own path would end this way? Without saying another word, Issei and Elohim set out on their way to the final encounter. They didn't know how this fight would end. They didn't know if they would come out of it alive. The only thing they could be sure of was that this would be the end and the beginning of a new era. The battle that would decide the fate of all life had begun. The fate of many rested in the hands of Issei and Elohim. There could only be one outcome to this battle. Survive or die. Dimensional gap. At this moment the two dragon gods were concentrated watching a sphere that was lying in front of them, which was transmitting the combat that was taking place at the end of the world. Apart from seeing the confrontation, they were also transferring their power to the dimension so that it remained stable, and the glow of the fight would not affect the other worlds. In the course of watching the confrontation they had lost track of time. The dimensional gap makes their worlds work with different times. What inside the gap were hours, outside of it could be days, weeks, even years. The fight that Issei and Elohim were having against the third dragon god and the strongest of them had already been several hours since it had started. From the beginning when the beast arrived to them, it began to attack them both, preventing them from being able to carry out the plan they had drawn up. Issei was not yet accustomed to his new body and power, which made it difficult for him when fighting, and Elohim could not use much of his power because if not, he would not be able to perform the seal that would keep the beast captive for a while, a rather worrying situation for the two most powerful existences known to the world. This is getting more complicated than we expected, Rojo. Damn, if we had more time, Issei would have been able to get used to his new self. Right now, he's unconsciously restricting our power, Ophis commented as she held her power around her and sent it towards a sphere that was in front of her. I know Ouroboros, right now Issei hasn't accepted what he really is, and that's working against him. Maybe he thinks he already did, but the mind plays a very important role in all this. I fear that if he doesn't do it soon, both he and Elohim will lose. Although not everything is lost, I have seen him grow over the years, and I know very well that once Issei Gremory falls, he rises again more powerful than he already was. It is necessary for us that Issei tastes defeat firsthand in order to continue moving forward. The best warrior is not the one who always triumphs, but the one who returns fearlessly to battle. Falling is acceptable, bleeding is acceptable, pain is acceptable, but giving up is not. The paths we choose, the actions we take, determine what kind of future lies ahead. I know that Issei Gremory will achieve it. But before that he needs a little push to reach his true self, and I already know how to do it. Once he falls into the darkness, I will make him see what he has always fought for. With that he will finally wake up and become what he always wanted to be. Great Red mentioned to his colleague, while sending part of his power to the sphere that lay in front of him. Anyone who wishes to emerge from the abyss first needs to fall into it. An unorthodox method since many prefer to sink, but I know you won't. You carry my power in your body, therefore you belong to me, Gremory, and I will not accept that my future male and father of my offspring falls into the darkness without even trying to get out of it. Issei, I know you can do it. Show what the fourth and most powerful dragon god is made of, Ophis commented with a certain affectionate tone as she watched Issei face the beast. Our dreams and hopes rest in your hands, Gremory, they both said at the same time as they watched the confrontation that was taking place to decide the fate of what is known as life. End of the world. Boom. Damn, that hurt. Issei exclaimed a little in pain after crashing into a pile of rocks in the area, thanks to a blow from his opponent. You're okay, Issei, that hit had to hurt, Elohim asked as he descended towards the area where his friend crashed and helped him get back on his feet. Who do you think you're dealing with, old man? It'll take a lot more than that to make me fall. There will be time to rest later, but for now, let's continue with this, which isn't over yet. He spoke seriously once he recovered from the blow he received from his opponent, who was a few meters high in the sky, watching them with superiority and arrogance. How he hated that damn beast. Since they arrived at the end of the world, the beast once woke up from its sleep imposed by Great Red. It went to attack the first thing that was present in the area. Once the beast located them, it went towards them with murderous intentions. Since then they have been fighting against it, but their opponent was not easy to deal with. After all, it was the strongest dragon god in all existence, and that was a great challenge for Issei and Elohim. Even though one of them had the body of a dragon god with 3 energies running through it, the lack of time to get used to his new being made it very difficult for Issei, which caused Elohim to be unable to carry out his plan. For that reason both began to face the beast head-on, looking for a way to tire it out and be able to carry out their plan, but it was easier said than done. The power of that beast was immense, such that it was on par with Great Red and Ophis at their maximum power, even more. Its resistance was a great annoyance since it had a skin almost indestructible to any type of attack. Luckily Issei's new and improved Ascalon could pierce that defense, but his opponent was not going to allow it without a fight. Another problem was its regeneration. Despite its great resistance, that beast had instant regeneration, plus that immense and dark aura that surrounded it was a big problem. They could not get close when it was present since that evil aura could corrupt them in the case of Elohim, since Issei could counteract it with his aura of destruction. For the leader of the angels in heaven, it was curious to see that effect. Issei and the beast presented similarities in terms of power and strength, but they also counteracted each other. Both were each other's nemesis. Each attack that Issei the beast would launch annihilated them, and each time she launched, Issei destroyed them. Both countered each other. Elohim believed that there could not be someone who could withstand the destructive power of his friend at maximum power, but seeing how that beast did, it made him reconsider that thought. But one thing was certain, Issei and the beast were rivals by nature. After all, destruction and annihilation are similar but different from each other. Once recovered and prepared to continue their confrontation, Elohim and Issei launched themselves into the sky where the beast was waiting for them. Although it had nothing of a beast, since its appearance was that of a dragon. The color of its skin, or in this case scales, was a deep black tone with some pink stripes located on its neck and hind legs. From its face in the area of the nose came out a horn with pink stripes, as well as from the area of its ears where 3 small horns came out. From the spine to the tail there were several pointed scales protruding, its huge black wings with spikes on the sides and its sharp claws, its size significantly larger than that of Great Red. All that gave a quite intimidating appearance. And above all, those yellow eyes with slits in their pupils that showed coldness and death to everyone they looked at. Despite that, Issei and Elohim did not back down. They had to protect their world, and regardless of the danger, power or appearance of their opponent, they will not give up easily. The first to arrive where the beast was Elohim, who without wasting time created thousands of spears of light behind his back that were thrown at the dragon. But the dragon covered himself with his wings, repelling the attack of the leader of the angels, who was hit by the tail of the beast. sending him crashing hard against the ground. Elohim, Issei shouted as he watched his friend hit the ground, but there was no time to get distracted or let his guard down. In front of Issei, the beast appeared, taking him by surprise, and thanks to that carelessness on his part, he received a strong blow provided by the dragon's claw, sending him flying into the air. But this was not over yet. Above him appeared the dragon that, despite its size, moved at great speed and hit him a blow that sent him crashing into the ground, and seconds later, without time to react, he was hit by a fireball. Since they arrived at this site, that beast has presented a certain attraction to his person, since it is always him who attacks with more force. It is probably because it feels in him the powers of Great Red and Ophis, and sees him as a possible threat or a rival. Fortunately, before being hit by the fireball, he covered himself with his power and avoided getting hurt. It was time to fight and show what he was made of. "Damn lizard, take this," Issei said as he remained inside the crater generated by his fall and the attack of the beast, and launched a torrent of energy from his power of destruction against the dragon, who did not stay behind and launched a ray of energy from his purple-hued mouth to counteract his attack. Both attacks collided with each other and generated an explosion that rumbled throughout the area. From the smoke screen that was generated, Issei came out, shot towards the dragon in the air, reaching it, managing to hit his fist in its jaw, forcing the beast to raise its head by the force of the blow. But this was only the beginning. He was taken and trapped by the dragon's claws, who began to squeeze him once he recovered from the blow. Fortunately, Elohim appeared and launched a ray of light that forced the beast to release him. With a nod between the two, they launched into the attack, dealing several blows across the dragon's body while dodging its claws and tail. Bringing his hands together, Elohim launched an electric shock around the beast's body, eliciting grunts from it, although he highly doubted they were from pain rather than from fury. He wasn't that wrong, as he was caught by one of the dragon's claws, who returned his move by sending a large amount of electricity into his body, only it did cause him pain. "Ah!" Elohim screamed as he felt the great electric current running through his entire body. "Hold on, old man, here I go," Issei shouted as he stopped attacking the beast and went to help his friend. Pulling his sword from the sheath that rested on his back, he buried it in the claw that kept his friend trapped, managing to free him and also eliciting grunts of pain from the dragon. With his friend freed, he turned around facing the beast, and subsequently threw his sword at its face, being dodged by his opponent, but he already had all that covered. Making a movement with his hand, he controlled the trajectory of his sword, beginning to direct it everywhere, making cuts along the dragon's body, eliciting grunts from it. "Now Elohim, do it," Issei shouted to his friend as he took a few steps back, taking his sword and putting it away in its sheath. A few meters above Issei and the beast was Elohim, who, once he was freed from the dragon's clutches, rose a little higher in the sky while preparing an attack to launch against his opponent, and with the confirmation of his friend who had apparently noticed his plans, he decided to throw it all away once and for all, creating a large magic circle of golden tones over the beast. He launched a powerful and gigantic torrent of light on it, forcing it to crash into the ground. "Hiya, do you think he did something to her?" Elohim asked his friend, once he was next to him. "You did, old man. Unfortunately, it only made her angrier," Issei answered seriously while his gaze was fixed on where his opponent had hit. Grr. Throughout the area, the powerful and mighty roar of the beast was heard, which did not sound happy at all. Resuming their poses, Issei and Elohim prepared for what was coming. It was not long that they had to wait for their opponent to come towards them. Flapping its wings with force, the beast ascended through the air towards where its prey was. Seeing his opponent getting closer and closer to them, Issei was the first to react. "Stay back, old man. You must save energy for the ceiling of this creature. I will fight head-on while you cover my back." With that cleared up, "Here I go," Issei commented seriously to his friend and then dived towards his opponent backed by his Elohim. Once they were face to face, Issei launched and impacted his fist against the horn of the beast, generating a large wave of wind that expanded throughout the area. Man and dragon began to fly through the skies while fighting each other either through blows with their limbs or through attacks generated by their powers. At one point, Issei managed to connect his fist imbued with his power in the chest of the beast, eliciting a growl from it, which did not stay without doing anything, and with a sweep of its tail hit Issei on his left side, throwing him a few meters away from it. While trying to recover from the blow, Issei saw how his opponent launched several projectiles of dark matter at him. Fortunately, Elohim, who stayed behind, destroyed them by throwing several spears of light at them, giving him enough time to recover from his state. In midair, both Issei and Elohim simultaneously launched several blasts of energy towards their opponent, but he deflected them with his claws. Not only that, he launched blasts made of darkness at them. The dark blasts went towards them. Elohim destroyed the ones coming towards him with his powers of light, and Issei simply cut them with his sword, while countering the attacks of the beast. They made sure not to be touched by them since they felt what the damage would be if they received that head-on. Elohim, seeing that the dragon used darkness, assumed that it made him weak against light. Carrying several stakes of light around him, he launched them towards the beast, who upon seeing them coming did not move from his position. "What is he doing?" Elohim asked, confused as he watched the dragon receive the stakes of light. But he was even more surprised to see that they failed to penetrate his skin, which left him frozen. Was he invincible? "How about this, damn iguana?" Issei exclaimed as he threw forward the flames that Drake had given him combined with his power. But unlike Elohim's attack that was received by his opponent, his was dodged by him. That cold and defiant look that the beast gave him was quite annoying. Since they got here, that dragon always looks at him with the same look, as if he were challenging or daring him, but to what? But there was no time to think. They had to stop and defeat that beast, to prevent the destruction of their world and many more. They didn't have to wait long as the dragon of the apocalypse went to attack them. When he arrived, his first target was Elohim, at whom he began to throw a gigantic torrent of fire expelled from his mouth, being dodged by the hairs of the leader of the angels. But it was beginning to become increasingly difficult for him, as the beast increased in power with each passing second. "Hey lizard wannabe, your fight is with me," Issei shouted seriously as he went to meet the dragon and also to prevent his friend from getting hurt. Without Elohim, the ceiling could not be carried out, and without him, the beast of the apocalypse could not be kept busy. Both were necessary components in the equation. Either could lose, much less die. Once he arrived, he launched a thrust with his sword towards the front where the dragon was, but something strange happened. Just before hitting his sword in the flesh of the beast, it turned into a kind of mist that Issei ended up going through. He was confused by what had happened, and when he was taken by surprise when he saw how above him the same mist from a short while ago gathered to give way again to the dragon of the apocalypse, who swooped down with force, impacting his right claw on Issei's entire body, taking him with him to the ground, generating a large crater in the earth by the magnitude of the impact. Once the smoke generated in the area cleared, Issei could be seen lying at the bottom of the crater while holding the claw of the dragon that was above him, preventing it from crushing him, but increasingly the force used by his opponent was greater. In the middle of the situation, he managed to distinguish not far from him his sword stuck in the ground. Surely while he was falling he had released it, but far from being bad news, it was a very good one. Seeing the beast above him again, specifically those yellow eyes that looked at him with interest and defiance, he couldn't help but smile at his adversary. "Swallow this, you damn iguana, Ascalon," Issei shouted loudly, giving his sword the command to act. As if it had a life of its own, Ascalon shot out towards Issei, even making a cut on the claw that held its bearer prisoner. Once freed, Issei took his sword, which he made surround himself with his dragon-killing aura, and made a horizontal cut in front of him, sending a beam of light at the dragon. Only instead of light, it was Ascalon's own energy as a dragon killer. Said attack achieved its goal, injuring and driving the beast away from Issei, but it also made it very angry. Grr. With sword in hand, Issei launched himself into the attack, but again when he reached where his opponent was and attacked him, the latter dissolved into that strange mist and appeared on his left side. Fortunately, Issei managed to evade the blow that the beast launched when it appeared, but the truth is that the situation was getting complicated. Every time he attacked, the dragon disappeared into that strange mist and appeared in some blind spot of his to attack him. Even if he managed to evade and counteract the attacks directed at him, he couldn't continue like this all the time. While Issei tried to hurt, or at least hit the beast a little, Elohim fell near him, who began to launch bursts of energy against the dragon to help him, but the result was the same. All the attacks launched were evaded by the beast when it turned into that mist. "His powers and speed have changed a lot," Elohim commented once he stopped launching his attacks and watched as his opponent reformed from that mist a few meters in front of him. "TSK, that means he's just been playing with us from the beginning and hasn't shown his full power. How unpleasant," Issei said as he fell near his friend once he moved away from where his opponent was. "You are not the most apt to say it. Until now you have been holding back just like that beast. Even in that you are similar, both have been testing each other all this time. From what I have seen, it seems to have some interest in you," Elohim mentioned to his friend. It's probably because the powers of Great Red and Ophis rest in me. If I remember correctly, Red told me that this beast had a certain interest in him. Perhaps it pursues great powers, and since I have part of the powers of the two dragon gods, it sees me as its target, prey, or even as its opponent. But it's not time to think about that. That ability it's showing to evade our attacks is very annoying. We must find its weak point. I'll go head on, old man. You tried to cover me in case it disappears and appears in some blind spot of mine. Let's go. Just as Issei finished speaking, he launched an attack against his opponent. Upon reaching him, he began to throw punches against him, but these were easily evaded by the dragon, who disappeared the moment he was going to hit him, and then appeared around him launching his attacks or blows against him. It was somewhat annoying. Elohim, who had stayed behind, launched projectiles of light against the beast every time he tried to attack Issei, but these were also evaded by it. Fed up with the situation, Issei increased his speed and managed to hit his fist on the dragon before it disappeared in that mist. Seeing that he managed to hit it, an action that surprised the beast, he did not waste the opportunity and put his hands together above his head, creating a sphere of destruction, which he launched towards his opponent's neck, creating an explosion in the area. While watching the explosion, Issei felt his instincts react, forcing him to put his arms on his left side, where he received a strong blow from the tail of the beast, who had appeared a few meters away. How many meters above him? Thanks to that blow, he was sent flying and crashing against the ground, where he ended up crawling a few meters. TSK, damn it, Issei complained as he stood up again. When he raised his gaze and looked towards where his opponent was, he was surprised by what was coming towards him. A large torrent of purple and black fire was coming towards his position. Acting quickly, he dived into its shadow, avoiding being consumed by the dragon's flames. Elohim, who saw everything that happened, attacked the beast, creating a large mass of light and hitting the dragon on the head, forcing it to close its mouth and therefore stop its flames. Although this action was not pleasing to the dragon, who took Elohim with his tail and began to squeeze him and then threw him to the ground far from his sight. Don't forget about me, damn it, Issei mentioned just as he came out from under the shadow of the beast and punched it in the jaw. Without stopping, he began to throw blow after blow against the dragon, and the dragon also threw them either through its claws or its tail. Issei had to admit the skill and technique that the beast showed, that despite its size could move and act quickly in the battle they were fighting. It almost seemed like it was a person with those movements it made. It was strange. According to Great Red, the beast's personality is unknown in a concrete way. The little that was known about it was its nature to want to destroy everything in its path. For this reason, both Great Red and Ophis thought that it lacked personality and any sense. But despite its wild nature, it seems to have great interest in Great Red and Ophis, evidenced by the attraction it has towards him, probably feeling in him the powers of the two dragon gods. This is possibly because both beings are on par with him in power. Since they arrived here, Issei felt strange every time the beast looked at him. He felt that those yellow eyes were hiding something inside them, and also he felt that he had become the dragon's target. Taking distance from his opponent, Issei saw how Elohim arrived at his position after recovering from the attack he received a little while ago. In that, both of them launched several bursts of energy against the beast, which got rid of them with ease while throwing a large sphere of darkness into the air that became 100 smaller spheres that fell to the ground, specifically where Issei and Elohim were. Both managed to avoid major damage due to their reflexes. When the attack ended, it was seen that the entire landscape around them was destroyed. The sky thundered loudly and the ground was filled with magma coming out of the earth, all due to the intensity of the battle that was taking place. Issei and Elohim were a little injured but nothing serious, while the beast seemed to be as if nothing had happened. The dragon went against them, first against Elohim, who tried to crush him with his claws, but the leader of heaven managed to narrowly avoid each attempt that the beast made against him, but his luck ran out when he was hit on his right side by the dragon's tail. Issei, who was recovering from the last attack, went against the beast, where he hit the ground with his fist, and seconds below the dragon emerged several chains made of darkness, which surrounded and imprisoned his opponent. But he got rid of them with a single blow with his tail, making Issei's attack useless. With that done, he went to where he was, ramming him in the process and taking him with him to the sky. The aerial battle had begun and it was one-sided. The beast was putting a lot of pressure on Issei, who could do nothing but defend himself and block the attacks with his hands or his sword. Elohim, seeing that his friend was being cornered, recovered from the damage he had done. received it, and took flight as he headed towards where Issei and the dragon were fighting. But his advance was stopped when he saw how several orbs of darkness were heading towards him, using a shield of light against those bursts of magic from the beast. He managed to pass through them and reach where the battle between his friend and the dragon was taking place. Seeing the arrival of the new intruder, the beast moved away a little as she looked with great attention and superiority at the men in front of her. "You, without a doubt, are a difficult thorn to cut, Issei. Despite the situation and the wounds you have, you do not give up," Elohim commented amused to his friend once he stood next to him and looked at the enormous being in front of him. I'm sorry, but I erased the word give up from my vocabulary a long time ago. Can you still keep going, or is it too much for your age, old man?" Issei mentioned to his friend in an amused tone. Kid, I've lived longer than you. I can still fight a little longer. The question here is, can you?" Elohim asked his friend, smiling and amused. "Let's find out, old man," Issei said as he took his battle pose, as did Elohim. Both of them were ready to continue the fight. Grr. The beast gave another battle cry, this time one louder and more terrifying than the last ones, as if challenging its opponents to keep attacking it, so that they see how useless this fight is. Issei, although it seems crazy, launched himself into the attack head-on and managed to wound the dragon's chest area with his sword, who growled in pain. Only for several tentacles made of darkness to come out of the dragon's body out of nowhere and completely restrict Issei's movements. It was a trap. That damn dragon knew how to make plans, to the dismay of Issei and Elohim, who saw that the beast was not only a destructive mass, it could also think clearly. Those tentacles of darkness were very hard, and no matter how hard he tried, Issei couldn't break them. It was then that he saw the beast's claw rise up to be able to hit him. Issei knew one thing, that was going to hurt like 1,000 demons. He could only feel his entire body thundered in pain as the beast hit him hard, forcing him to fall several meters away from the dragon, while he rolled around on the ground several times before the kinetics were kind to him, so that there was no more speed and he finally stopped. Feeling the pain in his body was nothing new to him, but feeling how for a few moments you stopped breathing was. Issei tried to stand up so he could resume the battle, but his own body was screaming at him not to get up. But as always, he didn't listen to the beast's complaints, as if he had that luxury. More upon hearing the heartbreaking cry of that beast, who was getting closer and closer to him, he could feel his steps making the place tremble. Managing to recover in time, he managed to create an enormous ice wall in front of him that allowed him to gain some time, since the dragon was surprised to see the great structure that rose in front of it. Wriggling several meters back, Issei charged power in his sword to later launch several waves of cuts towards the beast. But it put its wings back in front of him that acted as a shield. Although these were damaged a little, they gave the huge dragon the opportunity to open its mouth to charge energy in it, and launch a torrent of fire towards Issei. Seeing no other way out than to face the attack, he shook his sword to be able to repel the powerful attack, but luckily Elohim he landed right in front of him, and created a dome of energy around him with great effort, and even some pain, managing to repel the attack of the beast. "I'm afraid there's not much we can do, unless you use more power, Issei," Elohim commented as he glanced at his friend, his hands feeling numb from the attack he managed to stop a few seconds ago. But he knew very well, if this continued, both he and his friend would end up losing and dying in battle. The beast was showing more and more power, and the only one who could face it was his friend. Too bad Issei was not at full power. This was becoming more and more difficult. In the course of their fighting, they have not been able to find the opportunity to carry out their plan. The beast did not take its eye off them, and despite the fact that it seemed to have more interest in Issei, when Elohim tried to get away to start performing the seal, the dragon always appeared to prevent his movements, as if he knew what the leader of heaven wanted to do. Issei had to agree with his friend. He was more than sure that if he didn't do something, they would be more than dead. Taking out the aura of destruction that always appears around him when he gets serious, he knew that he needed more power, much more power if he truly wanted to win. He began to bring out more and more power, both his own and that of Great Red and Ophis that resided in his body. He had no idea how to control them, but as long as they gave him more strength it would be fine. With a quick movement, Issei went towards the beast. That was more than surprised by the new speed of its opponent, and then received with great force the blow of this one in its chest that made it stagger. Issei did not stop there. He went towards the right front claw of the beast. and made a cut from the base of the shoulder with Ascalon, and then went to kick the wound to propel himself backwards and fly to be able to launch from his hands several blasts of the power of destruction to the face of the dragon and all over his body. But the beast managed to cover itself from Issei's machine gun attack with its wings, but it still received a bit of damage from not being able to raise an effective defense against the attack from all directions that Issei threw at it. Unfortunately, each wound that was generated on the dragon's body regenerated at high speed, annoying Issei in the process. Stopping his attacks, he went to attack the beast again from the front using both his weapon and his power. And that was something that his opponent was beginning to feel and even detest, since he could not regenerate so quickly, seeing itself trapped. The beast emitted an electric shock throughout its body that forced Issei to take distance while he saw his opponent expel more power from his body, who once stopped went against him. The speed he had was such that Issei was forced to only cover himself to avoid further damage. His sword and the claw of the beast collided with force upon impact that shook the ground whole. Issei saw how Elohim rose in the sky while preparing a large spear of light in his hands, but thanks to that distraction on his part he received a kick from the beast that sent him flying several kilometers at a monstrous speed. Issei tried to regain his own balance, but the dragon appeared at his side and began to attack him with its claws at a speed and mastery worthy of fear. With great effort he tried to dodge and block the attacks of the beast, which were interrupted when a large spear of light fell right in front of it. Having its attention, Elohim, who was suspended in the sky, began to launch thousands of spears of light against the dragon, which was forced to have to finish off those things, charging power in its mouth. The beast released a great flame that destroyed the objects that came towards it. Elohim brought out more power to be able to even things out, but it was still not enough. That dragon managed to counteract everything it would throw at it. Elohim. Issei's voice made him raise his guard again, this time to be able to block the claw of the beast, which had moved at high speed to his position. Luckily Issei had appeared in front of him to stop the dragon's advance by hitting him in the face with force, but it attacked mercilessly using everything it had: claws, tail, energy attacks. Issei did not know how long they had been fighting, what for them perhaps were hours outside the dimension in which they were. Time passed differently. He was beginning to feel tired. He had not yet fully accustomed to his new body and power. Using them without any control was slowly beginning to tire him, but he knew that he could not give in, not yet. Moving away a little to catch his breath, he stared at the beast that was in front of him. Getting back on guard, he launched several blasts of darkness at his opponent, who repelled them all and then went towards Issei, who stood on guard and waited for the dragon. Bringing his hands together in front of him, Issei launched a great torrent of the power of destruction against the beast, engulfing it completely to his satisfaction, but he never expected or thought about his opponent's action. By the time he saw it, it was too late. The beast had moved within his attack without caring about the damage it would cause. Thanks to this action, Issei, the first thing he saw come out from under his hands was the gigantic black horn of the dragon, which surprised him a lot, and even more what caused this action and his carelessness. No. Elohim couldn't help but scream in horror at what he had just witnessed before his eyes. This was serious. It was very serious. Now everything had become more complicated than it had been from the beginning. Was everything already lost? Since right at this moment the savior, and the one chosen by the two dragon gods, had just been mortally wounded. Shock. Issei was in shock at what just happened. He had been taken by surprise and the result of it was quite serious. He couldn't believe it. How could this have happened? He lowered his gaze and there he saw it. Stuck in his abdomen rested the horn of the beast. The blood from his body ran and dripped from the horn. His opponent looked at him and smiled with satisfaction at his action. Under his watchful gaze, he saw how the dragon raised its face and consequently also him as he was trapped and pierced by its horn. He complained of the pain generated by the wound since he was still trapped in his astonishment as to get out of this situation that he could not avoid what followed next. The beast, in a final act, hit Issei with its claws with such force that he felt like his own soul was damaged by those blows. His face, his abdomen, his legs, every part of his body was attacked by the dragon. The beast raised its claw, ready to give the coup de grace. By simple instinct, Issei raised his sword only for it to fly out of his reach by the blow received. Never before had he felt so cold. The cut in his abdomen was such that blood came out from this as if it were a waterfall. Issei could only hear the breathing of the beast and the screams of Elohim. With a strong movement, the dragon threw Issei from the air against the ground, taking him out of his horn in the process. But it was not over yet. He charged his best attack in his mouth and using all his power he threw it against his opponent, who descended at great speed and ended up being hit by the torrent of purple energy that ended up dragging him until he hit the ground, generating a gigantic explosion in the area. Grr. The beast roared with euphoria upon seeing the damage caused in the area. Elohim, who had been rendered motionless by the events that had occurred, once saw how Issei was hit by the attack and the explosion that was generated afterwards. Furious, he launched an attack against the dragon, who seemed to enjoy what he had done. Damn monster! Elohim roared furiously as he went to meet the dragon. He hoped and trusted that Issei was okay, because without him everything would be lost. As Elohim began to face the beast with difficulty, below them was a large crater, and at the bottom of it was Issei. His clothes were destroyed. The only thing he had on were his boots and his pants, which were damaged. The upper area of his body was full of blood, mainly his abdomen. On his arms and face he had some scratches and cuts. His sight was fixed on the sky, watching his friend and the dragon fight. He didn't feel or could move his body. His vision became blurry with each passing second. Would everything end like this? Unable to avoid it, he ended up closing his eyes, plunging into the infinite darkness. Issei opened his eyes as best he could to see that he was in a completely dark space and he was sinking deeper and deeper into it. Was this the end? Would he die like this? And to think that a few weeks ago things were going better for him. But maybe he didn't deserve to be happy. Maybe this was his destiny. Maybe this is what it means to sleep under the cloak of death. It seems that this is as far as I go, he whispered to himself as his vision became increasingly blurry. I'm sorry, I won't be able to keep my promise, girls. The brown-haired boy whispered, saying goodbye to the women who made his life shine, those girls he loved with all his heart. Issei. 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 Just as he was about to give up, he heard his name being called constantly. The voice saying it sounded familiar. It was soft, sweet, and filled him with peace. Closing his eyes, he was able to hear the voice better and recognize it. Mom, Mom, he whispered in total disbelief. It had to be a dream or a hallucination, because she couldn't be here. He was alone, without company, without anything. And when he was about to give in to his destiny and let the darkness consume him, he heard the voice of the woman who brought him into the world. Son, why do we fall? We do it to learn to get up. The world is calling you, it needs you. Can you hear them screaming your name? Every time you bleed to reach greatness, you survive. Son, legends never lose hope when all is cold and the fight is near, get up. Because legends never die, it is written in eternity. They may never see the price of the scars they made during their lives, but when all is lost, they cheer hearts and avenge defeat. Before it all begins, they suffer from the damage just to touch a dream, get up. Because the world is calling you, begging you to fight, get up once more. Get up, Issei. Because legends never die. Honey, I know you're scared and you're suffering a lot, but you're not alone. I'll always be by your side and I'll never leave your side. I'll always be there through thick and thin, baby, so please get up. Did he have that right? He had fought all his life and committed many atrocities. The world would be better off without him. He wanted to sleep. He was tired and in pain from all this. He had always wondered, when would be the day when he could do so? To be able to rest. Why does it always have to be him who solves the problems? Were there no other people capable of doing so? Issei, come on bro, it's not time to sleep, you have to stand up, you can still win. Didn't you promise to never give up? Even after everything you've been through, even with everything you've suffered, you can't let the things you've done end like this. Sir ZCH. Issei whispered as he extended his hand into the void in front of him, trying to touch or reach something, only to hear another voice coming from the space he was in. That's right, don't come telling me that this is your limit, Issei. Remember that nothing is impossible. That's what you always tell me. You may be a hopeless idiot, but you've taught us what it means to never give up. Get up, Issei, you can still win. Get up once more so you can give the world the chance to forge its future. Issei Fall. Issei whispered as he opened his eyes and contemplated the eternal darkness he found himself in. He must have been hallucinating because he was beginning to hear the voices of his family asking him to continue, but it was impossible. After all, he was dying alone in this darkness he had lost. You remember, right? That's what you once told us all, that the future belongs to those who never give up and fight with courage, and that courage will give you the wings to go towards it. Tiamat, Issei whispered as he looked at the endless darkness. Even after everything he's done, all his mistakes, His family was watching over him. He really didn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve a mother and a brother or friends like them. He should have died years ago. Before he gave in to the darkness around him, Issei managed to hear another voice in the area, but this one, unlike the others, was much thicker. "You're just going to let it all end like this?" "Red," the brown-haired boy said in a whisper as he recognized the voice that rang out throughout the dark space, which began to clear up to Issei's amazement, as he had Great Red right in front of him, but the look he was giving him did not show happiness. "Are you really going to let it all end like this? All the effort, all the training, everything you fought for will be lost," Great Red commented seriously, and with anger in his words. "I no longer have strength. Rojo, the beast, is too powerful. Even with this new body I ended up succumbing to its power," Issei mentioned weakly as he looked at the dragon. "And what a weak enemy. You fought against the fallen called Bolt, and you realized that the world was too big. You trained with strength and courage alongside the strongest dragon queen of her kind. You trained until you fainted, and thanks to that you were able to fight against the celestial dragon. You fought against Dragoch and came out alive. You even fought against the Maus and came out victorious. You never give up even knowing that all of them were strong. And now you come to tell me that you are going to give up just because your enemy is stronger," Great Red shouted with clear anger in his voice, while the brown-haired boy had remained silent. "Come on, get up, damn it, you're a dragon. A dragon never gives up. You still haven't shown that beast what you're capable of. Your path has not yet come to an end. You didn't say you would surpass me. Well, do it, Issei. Get up and surpass me. Reach your dream," Great Red continued yelling at Issei. "You will leave your women alone, those who wait for you and long for your return, those who light up your life. You will let your family die, the one who accepted you as you are and is waiting for you to come back," Great Red shouted loudly at Issei. "Serafall, Tiamat, Mirajine, Yui, Gabriel, Penamune." The brown-haired boy thought of all those girls who lit up his life, and also of his family. Mom, Dad, Serzex, Graphia. Great Red was right. He couldn't abandon them, much less let them die. All of them were his reason for being. "Come on, Gremory, show that beast and the entire world who you are. Stand up and fight. Stand up again, I challenge you. Keep moving forward. Defy the shadows. Find the truth. Don't fear the dark path. Expand your senses. Seek your center. Dominate yourself. Don't lose the moment. The resolution is near. Death is too good for someone like you. Don't stop moving forward." At that very moment the brown-haired boy opened his eyes and the whole world began to run again as if nothing had happened. Issei could see Trahixa, who was still facing Elohim, in the air. His violet eyes became like those of a dragon while a powerful aura began to surround him. An aura of different colors, red, purple, black and crimson were the shades present around him. Little by little the brown-haired boy stood up again under the watchful gaze of disbelief of the beast and Elohim, who turned to look at his position when they felt the increase in power in the area. The wound on his abdomen was gone, as were the ones scattered across his body. He felt an incredible calm invading his entire being. The power surrounding him was waiting to be released. Everything seemed to have stopped, and in the middle of the situation, Issei could hear Great Red's voice in his head, telling him the last words he needed to hear. "Come on, Gremory, show the world what you are capable of. The new dragon god," he shouted for the last time with great enthusiasm before losing communication. But he had achieved his goal. Grr. Issei let out a powerful roar that ran through the entire dimension, while the aura that surrounded him began to form into a pillar that rose to the sky. On planet Earth, all the worlds began to tremble. The dimensional walls that separate the underworld, heaven, Asgard and the other existing factions began to fracture, as well as the entire universe began to tremble at the new existence. Every living being could feel the appearance of a powerful aura. Even in the dimensional gap, Great Red and Ophis could feel that aura that rose higher and higher, reaching their level and more. In the underworld, Vanillana was asleep. However, her body and being felt a powerful aura, and a smile formed on her face since she knew her very well. Despite being asleep, she unconsciously whispered a few words. "Go and show the whole world, son. Show what Issei Gremory is capable of doing," the beautiful demoness said to herself while she slept with a smile on her face. In all places of the world and the universe, that powerful aura could be felt rising higher and higher. Even some people were afraid since nobody knew who that aura belonged to. Only a certain group recognized that aura. A smile formed on the face of each one of them as they felt their man's aura more alive than ever. Just as the pillar of light ceased, Issei could be seen again, but he had undergone a great change. His eyes once opened again to look at the dragon in the sky. Immediately when the beast felt the brown-haired man's gaze on her, her whole body shuddered. Feeling a little afraid, she felt as if she were facing a predator and she was his target. but she also felt excitement at having a worthy rival in front of her. The brown-haired man had a serious expression as he watched the changes his body had undergone, which had become covered in tribal lines all over the right area of his crimson-colored chest, while in the left area where his heart was located rested the crimson-colored infinity symbol. At the bottom of his back a crimson tail with spikes running down it to the tip had sprouted, and from the top of his back came a giant pair of black wings with crimson tones. Their shape was a combination of the wings of demons and dragons, implying that the powers of both races were present at this moment. His eyes were violet, but the pupil was like those of a reptile. His fangs could be seen and his hair had crimson strands in some parts, implying that this was not the complete form of all his power. However, Elohim and the beast could notice that the semi-brown hair no longer gave off the aura as before. Now he gave off a new aura as if he had divinity. Both realized that the one now standing in that place below them was a god, a true dragon god. Wow, he really is an amazing guy. That look, that glow. That's the power of the gods in all its splendor. Maybe it's an incomplete state, but after all it fulfills its function. Elohim commented to himself as he saw the new change his friend was showing. It's time to end this. Beast. Issei spoke with a thick but also calm voice that gave off pure power, as if his words were the law, a law that must be followed. The beast was currently trembling, but not because she was afraid, but because the aura that the brown-haired boy gave off was extremely powerful and that excited her. She had finally found a worthy adversary. She was so excited that her body wouldn't stop shaking. On the other hand, Issei was looking at the dragon of the apocalypse with a serious and sharp look. Ascalon had appeared in his hand, which upon coming into contact with the aura surrounding Issei began to expel a large and powerful aura much stronger than before. Without warning, Issei disappeared under Elohim's gaze, even that of the beast, until he appeared in front of the dragon, who did not have time to react, being pierced in the chest, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood and trying to get away to take out the sword that rested on his chest. But Issei did not give him the chance, and hit him in the chest, that sent him crashing into a volcano in the area and destroying it in the process by the impact, since the blow was too powerful. Elohim was surprised to see this display of power from his friend and even had a chill when witnessing Issei's new state, but he had a smile since now things would be different. Elohim listens carefully. I don't know how long I can maintain this state. So start with the seal at once and don't worry about the beast interrupting you. I'll take care of it from now on, Issei mentioned seriously to his friend who was behind him. He knew that he had now obtained great power thanks to Great Red's help, but he wasn't sure how long he could keep it stable. Being something he is not used to, it is inevitable that its use is only temporary, but regardless of that, it would give his friend enough time to carry out the sealing. It's okay, Issei, just make sure you don't die. I don't want to see Gabriel sad about your departure, Elohim commented as he turned around and left the place towards a safer one where he could begin to perform the seal that would keep the beast locked up for a while. Calm down, old man, that's something I don't plan on doing. Not when they and my family are waiting for me to return. I will win, Issei said to himself as he watched his friend leave the place where they were. Grrr. Throughout the area a powerful roar was heard that made the earth tremble and the sky roar. The volcano that had hit the beast exploded into thousands of pieces under the watchful eye of Issei, who already knew what would come next. The dragon of the apocalypse emerged from the rubble completely unharmed thanks to its high regeneration, but it had an angry look on its face directed solely at Issei. A black aura began to surround it as it let itself be consumed by its anger. Clearly its aura rose spontaneously. It was still greater than the aura expelled by the brown-haired man, but only by a small margin. Grrr. The beast roared angrily as he launched himself to attack his opponent, blinded by his anger. Without thinking twice, Issei launched himself to intersect the dragon, causing the entire place to tremble when they both collided with each other. However, it was not for long, since Issei damaged his neck, causing the beast to retreat, and so both began to exchange blows with each other again. In the sky, two trails of light could be seen colliding frantically with each other while making the entire area shake. Launching a cut with his sword, Issei managed to make a cut on one of the dragon's hind legs, but it was not going to remain still and gave it a strong blow with his tail that sent it to rise a few more meters in the sky. But it was not over yet, as it appeared above him by turning into that annoying mist and threw a punch with its claw that forced it to crash hard against the ground. He has surprising power. He is a cursed monster, Issei muttered as he stood up and readjusted his right shoulder that had been injured in the fall. Despite the current situation, he was really enjoying the fight. A clear example of this was the smile that adorned his face at the moment. Launching himself into the attack again, Issei quickly rose to the sky where the beast was, which launched a large and powerful flame against him. But it was no problem once it covered itself with its power of destruction and went through the fire from within. He planned to return the same move to his opponent. And just as he expected, he took the dragon by surprise when he emerged from the flames right above his head, where he launched a thrust with his sword at the forehead of the beast. But it managed to dodge the attack by entering that mist of its own, and for Issei that was starting to be annoying, so he decided that two could play that. Surrounding his body with darkness and destruction, he chased the beast in the mist, ending up in a totally dark place with his opponent, where both began to fight uncontrollably. While outside that place it was seen as a purple and black smoke collided with the crimson and black one constantly. Suddenly an explosion was generated between both, where Issei and the beast were thrown out in different directions, both ending up impacting on some rocky mountains in the area. TSK, damn lizard. But now I know how to face it. I must read all its movements to give it a direct hit to the body. Well, here we go again. If this beast doesn't kill me, I'm sure that group of crazy women will. Only I get into these situations, Issei thought out loud as he recovered from the impact he received, and then began to take flight towards where his opponent had fallen. But he couldn't help but think about his loved ones and what they would probably do to him when they saw him again. Nothing nice could be assured, and even more so if his mother also joined. Grr. The roar of the beast shook the entire place, and that was a sign for Issei. After all, the fight was not over yet. He saw how the dragon came towards him, while he was enveloped in an aura so powerful that it felt like the air around him was harmful, not to mention the lightning that accompanied him around him, which were purple in color, and inspired fear and pain. Once at a considerable distance, the beast flew towards Issei with its claw raised ready to strike. Seeing the impact that was coming to his person, Issei raised his sword and waved it at high speed to push away the dragon that was coming towards him. What he did not expect was that energy came out of its wings that propelled his opponent upwards at a speed that easily broke that of sound. The only thing that was seen was a flash of purple energy flying towards Issei. He tried to protect himself with his sword, but the dragon immediately changed its direction downwards and appeared in front of his chest, where he charged his right claw of his aura and gave Issei such a blow to the chest that he was lifted a few meters by such force. Issei managed to recover quickly and launched a flurry of several blows towards the dragon at blinding speed and fearsome force, each blow slowly cracking the hard scales on the beast's body as it endured its opponent's machine gun attack. After regaining some sense of consciousness, the dragon created an energy field around itself that forcefully pushed Issei away from it. Issei recovered in the air after being expelled from the dragon. Putting his hands together above his head, he accumulated energy in them. The compressed sphere of energy formed above him became a cannon of pure power once he launched it against the beast, who took flight to avoid said attack, although in the end it ended up grazing him on the right wing, destroying part of it. But the damage was healed within seconds thanks to its high regenerative speed. Returning the attack, the beast fired a beam of energy from its mouth at the same time that it launched several projectiles from its wings. The powers joined together and an attack that looked like a large spear was formed. Issei, seeing the attack that was heading towards him at high speed, launched his own attack made up of his power of destruction, resulting in both energies colliding with each other. The powers of both tried to surpass the other, but neither was gaining ground. Neither was willing to receive that attack, since the damage would be monstrous. In the end, both energies ended up exploding each other, generating a huge explosion that consumed both Issei and the beast. Once the smoke created by the explosion cleared, both adversaries could be seen completely unharmed. They only had a few scratches, but nothing serious. The beast looked at its prey, and after giving a loud roar, it enveloped its body in its energy and flew against Issei, who had also enveloped his body in his aura of destruction. Both opponents went against each other and ended up colliding in midair and then starting a battle in the air. Both flew at a blinding speed, and every time they collided the sky flashed and the ground beneath them fell to pieces. Issei attacked with Ascalon, the beast that covered itself from the attack with its front claws, despite that he was propelled back a little. The dragon roared once more with fury and then forced itself towards Issei while preparing its attack. Opening its mouth, it expelled a large flame against Issei, who had no choice but to back away from the dragon, covering his body with his aura of destruction. He managed to resist the fire expelled by his opponent. Once the attack ceased, Issei stared at the beast while preparing his next move. This time it was his turn. Inhaling air, Issei launched a huge and powerful flame at the beast that was a little affected by the power of the flames. After all, these were the union of Drake's flames and his own with the incorporation of Ophis's power of infinity. They were as hot as hell itself, and seeing how the dragon let out some grunts of pain made him feel great satisfaction. With a flap of his wings, the beast put out the fire but could not help but grunt a little from the pain coming from his left shoulder. That was where he saw Issei stabbing his sword into his body. The dragon took flight to shake Issei off of him, but he still did not let go. He was clinging to him with his sword as if his life depended on it. The beast flew, making movements, and sometimes hit the place where Issei was against the ground to hurt him, but he still did not let go. Despite the situation and that he felt the blood run and his bones breaking little by little, Issei had no intention of letting go of his opponent. Charging the dragon-slaying aura into Ascalon's blade, he ended up expelling it into the dragon's shoulder, wounding him in the process, although he did not come out completely immune since the beast had taken him with its tail and ended up whipping him hard against the ground. Issei could feel his ribs fracture a little. Luckily, the dragon finished hitting him and sent him against some grazing areas. Issei got up from the rubble generated by crashing into the stones, then launched several bursts of magic towards his opponent. The dragon quickly used its claws to give several cuts that cut off the enemy attack. Issei then flew towards the beast, who covered himself from the attack by crossing his claws. The blow made the beast retreat several meters back, but it recovered and launched several bursts of fire at Issei, who dodged the attack while preparing magic in his hands that he launched towards the dragon. This one, making use of its tail, ended up cutting off the attack. Issei leapt into the air as he prepared his sword to deal a fatal blow to the dragon, who noticed the attack coming towards her, and it would be lethal. Diving the tip of his weapon to stick it into the head of the beast, Issei descended at high speed towards it, but out of pure instinct it moved a little before the attack hit it, but the tip of the weapon managed to graze its cheek. The dragon stepped back as it cleaned the cut on its face with its tongue and looked at Issei defiantly as he returned the same look, only this one was very cold, as if he didn't care about anything. A look as cold as ice, one that said that his life mattered little to him. Grrr. The beast roared the instant it hit the floor with its tail. Issei was forced to dodge the attack, but saw with surprise that the floor of the entire place was split in half by the simple force of that blow. Immediately after, the dragon released a somewhat strange breath towards him, who recognized that as poison. To counteract it, he launched a flame from his hands to burn that gas and avoid further damage to his person, but he did not expect the beast to come out of the smoke and use its entire body to attack him. He barely had time to cover himself from the attack with Ascalon and resist the impact with pure strength. While both of them forsook each other, Issei could not help but think about his friend and how he would be doing with the seal. He hoped that it would not take long, because he would not know how long he could continue to maintain his state. A few meters away from the area where Issei and the beast were fighting, Elohim, with his eyes closed, remained sitting on the ground with his legs crossed and his hands in front of him as if he were holding a circular object, and indeed in the middle of them was a white sphere on which different symbols and formulas were being engraved. The sweat running down the forehead of the leader of heaven was a clear sign of the great effort and work he was putting in when creating a spell of such magnitude. Since he had moved away from the battle area, Elohim wasted no time and began to create the seal that would keep the beast prisoner for a while. But it was not an easy task to do. He had to be very precise when placing the formulas and components of the seal if he wanted it to work, not to mention the constant loss of his energy when creating it. Fortunately, he was about to finish it. He just hoped that Issei could hold out a little longer. And speaking of him, Issei was currently lying on the ground with several scratches on his body, as he looked at the sky at the being that caused him all that damage. With great calm, he got up while looking seriously at the beast that looked at him from above with a defiant but also very sharp look. Resuming their fight, they both launched themselves against each other. They were like that for a while. However, despite the speed and attacks of the dragon, Issei dodged them with agility, causing the anger of the beast to increase more and more, which separated a little and began to gather rays around it. But these were totally black, and with a big smile on its face it launched those rays at Issei. However, he only stood there looking and simply raised his hand and pointed with his finger in the direction that attack came from. In front of his finger a small and tiny crimson sphere began to form that little by little became a little larger until it was the size of a finger, and threw it against the attack that was coming towards him. Clearly at first glance that small crimson sphere was nothing compared to the powerful attack of black rays that were going towards the brown-haired man. But when both attacks hit, that sphere completely destroyed the attack of the beast, which when it got in front of it was dodged by very little since it almost hit it. It could be seen how that small sphere crashed into a mountain and made it disappear without any effort. Moving at high speed, Issei launched an upward blow through a jump that hit the dragon's jaw and closed it tightly. He used his tail to launch a great blow towards Issei, who was forced to receive the attack. The force exploded with force upon contact with its target. Issei ended up rolling on the ground for a few seconds and then spitting out a little blood while having a single thought. This is starting to get fun. Returning to the attack, both opponents engaged in a fierce fight where the entire terrain was the battlefield. From above it could be seen how both gave no mercy to the other. The explosions and collapses were enough for the foundations of the ground to begin to fall and weaken. The battle continued. If someone were present, they would believe that the battle was equal, but those with a better eye could notice that Issei, despite the blows received, was conserving more power and energy, while the beast seemed not to care about that fact. The dragon launched an attack towards Issei, who waited until the last second to dodge said attack. It continued its way to the sky but did not fulfill its purpose, since Issei was in front of it, where he hit his fist in the chest of the beast, who felt how it was hit with force and vomited a little blood. But Issei was not done yet. Charging a great torrent of dark energy, he launched it against the dragon's chest, sending it flying a few meters in the process. Now he had a few free seconds. While he was recovering his breath from the battle, taking advantage of the fact that the beast was recovering from the damage he had caused it, Issei received a call through a magic circle that appeared in his left ear, from which seconds later the voice of his friend came out. Issei is ready. The seal is ready. Just as I supposed, I am almost out of energy, but what really matters is that the seal is ready and complete. Right now I have it in my hands. Now we just have to activate it. Bring the beast to my position. It won't be easy, but we will have to try to get it inside once the seal is activated. I'll wait for you here, Issei, Elohim mentioned through the communication he had with his friend. After ending the call, Issei put on a completely serious expression on his face. Out of the corner of his eye he saw how the beast began to stand up again and noticed that he still had a lot of power left to use. The seal was his best option at the moment, but the problem was with Elohim. He was currently exhausted by the loss of power when performing the seal, and Issei knew that he couldn't keep up while they tried to seal the dragon. It would be difficult, but he had already made a decision about it. Rather, since they got here, he has had it. Creating a sphere of destruction. In his hand he threw it at the face of the beast, drawing its attention in the process, and also increasing its anger. Without wasting time, he took flight towards the area where his friend was currently. The dragon was following him closely while throwing projectiles of his magic or his fire at him, but they were all dodged by Issei, who maintained his course without turning to confront his opponent. His gaze and face only reflected seriousness and coldness. The reason what he was about to do would generate a great change in the plans of Great Red, Ophis and Elohim. But he was willing to sacrifice himself if by doing so he could avoid seeing the face full of sadness of his beautiful angel. He has already killed the father of his loved ones. He did not intend to do it again. It didn't take long to reach where his friend was. He had managed to gain a few minutes of advantage against the beast. He quickly descended to the ground right in front of his friend, who looked tired and with barely enough strength to stand. In his hands he held a sphere of light with thousands of engravings on it. That was the seal that could keep the beast prisoner. Without wasting time, Issei went to Elohim and helped him get up. After doing that, the leader of heaven passed the sphere to his friend so that he could appreciate it better. Elohim was sure that with that they could put an end to this terrible situation. He was so caught up in his thoughts that he did not notice the look and expression that adorned Issei's face, and what would later trigger thoughts like, what if I had noticed it before? Would it have ended differently? With the seal between his hands, Issei turned to see Elohim, who smiled at him with joy at finally having the solution to his problems among them. He knew that the beast would not be long in arriving, and if he didn't now, he would lose this opportunity. So acting quickly, he extended his right hand towards Elohim, who looked at him strangely for his action, but it was too late to avoid it. Behind the leader of the angels, a dimensional crack was created that began to absorb everything in its path. Elohim did not have time to react to Issei's action. It was in a quick movement. He lost his balance when he was pushed by his friend and ended up being dragged by the portal created behind him. He did not understand why he had done it. Did Issei want to die? No. Issei, Elohim shouted as he stretched out his hand trying to grab onto something. But it was useless. He was being sucked into the portal behind him. All while Issei looked at him with a smile on his face, the first one he had seen on him. I'll be back. Tell Serafall and everyone else that I'll be back. I'll take care of this now, old man. You've already fulfilled your part of the plan. Go and rest, my friend, your daughter is waiting for your return. See you, Elohim, Issei commented as he looked and smiled at his friend. He had decided he would not take his friend's father away from her, and regardless of the risk that this would cause to his person by being left alone with the beast, he was willing to accept it in order to see his beautiful angel happy. As Elohim tried to resist being absorbed by the portal, which was useless since he had no strength or energy whatsoever, he ended up succumbing to his imminent fate at the hands of Issei. And as he was transported to his world, his thoughts invaded his head, and it was as if time itself stopped at that moment. Everything seemed to go in slow motion. He saw how Issei turned around and went again against the beast that had reached his position. Seeing him as he walked calmly, seeing that back that was the wall that no being would be able to pass, made him think and understand the situation better, but mainly the reason why Issei did it. Thought of Elohim. Issei, you are an admirable warrior. I just realized that I am not good enough to fight against the beast of the apocalypse. You are the only one who can defeat it, Issei. The first time I saw you was when I was looking for my daughter, who had strayed into the battlefield of the biblical factions. From that moment on, I was curious to know who you were and the reason for your actions. I lived to know more about you. I discovered that you wanted to be the strongest, to be above everyone, and at that time I believed that you were an evil guy. Because I thought that you didn't care about anything. I thought that if you decided to do something bad I could surpass you and stop you, Issei. But in the end, I couldn't surpass you, and you continued to grow stronger, and that was where I saw the real you. Once I saw who you really were and what my daughter Gabriel saw the first time she saw you, my way of thinking about you English changed. I thought it was your obligation to protect your loved ones. And because of that, a totally unknown power welled up in your heart. Maybe I'm right, I have the same duty, but Issei, you are different. You don't fight just to win. You always surpass the limits of your strength so as not to lose to anyone, and so you could protect your loved ones. That is why I trust that you will emerge victorious in this battle. You can do it, Issei. You have to win and come back, my daughter, your family, your friends, your loved ones. All of us will be waiting for your return, Issei. I can say with total certainty that you finally did it, my friend. You, Issei. You are number one. With those last thoughts, Elohim was absorbed by the portal created by Issei, heading home. The last thing he could see before falling unconscious from exhaustion was Issei and the beast colliding with each other, generating a large explosion throughout the area. After that he fainted while being transported towards his home. Now the fate of all rested on that man, on his friend, on that child who overcame the obstacles that life gave him, that child who broke his body in limits countless times without any hint of surrender, that child who has sacrificed a lot throughout his life for the good of others. But above all, that child who had finally managed to fulfill his dream and became in the most powerful being in the world. Father. 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 Faced with the constant calls he began to hear as he regained consciousness, Elohim slowly opened his eyes. The brightness of light blinded him for a few seconds, until he was finally able to get used to it and open his eyes fully. That was where he began to distinguish several silhouettes around him that he found difficult to recognize, since everything was blurry to him. His head hurt a lot, as did his whole body. He did not understand what had happened or where he was. At this moment his memory was blurry to remember what had happened. He felt unable to think clearly and quickly. He was disoriented and had difficulty paying attention to his surroundings and therefore to the subjects who were looking at him with great attention and concern. The confusion present in his being seemed not to want to leave him, but in the middle of the situation he managed to feel a hand lovingly caressing his forehead. Thanks to that touch he was able to come out of his dazed state and finally recognize the silhouettes that were with him and also the place where he was. Children. Elohim whispered after recognizing the people who were around him, these being the seraphim of heaven. He could notice that he was in his room located in the seventh heaven. After seeing where his gaze was fixed on his body, which he could not move freely due to the exhaustion he felt. He could not remember the reason for his state, so he turned his gaze to his children present, being Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel, Metatron, Sandophan, Raguel, Ratziel, Sariel and Remiel. He looked at all of them in silence for a few seconds, who were expectant of his actions, until finally he decided to speak and ask about why they were all in his room gathered, but mainly the reason for his state. Being his daughter Gabriel the closest, since she was the one who caressed his forehead while sitting next to him, he looked into her eyes and began to open his mouth. My children, what happened? Why am I in this state? Why are you all here? Gabriel, my child, could you clarify my doubts? Elohim commented while looking at his daughter. In her eyes he could notice how the tears were struggling to come out, but they were held back forcefully by his daughter. He did not understand what was happening. Why did he feel like he was forgetting something? Rather, why did he feel like he had left someone behind? Dad, we are not the most suitable people to answer your questions since we do not know the answers. You have been sleeping for a whole week, and despite our efforts we could not wake you up. Dad, a week ago you fell from heaven through a portal that opened in it. You were injured and without any energy in your body. We brought you to your room where we have been taking care of you all this time. Gabriel mentioned softly while looking into his father's eyes. Despite his way of speaking and the calmness he showed, you could notice how his hands were tightly gripping her dress and his beautiful eyes were struggling to keep the tears inside. Elohim was very surprised to know that he was unconscious for a week. He thought it was a joke from his children, but seeing their reactions he discarded that thought. But what was happening? Because he could not remember anything. His daughter told him that she had fallen from the sky through a portal, but none of it made sense to him. What was he forgetting? He was so caught up in his thoughts looking for an answer that he did not notice when Gabriel took his hands in his. Only when he felt a squeeze in them did he manage to get out of his thoughts. But he was in for a surprise when he did so, and not just him. His other children were also surprised and alarmed by Gabriel's state. Since his sister had her cheeks flushed, her lower lip trembled constantly. Rivers of tears ran from her beautiful eyes that wet her cheeks and chin until they fell and dissolved into her dress. None of those present knew what was happening, much less what was tormenting Gabriel at the moment. Ever since her father had appeared a week ago in heaven in a pitiful state, Gabriel's mind and heart have not been at peace since then. Every day during that week she stayed up taking care of her father and waiting for him to wake up, since only he could answer the question that has been tormenting her ever since. She was present the day her father had left, and she remembers very well that he hadn't left alone, since the man she loves had also left. Ever since then, when her father had finally come home, the beautiful Seraphim has had a lump in her throat and a question to ask. Dad, I know you just woke up and you're not at your full capacity. But please, I beg you, please tell me, where is Issei? Gabriel asked as he let out his tears and held his father's hand tightly. Issei, why are you asking me something like? Just as Elohim was answering his daughter, he was interrupted when he felt a pang in his head. At the same time, the confusion in his thoughts finally cleared and the memories returned to him. No, Issei. I'll be back. Tell Serafall and everyone else that I'll be back. I'll take care of this now, old man. You've already fulfilled your part of the plan. Go and rest, my friend. Your daughter is waiting for your return. See you later, Elohim. You can do it, Issei. You have to win and come back. My daughter. Your family. Your friends. Your loved ones. All of us will be waiting for your return. Issei, I can say with complete certainty that you finally made it, my friend. You are number one. Issei. Elohim shouted loudly as he tried to get out of his bed, still in pain and exhaustion, but all of his children stopped him in his outburst and put him back to bed. Now that he had finally remembered everything, he couldn't help but hit the mattress he was resting on hard with his fist while covering his view with his other hand. Dad, where is Issei? Where is he? Please answer. Gabriel screamed in tears with his heart in his hand as he looked at his father for his answer. Elohim couldn't answer his daughter, much less look her in the eyes, not when he had left the man she loves alone with that beast. As best he could, he drew his daughter to him where he gave her a hug while she began to shed tears to the surprise of his children, but even more so to Gabriel, who feared the worst when seeing that reaction on his part. Forgive me, daughter, Elohim whispered as he hugged Gabriel tightly and caressed his head with love and sweetness. Where is Issei? Gabriel asked again while crying intensely in his father's arms, but there was no answer other than, Forgive me, daughter. Father and daughter hugged and held on to each other tightly as tears flooded their faces, because they shared the same feeling, sadness for a friend and a love. Elohim knew that Issei would return. No matter how long it took, he would return. In these moments is when you most need to maintain faith and hope. In the end, heroes never die, they are only reborn as legends. He had to show bravery, confidence, and strength, just as his friend did in the last moments. But mainly he had to transmit those feelings to whoever was suffering at this moment. Listen carefully, Gabriel. Issei is a hero. Elohim commented with a smile on his face as he lifted his daughter's face, forcing her to look him in the eyes. His words had managed to stop Gabriel from crying. A hero? Gabriel asked his father doubtfully as he looked at him. Yes, my girl. I don't know what happened to him. The last thing I remember is that Issei threw me into a portal so that I could save myself, but before doing so he gave me a message for you and the others. He told me that he would come back for you, so don't cry anymore, daughter, because he wouldn't like you to. Live your life with joy and love while you wait for his return. Both you and I know that Issei always keeps his promises. Live, grow, love, and one day when he returns, express all your feelings to him. Right now you are not allowed to cry. Save those tears for when you see him, and only then will you be able to let it all out. Issei is a hero and our savior. Your man-daughter became the guardian of this world. You have chosen well, Gabriel. Issei is the only one I recognize who can be with you. I don't know how long it will take for us to see him again, but keep in mind that he will return one day. Elohim mentioned calmly while smiling at his daughter. Thanks, father, you are right. It is not time to cry. Not until I see him again. I will live as he would have wanted, but I will also wait patiently for his return. I will wait as long as I have to wait, be it weeks, months, years. It does not matter how long it is. I will wait for his return. Gabriel commented, smiling as he wiped away his tears and showed a smile of happiness on his face. Both father and daughter were right. They could do nothing but wait and trust that Issei would return. It's true, the pain will be present because it's never easy to accept that that special person is no longer with you physically. But hope will never be lost, much less is it an end. They will continue walking this path that he left them. Their memories will remain in their hearts. It is not known how much time will pass, but they both knew that one day they would see their friend, loved one again. For now they just had to wait. Good luck, my friend. Your whole life has been a challenge to overcome. You bled, you cried, you fell, and you got up. In the end it was all for a reason. You're probably still fighting that beast. You are undoubtedly incredible, Issei. You always do the impossible and also what no one wants to do out of fear. You always sacrifice yourself for others without thinking about yourself. You always put yourself as the last priority, and in order to protect your loved ones you are willing to sacrifice anything. You know, Issei. You are made of the wood of the great, but you have to take the helm and chart your own course. Don't give up, despite the storms. And when the time comes, you will have the opportunity to test the cut of your sails and prove your worth. And I hope to see the light of your candles. If you are able to fight against everything, achieving your goals should not have to be something difficult. Good luck, my friend. I will take care of your family in your absence, and I will wait patiently for the day of your return. Issei, you gave me the opportunity to continue living at the expense of your life. That is something I will never forget. I know we will see each other again. Until then, good luck, my friend. Elohim thought as he lay down on his bed and looked up at the ceiling of his room, under the watchful eye of his children. Perhaps no one would know or even come to know that the whole world was once in danger of extinction, but this would be avoided by a man who had no choice but to accept his fate, sacrificing much and receiving little, but always acting on the basis of what would be best for many. A great man who walks straight ahead, without lowering his gaze, and who does not lie even though sometimes he loses by telling the truth. But above all, a man who knows how to cry over his pain without escaping from it. End of the world. I see and allow this guy to remain free. I'm forbidden from losing in this fight. Throughout the dimension that Great Red and Ophis held, the sky constantly roared at the clash of the two existences that could hold the title of the strongest being in existence. Man and beast fought with strength and power to fulfill their respective objectives. Since the fight began, hours have passed for both, but outside of the world they were in, time acted differently. In the middle of the current fight, the dragon who held the title of the dragon god of the apocalypse received strong bursts of blows all over his chest given by his opponent, but managed to separate himself from him and hit a strong blow with his tail to the man in front of her with whom he had been facing for a long time. Thanks to the blow, he sent him crashing against the ground. But the fight was not over yet. This was only the beginning. Damn it! Issei exclaimed as he stood up again and looked up at the sky where the beast was flying while looking at him with superiority and making movements with his tail, challenging him to go against her again. Accepting his opponent's provocation, Issei launched himself at the beast, where both began to perform cuts on them using their sword in Issei's case and their claws in the case of the beast. Either of them backed down in their duel. Thanks to Ascalon's dragon-killing properties, Issei managed to deliver several cuts on the dragon's body, but it also did the same on his with its sharp claws. Separating himself a little from his opponent, Issei kept Ascalon in its sheath while bringing his hands together towards the front, creating a sphere of destruction, which he launched at the beast, who became confident when seeing the smallness of the attack and decided to receive it head on, believing it was weak. But just when it touched it, it was sent flying by the explosion that was generated upon contact with its skin, ending up impacting on the ground with smoke coming out of its body. Furious, Once she recovered from the fall, she looked at Issei, who had descended a few steps in front of her. This would not stay like this. Both of them launched themselves against each other at the same time, and being centimeters from touching, Issei launched his right fist, but it was caught by a strange barrier that surrounded the beast. This defense ended up exploding right in front of him, sending him flying and crawling against the ground, ending up face down on the ground. And just when he was going to get up, he saw how the dragon descended on him with that barrier around him, which, when making contact with his foot, exploded and again sent him flying. He went through several rocky surfaces in the area until finally stopping when he crashed into a stone column. Issei only had one thought: damn recent beast. Once he managed to get out of the stone, he turned around to locate where the dragon was. But when he saw what was coming towards him, he only had one comment about it. Damn, Issei mentioned as he watched the imposing dragon running towards him at great speed while throwing a large sphere of purple and black tones from its mouth. He didn't even have time to react and ended up being hit by the beast's attack, and as if it were some kind of game, he was again sent flying until he crashed and embedded himself between a rock wall. Opening his eyes with difficulty, Issei knew that this was not over yet, not when he had the dragon right in front of him, who began to hit him with his claws while he was trapped in the wall, which was sinking more and more due to the impacts it received until it finally gave way and broke into thousands of pieces. From the rubble, the first to come out was the beast. But it was shot out by a large crimson flame, and seconds later Issei came out wiping his mouth while looking at the dragon seriously. His entire body had some wounds, but it was not the best time to worry about those things. You've had enough of me, lizard, take this, Issei mentioned angrily as he threw Ascalon at his opponent, managing to bury it in his right front leg, making the beast grunt in pain in the process. In his suffering from the damage received, the beast went against his opponent and hit Issei with his large claws filled with darkness, but he continued to get up without showing a hint of surrender. Issei was grateful to have magical power and a body superior to a god. That is why the attacks of the beast were not affecting him much. In addition to that, he was using his aura of the power of destruction to stop a little the magnitude of the attacks. Recovering Ascalon, Issei took it in his hands while dodging an attack from the dragon. The brown-haired man immersed himself in the shadows and thus disappeared from the sight of the beast, who remained static in place until from one moment to another he moved his head aside to dodge a cut from Issei, who had appeared behind him. Issei was a little upset when his blow failed, but he couldn't lose focus in this fight. Placing Ascalon on his left side, he managed to stop a strong blow from the beast, but was still forced to retreat due to the power of the attack. There was no point in disappearing again. Both she and he could feel each other's presence, and thus be able to follow their movements, so nothing would change if they saw each other or not. Resuming the fight, at high speed Issei began to dodge the attacks that the beast threw at him. Moving quickly through the area, Issei arrived in front of him dragon and began to deal strong blows all over his chest until he kicked him away from him. After having sent the beast flying, the chestnut began to emanate fire from his body, which burned everything under his feet. The dragon, once recovered, was about to launch itself against Issei, but in a matter of seconds the chestnut had appeared in front of her to give her a strong blow to her face with his fist wrapped in flames, followed by a knee to his chin and finally a kick that sent him flying again until he crashed into some rocks that were scattered around the area. The beast roared in pain. He was losing ground, he knew it very well. His opponent was attacking with more skill, he hated that, but in terms of control over her powers she was superior to him, who was barely aware of his potential. Going again to where his prey was, he used his claws and stuck one in Issei's abdomen, who let out a cry of pain as well as a crimson sphere in the middle of them both. Immediately after, the sphere exploded, sending them away from each other, where they both ended up falling to the ground. Issei breathed tiredly as he used his power to seal his wound, and the beast used her regenerative powers to heal their wounds, all while they both stared at each other seriously. Faced with the situation, Issei only had one thought: this is not going well. If he continued like this, he was going to lose, is what he thought as he saw how the situation was developing. He had to hurry up and make the seal. He didn't know how much time his new form had left, but he knew it wasn't much. If he continued like this, he would end up losing. The beast, once finished healing, launched several blasts of energy at Issei, who covered himself with his arms out of pure instinct. Each attack was hurting him. He knelt in pain while covering himself with his hands. Was he going to lose even after everything he's done? Of course not. He wouldn't give up until the last cell in his body stops moving. What does it matter if he was at a disadvantage? Fights aren't just about power or skill. He's lost some fights and that's why he knows what it feels like, but he would never agree with the idea of giving up, much less abandon his family who accepted him no matter what. He would protect them no matter the cost. In the middle of the situation, Issei flew towards the face of the beast, crossing its attacks with his sword in hand with the intention of cutting it with it. Once in front of her, he attacked, but the dragon hardened its body, which caused Ascalon's attacks to be repelled, and he was expelled by the force of the rebound. Taking new measures to attack, Issei began to attack at medium distance with fire and ice. His spells were strong and fast, but they did nothing to the beast. That disappeared and reappeared through that cursed ability of his to enter that dark fog. Issei chose to create a giant sphere of destruction and attacked with it immediately. The beast, seeing that, only opened its mouth to launch a powerful violet ray to counteract Issei's destructive attack, generating a large explosion throughout the area, shaking it in the process as well as destabilizing it. After the explosion, Issei immediately created spears of darkness in the air and launched them at his opponent through the smoke to surprise the dragon. But apparently he also had the same idea, since his attack collided with several dark matter projectiles, canceling both in the process. Once the landscape cleared, both combatants took flight with the idea of taking their fight to the sky. Issei was the first to attack, launching an electric shock towards his enemy, but he covered himself with his wings. Fed up with the situation, Issei went head-on towards his opponent, but immediately the latter disappeared again in his curtain of mist. Looking everywhere to see where he was, Issei tried to locate where the dragon would appear. His instincts warned him late of the attack, when it came from behind him with its tail that sent him to the ground. The beast roared in amusement at seeing that. Issei immediately recovered and launched combined water and electricity attacks to increase the damage, but these passed by the dragon, who used its wings to resist the attacks. Issei then noticed that the unfortunate girl immediately hid upon seeing the attack. Seeing that he had to do something if he wanted to hit her, he immediately began to analyze the dragon's movements to find an opening in her defense. Issei went against the beast. Again, furious. That guy is making fun of him and he was not going to allow it. He took flight and launched several fireballs from his hands to attack towards him, who only blew air and deflected the spheres of fire that began to return towards Issei. Cursing her in the process, he used Ascalon to change his trajectory, deflecting them to one side, but in doing so he lowered his defense, which was taken advantage of by the beast, who appeared near him and caught him using his tail to start crushing him. "Bastard. You'll pay for this," Issei commented as he tried to free himself from the grip. With each passing second he felt the pressure on his body increase. Just as he was about to use Ascalon to free himself, his opponent anticipated his actions. The beast went to hit him against the ground with such force that it caused it to sink. Issei, feeling the impact, released his weapon, sending it flying away from him, while he was once again lifted and hit against the ground by the dragon, where the process was repeated a few times until Issei got fed up with everything and completely engulfed his body with his aura of destruction, freeing himself in the process from the grip of the beast, who he punched in the face, sending it a few steps back. Without wasting time, he attacked with more of his magic towards the dragon to this time be hit by its attacks, managing to injure it in the process. That made him smile. It wasn't bad at all. "You're taking too long on this, kid. Stop the nonsense. Attack with everything and don't think about saving power. You don't have that luxury of time." Issei heard Great Red say in his head, and he couldn't agree with him more. He was right. He didn't have the luxury of time. Seeing that the beast was moving, dodging his attacks, this time with greater movement, and it was more difficult to hit him, he decided to use a different method. Flames appeared in his hands, which intensified with each passing second. Issei pointed his hands towards the dragon and fired, but it disappeared after dodging his attack. Feeling its presence near him, he pointed with his hand to the right while firing without hesitation where the beast would appear, who received the impact head-on, letting out a grunt of pain and fury while looking at Issei. Maybe Issei didn't know it, but inside the dragon, she was cursing him since her opponent still had several tricks up his sleeve. She didn't expect that, but she didn't dislike it either since it was more exciting. A punch with her fist and also a kick from Issei brought the beast out of its thoughts. Its opponent was becoming more skillful and was already discovering its tricks. Issei attacked without hesitation, hesitating as he used every bit of magic he had left, which thanks to the power of Ophis running through his body was quite a lot. To hell if they ran out of magic, the important thing was to win. Issei, after recovering his sword by calling it to him, used Ascalon to defend himself when the beast attacked, using it as a shield, and boy was it difficult to do so. each attack that the dragon launched was more powerful than the last. It was a miracle that both he and Ascalon were still whole, but it was all thanks to the improvements that both had before the confrontation. With Ascalon as support, Issei gathered his remaining magic to be able to heal the wounds he received as well as damage the beast. The battle was dragging on too long. If this continued like this, he would run out of magic and strength. They had to carry out the ceiling as soon as possible, but for that he needed an opportunity. Hitting his foot on the dragon's front claw, he managed to throw it off balance, which was taken advantage of by Issei to attack with a ray of sacred and dragon-killing energy from Ascalon, creating fatal wounds in his opponent, managing to seriously injure the beast. Gremory. The beast roared angrily as it waved its tail to push Issei away from it. Who could assure one thing? All the tricks are over. Both he and she would now go all out without any limitations to win. While they both looked at each other intensely, they noticed how the sky darkened and thundered loudly. The earth opened, giving free passage to the magma within it. The wind whipped hard. The whole world was falling apart. It was a matter of minutes before the dimension they were in exploded. Surely Great Red and Ophis were making a great effort to keep it standing, was what Issei thought as he saw how the situation was getting worse and worse. An apocalyptic scenario with the beast of the apocalypse. Nice combination, right? Resuming the fight, Issei went against the dragon at high speed and took a few steps on its axis with such speed and precision that it did not know what to do. A cut that formed an X made the beast retreat. Ascalon was amazing. Issei did not hesitate to go on the attack, this time attacking with such fluidity and agility that it seemed that he had recovered all his strength. The beast began to dodge the brown-haired man's attacks and attacked from time to time, but Issei blocked the attacks with his sword. While both fought with strength and skill, seeing an attack near its carrier, Ascalon shone, sending a pulse through Issei's hand. Waving his sword with such force, Issei created a column of light that hit the dragon and raised it to the sky despite the fact that it covered itself with its claws. Issei lifted Ascalon, and from it several orbs of light were created. The spheres of light formed with dragon-killing energy hit the beast, who recovered and then launched several dark blasts towards Issei, who waved his sword to stop the dragon's attacks. From Ascalon came several crescent-shaped cuts of darkness that hit the beast's attacks, and after both blasts collided, they disappeared. What kind of weapon was that? The beast did not understand where his opponent had obtained such a weapon. Seeing how Issei handled it almost seemed like it was a limb of his. It was something very impressive and interesting. Nailing Ascalon into the ground, a white fire emerged from the ground and surrounded the beast. Immediately Issei went towards it and gave it several cuts in the chest with his weapon. The force of the impact caused the dragon to fall away from him, and now the terrain and RHYTHMM of the battle was in Issei's hands. How? He didn't even know it, but it was great. It was almost as if Ascalon and he understood each other and knew what the other wanted to do, both guiding each other while they fought. That thought was not so far from reality. Ascalon was giving Issei the knowledge to use it at full power, and thus help him in battle since he does not want him to suffer. It is said that swords are the main weapons. Each one of them is different, and is made according to the personality and handling style of who will be its bearer. These weapons are not only an element used for fighting, but they are also something valuable to the bearers, as if their souls were reflected in their swords. That was what was happening to Issei and Ascalon. Both were made to be together. Issei spun in the air after making a cut to cut the face of the beast, who upon seeing that managed to dodge the attack while becoming furious and went towards Issei. He channeled his magic into his weapon and blocked the dragon's impact. While both applied force to their grip, Issei heard a voice in his head. "What's wrong, Gremory? You don't look satisfied." Ophis mentioned through mental communication with Issei while he was in the dimensional gap holding the dimension in which Issei was fighting with the beast standing. During the time elapsed, he has seen in the company of Great Red how the fight develops, which at first seemed to be on the side of the beast, but then changed to Issei's. But despite that, Ophis noticed something from the beginning of the fight, even long before Issei and Elohim went to the end of the world. And at the moment she noticed it more. Issei hid it, but she could see it. He was not happy. "I'm not Ophis," Issei replied to Ophis through his thoughts as he sent the beast flying a few meters away from him through an explosion of energy released from Ascalon. In doing so, he took a few minutes to catch his breath and also to see what the goddess of infinity wanted right now. "Don't you like being a god?" Ophis asked from the other side, looking for the answer to her doubts. "I had a feeling that the problem lay in that issue and that Issei had hidden it, so I decided to get straight to the point with him." "It's not that, Ophis. It's just that I never imagined there was a world like that. Issei commented seriously once he understood what Ophis was referring to. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly as he remembered that. He thought no one had noticed, but apparently the goddess of infinity did. It's not that he was hiding something bad, it was just something that had been bothering him since Great Red and Ophis came to talk to him. What do you mean? Ophis asked doubtfully. She had a slight feeling about what Issei meant, but she wanted to confirm it with his own words. A world that I can't access on my own, Issei mentioned seriously as he heard the beast roar in the distance, nothing happy sounding. And you don't like that? Ophis asked again through the communication she had with Issei. Time was running out, but she wanted to hear his words. No. Issei commented strongly as he launched an attack against the beast, who had reached his position, and so both resumed their fight again while still maintaining communication with the goddess of infinity. You say very interesting things. You don't like to depend on anyone to be a god. That makes you angry. Ophis mentioned seriously from the dimensional gap as she watched Issei and the beast clash their fists forcefully, generating tremors in the area where they were. You're wrong, Ophis. What makes me angry is that without the power of you two, I would never have been able to face this beast. That makes me frustrated. Issei responded with anger in his words as he landed a punch on the beast's chest and made it take a few steps back. So, why did you transform into a god? Ophis asked without taking her gaze off the transmission in front of her and listened very carefully to what Issei had to say, all under the watchful eye of Great Red, who decided not to intervene in the conversation of both and just listen. Since he had never seen Ophis so interested and worried about someone, it was something very rare to see. Because I wanted to fight the beast. And also because that way I could protect my home, my family, Ophis, that's why I did it. Issei answered before the question of the goddess of infinity. That was the truth behind his actions. He hates who he became. He hates having had to resort to the help of Great Red and Ophis. He hates not being able to fight the beast without having to change, but mainly he hates himself for being weak. Despite this, he does not regret what he did because thanks to that change he made, he was able to fight the beast, protect his family, and fulfill his dream. That pride of yours could be your downfall. Pride is useless. It's rare for a man to be so proud. But now I understand, that's why you gave up your pride to become a god, for a greater good at the expense of your own. Ophis commented, impressed by what Issei did. He sacrificed his happiness, his dreams, his being, his pride, all for the greater good of many. That was to be admired, and for the first time she experienced a feeling, longing to know, to meet and to be with Issei. Haha, maybe it is Ophis, but that's just me, an impulsive and proud idiot who acts based on what's best even if I have to sacrifice everything I have. We'll talk later, Ophis. I have to concentrate on this fight. Issei mentioned in a funny tone as he ended the communication with the goddess of infinity. He had a fight to attend to, and in this one he couldn't lose. He had to win, because if he didn't, no one would. Jumping, Issei gave a final cut with Ascalon X on the body of the beast. The cut pierced the dragon's chest, and the force of it continued long, marking the ground behind the body of the beast, who after that only fell to the ground wounded, her body full of cuts from the last attack. Despite the state his opponent was in, Issei knew it was a matter of seconds before she would get up, and said and done. The dragon got up again, while her wounds regenerated. Damn self-regeneration. Once standing and ready to continue, the beast attacked the brown-haired boy with his claw, who dodged the attack of the huge claw and then distanced himself from his opponent. In doing so, he charged energy in Ascalon to launch a cutting aura from the sword. The attack was easily deflected by the dragon, who extended his left front claw and launched several blasts of dark energy at Issei, who began to cut them with his sword. Unfortunately, one or another escaped him and hit him. After finishing that, Issei noticed how his opponent took flight and then dived towards him. With a movement of his tail, the beast managed to split the earth to the surprise of Issei, who barely dodged his enemy's attack. The dragon, without thinking twice, got up again and then put himself on guard. Issei knew that the only way to win was to be smarter. He wasn't going to win with brute force alone. He doubted he could use his new power for longer. He had to create an opportunity as soon as possible to carry out the sealing. Issei stuck his weapon into the ground, and from there came darkness. The blast of darkness went towards the beast, and then separated into hundreds of dark arms. His opponent chose to get out of there, taking flight to get away, but seeing that he was being chased made him think of another plan. In the middle of the flight, he dodged several of those arms that seemed to have a life of their own and decided that the best thing now was to get rid of as many as he could. He turned in the middle of the flight, and went towards those arms, charged power in his mouth, and using his power he managed to get rid of a good number but not all of them. Taking air, he expelled fire towards the remaining arms, finishing off all of them in the process. Reacting to his instincts, he managed to evade a side cut from Issei, who gave him a strong blow with his claw, sending him crashing against the ground. Issei tried to get up, everything hurt, damn it. He spat blood to remove the taste of it in his mouth and looked up. The beast was still flying over him. She looked calm and sure of herself. Of course, since she was starting to beat him up. Issei got up as best he could, only to fall to his knees again. He really didn't feel very well. The dragon lowered itself to ground level while looking at him, and seemed to say with his eyes, "Do you want to continue?" The brown-haired boy gritted his teeth as he got up again. It was not for nothing that he was stubborn to the point of exhaustion. "Well, let's continue, beast," Issei mentioned excitedly as he spat blood to the side and prepared to continue the fight. Issei launched himself to attack the beast with his fists, but it didn't even flinch at the brown-haired man's attacks. The battle was one-sided. They both knew that. Issei tried to kick it after a blocked blow, but the beast's claw hit him in the stomach and made him fall to the ground due to lack of oxygen. In truth, it is the first time he feels helpless against an enemy. He has tried everything, but he can't create that opportunity. Even if he used Ascalon, there wouldn't be much change in his actions, but no matter what, he would give his best until the end. If he dies, he will do it fighting. He got up again, this time to create a sphere of destruction in an attempt to do some damage to his enemy, throwing the crimson sphere towards the beast, who waited for the right moment to use his claw to cut the attack in half. It had to be a joke. Issei gritted his teeth and repeated the process over and over again with his power that went like gusts against the dragon, but it deflected them all. Lightning, seeing that it was useless, he chose to go hand to hand, which is what he does best. With a simple impulse, he went towards the beast. It did the same, and when it raised its claws, both collided with force that made the place tremble, but in the end, Issei was the one who lost. He fell several meters away from the dragon, who lowered its claw and began to approach the brown-haired man. Issei immediately got up. He staggered but did not fall. He charged his power in his hand and launched it mercilessly against the beast, impacting head-on with it and making it retreat a little with slight damage to its body. With the dragon giving in when it received the impact on its chest, it fell to the ground. He could finally put things in his favor. Preparing his weapon, Issei flew towards where his enemy was. The beast stayed in place and watched as his opponent prepared for what would be the last round. Here it was that decided whether he died or lived. The dragon reached where the brown-haired man was and clenched his left claw and put him in front of her. Issei immediately understood the challenge. It was the final stretch. There was nothing else to do, and that means it's time for all or nothing, live or die. He approached the beast and raised his right fist and clashed it against the dragon's. Once that was done, they both stepped back to get on guard, one with his claws ready and the other with his sword. Both immediately flew towards each other. With a single movement, they clashed their weapon and claws against each other. They both knew it very well. Finally, it was time for the final round. Spinning on its axis at an impressive speed, Issei created a tornado made of sacred fire that was in the center of the place. The beast knew that the brown-haired boy's intention was to confuse him, but that tornado of fire suddenly became smaller and more compact, and then went towards it. That was Issei's goal, to channel spinning force for this, while he made the tornado go towards the beast. It went with its claw to collide with the brown-haired boy's attack. Both collided with each other. The force of both staggered the entire place. In the end, the dragon flew away from Issei, but he recovered in the air and went against his opponent again. With its claws, the beast attacked Issei, who counterattacked with Ascalon. Immediately the fight became a speed in the air that showed that it had no truce of any kind. The dragon took advantage of the moment of a slight distraction of Issei to give him a blow with his huge claw, a blow that broke some of the brown-haired boy's ribs, but he would not be left without collect on them. He launched a cutting wave from Ascalon that hit the beast in the face. This caused both of them to fall to the ground, but neither of them stayed still for a second. Issei got up, and after grabbing his sword he went to attack, an action that his opponent imitated, and so both began what would be their last hand-to-hand combat. The fight was one of pure speed. Although Issei managed to give cuts, these did not seem to affect the beast. He instead was already feeling the fatigue of his own wounds, and since his resistance was at the limit, even with the form he acquired, he does not have the habit of using all his power. He had to do something to start the ceiling. It was in that moment of thought that he didn't notice that he had his guard open. Bad move. The dragon was not going to waste that opportunity. When at that precise moment he managed to give Issei a blow all over the body with his claw, he immediately saw that the brown-haired boy used his aura of destruction to avoid flying to the ground, but the beast had predicted the brown-haired boy's movements. With his claw he made a quick movement, managing to give Issei a cut on one of his sides in the abdomen. The brown-haired boy felt the blood go to his mouth from the wound and pain in his ribs. But it was perfect, despite the wound on his body and the magnitude of it. Having the beast so close to him gave him the perfect opportunity to act. Issei did not think much, and using his magic he created a sphere of light that he threw against the dragon's eyes, blinding it in the process to the complaints of this, who gave him a strong blow with her tail, but Issei managed to resist the impact. It was all or nothing. He quickly positioned himself on the beast, where he put his hands together and launched a great torrent of energy of the power of destruction against the dragon, impacting it and forcing it to the ground. Thanks to the fact that it was momentarily blinded, he had managed to hurt it, but there was no time to lose. Since the beast was briefly indisposed, it was his golden opportunity. Opening his pocket dimension, he took out the sphere containing the seal of Elohim. He had kept it in him since he sent his friend to his world. This was the final stretch. If he failed, everything he had fought for would be in vain. With force he threw the sphere against the beast. Prostrate on the ground, the orb descended at great speed until it impacted a few centimeters behind the dragon, beginning its sealing. It was all a matter of time and luck. With the seal in place and activated once Issei launched it against the beast, behind it a kind of dimensional door opened, which led to the prison made by Elohim. Once it was activated, several chains of light emerged from it that imprisoned the beast, wrapping themselves around its entire body while forcefully attracting it to the portal. But the dragon was not going to stay still watching how they imprisoned it. It began to fight against the chains while advancing with all its strength, trying to get away from the portal behind it. Issei, seeing this, did not hesitate, and went against the beast to prevent it from escaping. But as soon as he reached in front of him, he was hit hard by the dragon's right front claw, who had noticed his intentions as soon as he saw him approach. Thanks to the blow he received and being injured by the battle fought, when he crashed into a column of stones in the post-apocalyptic area, several bones in his body ended up breaking, as well as the blood in his body. She was forced to go outside. She was already on her last legs. She felt like she would fall unconscious at some point, but she couldn't do it yet, not until this meeting was over. Danger is coming, and now is not the time to cry. As he stood up with great effort, his body screamed for him to stop, but his heart and soul told him to continue until the end. This new body he possessed was a blessing, because if it were the previous one, he would have lost from the beginning of the fight. He couldn't help but vomit blood as he stood up again. Maybe his body was asking him to give up, but his spirit would never do it. Using his sword to support himself and stay standing, he looked at the beast a few meters away from him, trying to free himself from the chains and escape from his prison. While he kept his eyes fixed on his opponent, he tried to ignore the wounds that were already spread throughout his body, but mainly the opening he had on his left side. Like the entire environment around him, it was falling to pieces every second. He did too, and that was why the time had come to end this fight once and for all. I already feel the adrenaline rising more and more. We will be the heroes of history. I'm ready for whatever happens next. Everything I've fought and lived through is decided here. Even so, I don't plan on turning back. After all, the heavens don't fear me for being a god, they fear me for being a man. I've faced several self-proclaimed adversaries as the most powerful, but without a doubt you, beast, are the one that has brought me the most problems. But it's been exciting. We all must find our place. Mine is to reforge myself, to fight again and again. That's the path I chose. I will fight until the blood snatches the sword from my hands, until I can only crawl, and not even then will you be able to defeat me. The time has come to end this apocalypse. I don't know what it is to be afraid. Caution is for the cautious. I will break my limits, and I will never stop moving forward. I can't stop. I won't stop. It doesn't matter if you knock me down. I will get up again. In the end, one must not lose hope, because heroes do not die. They are reborn as legends. Issei commented to himself as he prepared to fulfill his destiny. Your dream will come true today. I am ready to fight. I will have victory. Boom. Shooting out at high speed, Issei went against the beast to its position, spread his dragon god wings, and took flight towards where his opponent was, like a crimson comet that hit hard in the chest of the beast, who used all his strength to not be dragged against the portal behind his back. Having the dragon in his hands, Issei began to push it against the seal, using his power as propellants to be able to drag the beast This one in a fit of rage to get rid of it, and thus be able to free itself. With its jaws it managed to take Issei's wings, pulling them hard to one side, tearing them off in the process, and throwing Issei against some affiliated rocks in the area, ending up with one of them embedded in his left side. The blood soon came out of the wound as well as Issei's grunts for the damage received. Even so, he had to continue no matter the cost. His back was burning and he felt the blood dripping from it as he lost his wings. His abdomen was being pierced by a stake. But despite his condition he had to continue, because if he didn't, no one else would. Your destiny is approaching, you must always follow your goal. You will always keep hope in your soul, to fulfill all your desires. Slowly pulling himself out of the stake embedded in his abdomen as he gritted his teeth tightly trying to ignore the pain that was already throughout his body. He kept in mind that he couldn't fall, not yet, not while there was something to fight for. As he stood up again, staggering at times from the loss of blood and energy, his thoughts were invaded by the image of his family, the people who have been with him since the beginning and have supported him throughout his life. It is for them that he was here fighting, and it is for them that he would win. With great difficulty he managed to get up once more and went to the final encounter. Fighting evil is our mission. We must bravely confront every rival. First there were slow steps, then they increased in frequency until finally he was running towards the beast. With his sword in hand, where he leapt into the air while taking out his unique wings as a demon and rose into the sky, calling the attention of the beast, who began to launch several blasts from his body to prevent it from getting closer and interrupting his release. Several blasts of energy were directed at Issei, but he with skill and mastery began to dodge all the attacks. Although some ended up grazing him at times due to his wounds and fatigue, they were not of much danger to him as he rose higher and higher in the sky. In the sky you will see a light and strength will sow in you. Diving he went against the beast, which launched its energy blasts, but as he could with the help of Ascalon, Issei managed to cut them in the process of its fall, but these were too many for its current state, and were difficult to handle. The dimension was falling apart with each passing second, and the instability of it was creating dimensional tears throughout the area. While he fell and hit the dragon's attacks with Ascalon, one of them managed to hit his right hand with which he held his sword, ending up expelled from his hand as it was shot out and sucked into a dimensional crack in the area, heading to a place unknown to Issei. But there was no time to think about the repercussions that this would generate. He had to end this before he lost his chance. The beast was trapped by the chains and being forced to enter the dimensional door, or rather its prison. He had to take advantage of the situation even if the dragon did not want it. Falling a few meters in front of the beast, began his attack against her, generating for now what would be the last encounter between the two. Seeing his opponent's intentions, the beast launched his most powerful flame forward against Issei, who had no time and could not waste time dodging the attack. As he approached the great flame that came towards him, he never thought or hesitated to dodge it at any time. He was convinced to end this once and for all, to save his world and many more in the process of extinction. That is why he decided to receive the attack head-on, sacrificing everything he has for a greater good, as he has been doing for a long time now. With each step, with each second, the imminent destiny approached rapidly, while Issei advanced wounded against the beast. Time seemed to have stopped for him. The dimension was falling apart. The beast struggled to free itself and at the same time attacked him, and he, with the last of his strength, was going to his final encounter without a shred of fear or mistrust. As he advanced to his destination, he couldn't help but remember all the events he had to live through to get to this, the possible outcome of his story. I remember that day when everything changed. Who would have imagined that everything would start with a simple request? I recently received an invitation from a friend to meet in the capital, and I had planned to go, but I want you to come with me, son. Who could imagine that that would trigger the beginnings of my life? What's wrong, brat? Did the cat get your tongue? Don't you see that your dear mother is about to have a nice time with us? A simple and traumatic event would be what would start what I am today. I will destroy them. Since then I got lost in the darkness that lived in me since the day I was born. Let's end this once and for all, Bolt. I assure you that I will make sure that you are completely eliminated from this world. From the beginning I was already marked and fixed in what I would become. Why, you're a damn monster. You created this monster. I wonder if you can control it. At first I didn't know, but those words would come true sooner or later. Luckily I had important people who didn't see me that way. Issei, I know you're listening to me. You didn't do anything wrong, and don't think that I'm angry with you, much less scared of you. What happened today and what you did, son, there was no other way out of it. I understand that. Maybe it could have been resolved in a different way without going to extremes, but it can't be changed anymore. Son, the past cannot be erased or edited, much less changed. We can only accept it, overcome it, and move on. Beautiful words, which led me to make a decision that would mark not only my life but that of everyone around me. Since I had given in to the darkness that lived within me, and had chosen a solitary path to protect my family. It's simply called maturing, something that would do you very well to do. Stop meddling in my life and don't make me waste my time again with this bunch of stupid things. I chose to walk a solitary path and not involve my family in the problems that came to my life. I was convinced to continue walking in that lonely darkness. But life took pity on me, since it was quick to send me a star to accompany me on my dark night. You really are strange. We both are. I can be your friend. As you wish. I have never regretted that decision, because thanks to it my life was changing and taking a better direction. The arrival of that star into my life was the beginning of more arriving, and together they would constantly illuminate my path. I was no longer alone, and there was no longer darkness. You're fine. Hey, we're fine. Thanks for helping us, but you didn't have to. Now you're going to get into trouble, and all because of us. But not everything was rosy. Problems were quick to come to bother me. I proposed the following. For the next few years until they reach the age of majority, if you still don't show interest in the matter, I will cancel everything. But if they manage to, so to speak, make you fall in love with each other, we will continue with the marriage plans. Despite the difficult beginning we had, we managed to overcome adversity and forge a good relationship. I had family and friends who did not hesitate to be with me despite my way of being, but I also had a dream to pursue. What is your name, boy? Issei Gremory? You are very interesting, Issei. Thanks to my persistence, I got a companion who would accompany me for the rest of my life. I spent some time away from home, but with the promise that I would return one day. Upon my return there were many events, both good and bad as well as surprising, and at some point I ended up forming a group to fight for our home. I will only say that you be prepared. The enemy will have no mercy, nor will it hesitate to finish off all of us. You must be aware of this. If you are going to go, you must be prepared to finish off your enemies. Remember that we are not alone, since we are a team, and I will be in charge of leading you to victory. Stay alert and watch your companions' backs. As you order, Gremory-sama. But in the end it was all a facade to hide my true intentions from both my family and those around me. Tell me, Gremory, are you betraying us? Why are you doing this? You won't get away with this when Lucifer finds out. He will share the same fate as you. I will see to it. As I said before, your reign of terror has come to an end. You are no longer needed, not in the world I wish to forge. Die. Even with the cruelty of my actions, there were still people who were willing to help me and stand by my side. Death only brings more death. If you finish off the mouths, that assures you something will change. The war will continue with or without them. I admit that what I want most is for this war to end. I believe peace is possible. My father thinks the same. You don't have to stain your hands with blood. If you talk to the leaders, they will surely listen to you. The path you follow is too dark for someone with such a beautiful and pure heart. But at that time he didn't want to listen or believe in empty promises or wrong ideals. He had already established his path. That's my problem, and neither you nor anyone else will make me change my mind. My decision is final. Even with the harshness of my words back then, that was no impediment for 2 more stars to join my sky, and at some point in my life the challenges began to stalk me. Who are you, Larva? Issei Gremory, the demon who will kick your scaly ass. Demon. How interesting. You are not an ordinary demon. This will be exciting. What are you waiting for, Gremory? Come for me. And for the first time I experienced the taste of defeat, although I didn't care about getting it since I had won something. You are fascinating, Larva. I just want to hear you say, I give up. Do I give up? Well, I give up. I see that you are very strong. I still can't defeat you, Drake. Wow, you are the strongest guy I have ever faced. At that moment I had learned a valuable lesson, that the world belongs to the winners, and this has 2 ways of being seen. Either we limit ourselves to believing that we always have to get there first, or we enjoy the experience, paying attention to every detail. In life, sometimes you win and you always learn. It's that simple. Because in failure there is a great lesson. The lesson that teaches us that this is not the way to get there. Sometimes when you lose, you win. But that wasn't the only thing I lived. I also fulfilled and carried out the inevitable. It seems I arrived just in time. Now tell me what you were about to do, insects. The beginning and the end of an era came through my hands, just as many victims succumbed to them. You say my attacks have no effect on you. And who decided it? You say you absorbed my power. And who decided it? I am the only one who decides die. No. Issei Gremory. But that was only the beginning. Revenge would come to my doorstep claiming my life, but I was no longer alone to face the problems. Alright, let's go guys, we must defend our home. And also, discover why our friends left our side. Let's go. I had to confront some of my friends in the process, but all in order to protect and save them. I don't consider you a coward, do you understand? You are not a coward, you are my friend, my partner and one of the women I love. You are not a coward. You listen to me, Yui. I won't until you remember who you are. Mary Jane, you are a determined woman when it comes to protecting your companions. You have great talent playing the guitar and singing. But if I have to describe you better, I would say that you are stubborn, obstinate, annoying, a hopeless pervert who always tempts me with her actions. You are affectionate, and you always worry about your friends. But mainly about me, because you fear that I will do something stupid at some point. But mainly Mira Jean, you are the owner of a part of my heart. And finally destiny claimed me. Me. What can I do against something that even the dragon gods, the most powerful existences known, cannot defeat? Die and be born as something new. Something better and more powerful. I ended up accepting my destiny with open arms since I could not run away from it. With the extinction of my home near, I had to abandon everything I was at the beginning. That did not hurt me much. Abandon the people who always trusted and believed in me. That did hurt me to do, but it was the right thing to do. After all, only I can carry this weight that life has confined me. Still, there is a promise that I must keep. I will return. Tell Serafall and all the others that I will return. I will take care of this now, old man. You have already fulfilled your part of the plan. Go and rest, my friend, that your daughter is waiting for your return. See you, Elohim. It's funny to see how my life started and what it ended up in, but I don't regret anything. Thanks to what I've done and what I've become, I've been able to meet important people for me, live unforgettable and unimaginable moments, experience adventures, but mainly I've been able to love. That's why I won't give up on anyone, not while there's something to fight for. My family is waiting for me at home. I must fight until the end. I must fulfill my dream. I must fulfill my destiny. They were the last thoughts Issei had before time began to run again, and the gears of destiny acted to claim what was theirs. Issei entered the interior of the flame once he collided with it, where he began to run within the fire using his demon wings as a shield to repel the fire, but he felt how they burned with each second that passed. But he could not allow himself to fall, not now that he was close to achieving victory. The intensity of the flames increased as he got closer to the beast. His right wing left his body as he succumbed to the scorching fire of the dragon. Taking his left wing with his left hand to give it firmness, he increased his speed while concentrating the last of his remaining power in his right hand to launch the last thing he had against his opponent. The beast, while releasing her fire, tried to free herself from the chains and the seal that were subduing her, despite having part of her power at her disposal. Fighting against Issei tired her a little, and mainly having been taken by surprise by her opponent with the seal, were actions that played against her. But she would not fall without a fight. In the midst of her effort to free herself, she could not help but open her eyes in total disbelief, since she never expected the following to happen. Coming out of the fire of her mouth a few centimeters above her head appeared Issei with his wings completely burned, his body severely injured, but with an expression on his face that reflected seriousness and power as he charged in his right hand possibly his last attack. The violet and golden orbs were seen with intensity. Both knew that this fight had ended without any winner. Without a doubt, you are an incredible being. You gave your best, and that's why I admire you. You were so powerful that I even came to hate you. I will be waiting for you to fight again. I will train hard to become stronger and be prepared for our meeting. Goodbye, beast. Issei thought seriously as he threw his right fist at his opponent. Haya! A huge explosion was generated throughout the area when Issei's fist hit the beast's forehead, ending the duel. When the smoke generated by the explosion cleared, Issei could be seen kneeling in front of the dimensional door, his body bleeding profusely. His breathing was constant, and his right arm was red hot, completely motionless, not to mention that there was no trace of the beast anywhere. The dimension Issei was in was falling apart as he continued to kneel in front of the seal. Finally, everything is over, Issei commented as he slowly got up. He had succeeded, he had sealed the beast. With that last attack, thanks to the strength of this, he was able to put the dragon inside the seal. But he did not come out completely immune in the final encounter. He could not feel his right arm, and sleepiness and tiredness were beginning to invade him. He had to get out of this place as soon as possible. He had to keep a promise. As the sealing was completed, Issei was about to turn around and leave the place, but a glow coming from Elohim's seal caught his attention, as well as alerting him to a failure in his plans and therefore to the release of the beast. A scenario that was not foreseen in his plans and for which he would not be prepared. When the glow ceased, he was surprised by what was in front of him. Standing there inside the dimensional seal or gate was a beautiful lady with long, black hair and yellow pupils. This woman had an appearance somewhere between a demon and a fallen angel, with 2 pairs of black wings and white horns protruding from the sides of her head. She wore dark armor that covered her entire body, and on her back she carried an axe. This beautiful woman looked at him with seriousness and rivalry. It didn't take long for Issei to connect the dots and realize that the woman standing a few steps in front of him inside the seal was the beast he had been fighting. "Who are you? What's your name?" the beautiful woman asked the man on the other side of the door, which wouldn't let her out. It seemed like there was a glass in front of her that wouldn't let her out. No matter how much force she applied, she couldn't get out, but that wasn't relevant to her. She was more curious to know who the man was who had locked her in that place. "So if you can speak, answering your questions, who am I? I would also like to know, because I don't even know what I am anymore, and regarding my name is Issei Gremory," Issei commented once he arrived in front of the seal and faced the woman in front of him. "My name is Albedo, the dragon goddess of the apocalypse, a legendary being better known as the apocalyptic beast and the emperor beast of the apocalypse. But you already know that, right? After all, Great Red and Ophis sent you to face me. I could feel it. Their powers +1 strange to me inhabit your body. You may possibly become the most powerful god, of course if I allow it," Albedo mentioned, showing a challenging smile on her beautiful face as she looked at Issei fiercely. "Albedo, a nice name is better than calling you beast all the time, and about what you mentioned, it's true. I have in my possession the powers of the dragon god of dreams and the dragon goddess of infinity, and it was all to prevent you from destroying and eradicating the lives of innocents because of your destructive nature, although in the end I couldn't defeat you and I ended up sealing you in this prison," Issei commented seriously, forgetting the pain that haunted his body and the terrible situation he was in. "If you know that this won't hold me back for long, at some point I'll break free," Albedo mentioned seriously as she stared at her rival. "And I'll be there waiting for you, Albedo," Issei commented, showing the same seriousness as the dragon. "You are very interesting, Gremory, so much so that you have given me a new goal," Albedo mentioned while smiling and bringing her hands behind her back as she leaned a little and saw the man on the other side of the portal. "And that's it?" Issei asked a little doubtfully, but he felt like he had gotten himself into a new problem that would bring several headaches to him in the future. That feeling came to him since he saw the woman in front of him, as if life was telling him that he was screwed. "Surpass yourself, Issei. After all, there can only be one number one. Once I get out of this prison, I will look for you. I will find you and we will solve this unfinished fight whether you like it or not. Or I could continue with my old goal and destroy everything. In both cases I get what I want," she mentioned, amused while bringing one of her hands to her face and looking at the male in front of her. "I accepted the challenge, Albedo. I'll be waiting for you, and you better get ready because only one of the two will emerge victorious," Issei commented seriously as he looked at the dragon, who hadn't changed her amused expression at the situation that was developing. Both looked at each other intensely after those words, but their moment was interrupted when the Elohim seal began to complete, ending the man and woman's conversation, but one of them had not finished completely. As she could, Albedo managed to cross the barrier that separated her from Issei for a few seconds, taking her hands and face out a little, taking Issei by surprise, who was not prepared for what the dragon would do. It was an instant where Albedo connected her lips with Issei's, transmitting to him through the kiss a small surprise for the future. Once they separated from the contact, it was possible to notice how a black smoke came out of Issei's mouth that did not take long to enter his body. Earning a smile of satisfaction from the dragon when she saw that her mission had merged, once she confirmed it, she returned to the seal. Since it took her a lot of her power to take out only her arms and face, she was still tired from the previous fight. She had to regain her strength. "I hope you enjoy my gift, honey. We'll see each other again sooner than you think, Issei. Until then, make sure you don't die and remember that you belong to me. Destruction and annihilation always go hand in hand. You and I are more similar than you think. I hope you survive the explosion. See you, Issei," Albedo commented with a smile on her face as she licked her lips and savored the flavor in them. A truly dangerous but addictive flavor, one that she wouldn't mind trying for the rest of her life. Once the beautiful goddess finished speaking, the seal was completed as her door closed. The last thing Issei saw was Albedo waving her hand while winking at him. What a problem he had gotten himself into. Not only does he have the goddess of infinity behind him, but now the goddess of the apocalypse had her eyes on him too. Without a doubt Serafall was going to kill him once she found out, not to mention the others, but mainly a jealous dragon queen and no longer being the only one of her kind in his life. What awaits him once he returns home? With the seal ready, it itself disappeared from the area seconds after its completion, probably a programming set by Elohim, but the situation was not over yet. Boom. The area Issei was in was rapidly collapsing, volcanoes were exploding, the ground was splitting apart, and the sky was falling apart, all while Issei was looking for a way to escape before the dimension collapsed. But with no strength in his body plus the wounds in it, all of that made it difficult for him to escape. Fortunately, a few meters in front of him, a crack opened and from it came a voice familiar to him. "Quick Gremory, hurry up and escape. Ophis and I are doing everything we can to postpone the destruction of the dimension, but we won't be able to hold it off for long. Quickly run and enter the rift." Great Red mentioned forcefully while communicating telepathically with Issei from the dimensional gap. Issei didn't think about it much and began to advance towards the crack as quickly as he could. With each step he took to his position, the explosions came closer, and the whole area began to succumb quickly. As he walked, his vision became blurry at times, but he did everything possible to evade that situation. He couldn't give up, not now that he was so close to getting out of there, not now that he had saved his family. He wanted to see them and tell them that he was okay, that he had come home. He doesn't know how long he has been away from home. What for him has been hours in his world could be days or even more, he doesn't know. But he already longs to return. He wants to see and hug his mother and tell her that he is okay, that his son is okay. He wants to reunite and fight with his little sister until he says enough, and he also wants to see again those faces and smiles that constantly illuminate his days. But the more you want something, the further it moves away from you. Being centimeters from his destiny, the ground beneath him erupted in a geyser of lava, and being weakened as well as injured, it was inevitable that he would be shot into the sky by the explosion, and as if it were a bad joke in life, a portal appeared above him like the one that took Ascalon, ending up absorbing him in the process. Issei, being without energy or strength in his entire being, had no choice but to succumb to his destiny. The last thing he saw when he looked back was the dimension where he fought against Albedo explode into thousands of pieces, and he could swear that he heard the screams of Great Red and Ophis calling him. But he was too tired to verify it, and ended up falling into unconsciousness while moving through a colorful vortex with an unknown direction. The last thing Issei thought about before falling unconscious was his family, and the promise he made to all of them just before leaving. "I'll be back." Gremory Mansion. In the back gardens of the Gremory residence, sitting on the grass while looking at the night sky of the underworld, Serafall rested with a blanket around her shoulders to keep the cold away from her person. Her beautiful purple eyes looked at the sky with longing as she thought about the one who stole her heart. A month had already passed since his departure. She wondered where he would be. Would he be safe and sound? Would he eat well? Would he rest well? Those and more thoughts flooded her being, but they were all interrupted when a small crack formed in the sky, and from it an object fell that ended up embedded in the ground a few centimeters from Serafall. The beautiful demon noticed how the sky returned to normal, so she focused her sight on the object that lay in front of her. It was there when she saw a beautiful black sword with purple tones buried halfway in the ground. She made the decision to approach the sword. For some reason she felt that it was calling her, and it was not until she took the handle of the sword that she understood what that feeling was about. "Issei," Serafall whispered as she let out a tear, which was lost once it fell from her face. She didn't understand it very well, but she knew that sword belonged to her man, and for some reason when she took it in her hand she could hear the voice of her beloved. "I will return," was what she heard for a few seconds. Knowing what she had to do, she pulled the sword out of the ground and held it with both of her hands, hugging it in the process, as she looked up at the sky with her eyes closed. "No matter where you are or how long it takes you to get home, Issei, all of us will be waiting for you. Because only you and no one else but you were the one who captivated our hearts, gave us a better life and a future, but above all, only you, my love, are the one who manages to make our hearts beat like crazy with just a simple word or an action. My love, I will never forget that you overcame everything. There was a lot of pain, a lot of humiliation, and so much sadness. But nothing in this life could destroy you. And now I know that you are much stronger, because you survived everything, and you are able to reinvent yourself again and again. Even the universe found out that you don't know how to give up. We will all wait for you. We will wait for you because that is the only thing we can do. We can try to go find you, but we still keep our promise to stay in our home. We will wait for you even if we fade away in the oblivion of time. Even if the sky turns blue and black with each passing of this eternity. We wait for you like the first time you said goodbye to us, like the endless desire we have to reach your words. to justify our wait, to have you with us once again. We wait for you in the place we agreed upon, where the heart is warm, where the cold rain does not wet with its southern wind. We will wait for you even if our existence ends in this world. Even if the sea dries up completely and I finally have to decide whether to go find you once again. We all fell in love with you knowing that it wouldn't be easy, knowing that it would be difficult to see you leave and wait for you to come back. But for love everything is possible. We will wait for you as long as necessary, because in life, just like in love, no one said it would be easy. We will wait for you as long as necessary, my love, my Issei. That is our promise, and it will remain in place until the end of our days. He didn't know how long he had been there. He had already lost count of the hours, or even days that he had been traveling through that kind of dimensional vortex in which he fell due to the inconveniences that had occurred while escaping from the area where he had fought against Albedo. Once Issei woke up from his dream, the only thing he saw around him was a kind of dimensional tunnel that transported him to who knows where. Although he managed to regain consciousness, with strength and power he had not been able to do it. He was tired, and if he had a little power left, for now he only had to let himself be carried away by the current, and see where he would end up. He would see how to return home once he recovered all his strength. While he watched totally helpless as he was transported through the colorful tunnel, he was lacking ideas, and he did not know how to escape. Even if he had a small part of his power, it would not be enough to get out of there. While his mind was eaten away by thoughts, either to avoid getting bored or coming up with some plan to get out of that place, he could not help but wonder what his family was doing. He wondered how his mother was, probably worried about him. Once she returned, she would make sure to make up for her absence. He also wondered what had become of his brother and sister. They would probably have ended up together once they clarified their feelings. If so, he would not be surprised to see Grafia as Serzex's wife. He could even go thinking of new ways to bother her in this free time, not that he has anything else to do. In the case of his loved ones, they probably spend time thinking about him constantly but also waiting for his return. Once he returns, he will make sure to give them the attention that he has not been able to give them for various reasons. He also wondered what had become of Elohim. The last time he saw him was when he sent him back home. He would probably be resentful about that, but it was the right thing to do at the time. He should not worry about him, since he knew he would be fine. Although a special topic that was on his mind was about his home, he wondered how his underworld was. He had left him in the hands of his friends, so technically he was supposed to be okay. He hoped he wouldn't be in for a surprise when he got back, because if he was, they would know how evil he could be. He really hoped nothing had happened to him, and that he was safe and sound. Well, he would find out when he got back. For now he must find a way out of that place. While he was thinking and looking around, suddenly a kind of light appeared in front of him. Issei knew immediately that his journey had come to an end. Now he would see where it had ended, and for some reason he felt that he would get many surprises at his destination. Beautiful place, isn't it? A world full of life and happiness for all its inhabitants and species that live in it. A world where peace reigned and all species lived in peace and harmony. Well, this was my world before misfortune came to all of us. What happened? Before starting with the events that occurred, you should know my world. The Xioluo Plains have some tribes in them. Within these tribes, some stand out more than the others, the human tribe and the demon tribe being the strongest among all those in existence. In the previous era, all the tribes were fighting for dominance and supremacy. Much blood was shed in the clashes, but mainly in the demon and human tribes, being the strongest, both fought each other to define a single winner. The two tribes broke out in a war a few centuries before the essential resources of our world ran out. As time went by, both tribes were paralyzed, with the human tribe being the first to ask for peace in the world and therefore to all its species and tribes that inhabited it. And then the demon tribe made a decision. The queen of the demon tribe, Isabella Osa, agreed to sign the peace treaty between species. It was supposed to be the day when peace would be established in the world with the peace treaty between the various existing tribes, but mainly between the human and demon tribes. No one ever thought that the high commander of the demons and the right hand of the demon queen, Lillian, would ally herself with the vicious humans, reaching a secret agreement. The war broke out when they attacked the demon queen once she was disarmed. It was not known what had happened to Lillian or the reason for her actions, but she, who called herself a faithful follower of the demon queen, extracted a large part of the queen's magic, leaving her vulnerable and weak. Luckily, the queen had 4 guards who gave their lives to protect her, dying on the spot. From that moment on, the queen fled her kingdom and sought the help of the other tribes, since the enemy who threatened their lives was the same. The other tribes listened to the queen of demons and prepared countermeasures against the human tribe. but not being too strong, they ended up succumbing to her. With the demon tribe exterminated, the human tribe no longer had anyone to face it, and one by one the tribes fell for the humans. There were several humans who opposed these terrible events, but those who did not agree were killed. And finally all the tribes were exterminated from the face of the earth. Those who remained alive would be used as slaves, and in the case of women, to satisfy the lust of men. With the few survivors left, the demon queen, who managed to save herself from falling into the hands of the humans, formed a resistance to oppose the human tribe. There were many clashes between both groups. Some won and others lost, but the end was more than obvious. The resistance group ended up being eliminated, and its last surviving members captured, being today their execution in front of the entire human tribe. Maybe you're wondering who is speaking to you. Well, I am the demon queen Isabella Osa, who was betrayed by her own race, and I have seen family and friends die. Not to mention that I am about to die along with my faithful and last friends in life, all because of human greed. I know it's a lot to ask, but really everything will end like this. We have fought with strength and courage, but really everything will end like this. There is nothing we can do, there is no one to save us. Please someone save us. Listen people, today we will finally make it known that the human race is the only one that can inhabit this world. We have always lived in fear of the other tribes, but we have proven to be superior to all of them, and finally with the death of the queen of the demons and the last survivors who opposed us, we will put an end to this cycle of life. The time has come for us. Only humans are the only true rulers and gods of these lands. The leader of the human tribe mentioned to all the people present in the Colosseum where the execution of the last members of the resistance would take place. Whoa! A great ovation came from all the humans present on the day of the execution, all of them supporting their leader and lord. While doing so, they occasionally threw stones at the prisoners standing behind their lord, where there were 4 people chained hand and foot while kneeling on the ground, expectant of what would happen today, their death. The group of prisoners consisted of a beautiful, tall, and voluptuous woman with scarlet hair densely braided and adorned with bows. Her 2 front braids have 2 golden ornaments near the upper sections. She also wears 2 U-shaped earrings and wears red lipstick. She was wearing a daring take on the typical witch's attire. Her black top has a diamond-shaped opening, exposing a portion of her breasts, and a heart-shaped pattern around the edges. It extends to the navel of her stomach where it meets a large angular scar. It is covered by a dark-colored cape with a light-colored interior and 2 golden medallion embellishments, and is held together by a gold chain. Also, not leaving it exposed, her neck is decorated with other small fabric-based accessories, including a wide bow. Additionally, she wore an elongated black loincloth. She also wears thigh-high black boots with heels that have a white-colored trim near the top and gloves of the same color and design, only they have claw-like extensions. Her black witch hat is much larger than her head and possesses dreadlock designs with white bandages near their ends. This beautiful woman responded to the name of Irene Belsirian, the last living dragon in the world. She had fought alongside the queen of demons once her species ended up becoming extinct because of humans. But unfortunately they ended up losing the war and very soon their lives. Being the last of her species, she hoped to be able to restore it once she defeated the humans, but nothing went as it should, and now her entire race would die with her. The legacy left by her ancestors would be lost forever. She was furious with humans. Because of them her world had been lost, but there was nothing she could do anymore. She had fought until the end, but it had not been enough. If there was something she regretted, was not having been able to start a family. Maybe in the afterlife she could do it because everything is over, right? Next to her was a rather muscular young man of above average height with short dark blue hair and eyes. He wore a blue leather jacket and a red scarf with an anchor. He also wore a pair of gray jeans with a belt and dark blue boots. This young man responded to the name of Wave, but he was not alone. Next to him was a beautiful woman with short black hair in the style of 2 tails and black eyes, who wore a black sailor uniform and wore a red belt that has a red side skirt. Her shirt was a little too short since it did not cover her navel. This woman responded to the name of Kurom, in addition to being Wave's wife and with whom he was about to die. Both lovers belonged to the human tribe, but by opposing their movements they ended up being treated as traitors. They kept their beliefs very close to their hearts, such as duty to their country and cheering up those who need it when they are sad. But no matter that it was their same species, they would never agree with her actions. That is why they joined the Demon Queen and fought for their world and its inhabitants. But unfortunately they ended up losing the encounter, and now they would die for the humans. At least they would do it in the company of the person they love, since everything was over, right? And the last member of the group was the Demon Queen Isabella Osa, a beautiful woman with silver hair, white skin and red eyes, as well as a fairly proportioned figure. She was wearing a white shirt with a long-sleeved purple vest with openings on her shoulders. On her waist rested a purple skirt with an opening in her front. Under this she wore black pants and boots of the same color. She was the Demon Queen, and the last of her kind which betrayed her, ending up later exterminated by the humans. Since her escape from her kingdom, she had sought help from the other tribes. She fought like never before against the enemy forces that wanted to capture them. But in the end all her effort had been in vain. In her last fight her entire squad had died, and she with her last captured followers. Everything was over. She had been offered the opportunity to serve as a slave, but rather dead than live a life like that, and that was why today they were here, for their execution in front of all the human people. But inside he asked himself, was this their fate? To die while the humans rejoiced in their victory, would it all end like this? This was really the end, a defeat to the cruel humans. Was there no one who could stop it? There was no one who could help them. Without further ado, my comrades, let's begin what you came to see. Guards, prepare the potion arrows for execution and let's give the people what they want, their death. The human leader spoke forcefully, giving the order to begin today's spectacle. The guards, following the orders of their king, took the chained prisoners, who resisted but could do nothing against the immobilized soldiers. Once they took the prisoners, they put their heads between wooden bases with holes in the center where the heads would go, and in front of these objects there was a large man with his face covered by a black mask who held in his hands a gigantic axe. That would be their execution, death by decapitation. As the sermon progressed, the group of friends watched totally helpless what was about to happen. There was no way to free themselves. There was no salvation. Wave and Kurom, being close, looked at each other for the last time while smiling lovingly and then turned to see their friends and give them a smile. They had fought until the end and maybe they lost. But it was not the time to regret. If they were going to die, the last thing they would give to the world would be their happiness. The happiness of having fought until the end without giving up. Irene and Isabel looked at their friends and together they shared the same feeling and smiled at the world. If they were going to fall, it would be with a smile. That action did not please the leader of the humans at all, who approached the Demon Queen, crouching down in the process to be at the same height as he spoke to the beautiful woman. And to think that it would end like this, Isabella. You are quite a beautiful woman. It is a shame that you have to die. If you had accepted my offer to join me, things would be totally different. I will really miss you and regret not having tried your body, but nothing can be done now, right? The leader of the humans spoke, while caressing the Demon Queen's cheek, who did not like that action and spat in the man's face, pushing him away from her in the process. Take those filthy hands off me, scum. You are nobody to me. I'd rather die than join your side. You have brought death and dishonor to this world. I hope that one day someone makes you pay for all your misdeeds, insect. Isabel commented with disdain towards the king, not knowing that her request would be fulfilled sooner than she thought. Damn bitch, guards, start the execution now. I don't want to see these disgusting guys ever again, the leader of the humans mentioned as he stood up and wiped his face, giving the order to his men to begin the sermon. Without wasting another second, the guards made sure the prisoners were well restrained and then made way for the executioner with his great axe, all while Isabel's group watched helplessly at what would happen next. But they had already accepted it, and did not intend to give their enemies the pleasure of seeing them suffer or lament, so they put on their serious faces and waited for death to come for them. But today was not their day. Once everything was ready, the executioner turned to look at the king looking for his confirmation, which he gave it to him with a nod of his head. With the confirmation given, the executioner raised his axe over his head to let it fall on his first victim, who would be none other than the Demon Queen Isabel Issei. But just as he was about to drop his weapon and end the queen's life, the sky began to act strange, drawing the attention of everyone present in the area without exception, as it was not normal for the sky to begin to turn black with red lightning illuminating it. It seemed as if it were a bad omen, that something bad was about to happen, and that information was not entirely wrong because a god was about to appear. A destroyer for some and a savior for others. In the midst of the worrying situation, everyone could see how the sky began to split in two, the earth trembled and the winds whipped hard, which caused the purest terror in everyone present. It was as if the entire world was being destroyed. Was this the apocalypse? Without knowing that it was not about that, rather it was the arrival of a being that would decide who lived and who would die. The hearts of everyone present were beating hard and fast. None could move from their position. They were too terrified to try. It was then that they could see how the sky began to spin around itself, creating a kind of vortex in it, from which a few seconds later a crimson flash appeared to fall from it that ended up hitting the Colosseum, just a few meters away from where the prisoners and the king and his guards were. As soon as the strange object fell, the sky and the entire environment itself returned to normal in seconds. At least now everything was calm, but a new doubt arose. What had fallen from the sky? Several guards began to approach the impact zone but could not advance much and discovered that he had fallen because their bodies stopped responding to them, as if they were being warned that if they took one more step the only thing they would find would be death. While the soldiers debated whether to continue or not, the group of prisoners took advantage of the present situation and freed themselves from their bonds thanks to a small dagger that Isabel had in her left boot, with which she managed to open the locks that kept her prisoner, and thus free her friends. But none of them tried to flee the place once they were free, much less were they noticed. Since the attention of everyone present was in the area where that strange thing that had fallen from the sky had fallen, and although they could take the opportunity to flee, for some reason they felt that they should stay and see what would happen. That feeling was more present in Irene and Isabel. Both felt how their bodies began to react to something, as if they had found a perfect complement for them. But what? It was at that moment that everyone could see how, from the smoking crater generated by the impact of the object a short while ago, a hand was peeking out, holding onto the edge of the earth and then giving way to a second hand. By the texture and appearance of these, one could say that they were those of a man. At that moment, Irene and Isabel's hearts began to beat like crazy. Either could look away from what was about to come out of the crater. Both felt a strange sensation running through their bodies, as if they were being called or claimed. Just at those moments, everyone could see how a brown hair whipped up to give way to a man who came out completely from the crater. None had words for what was before their eyes, since in front of them was a man with a well-marked body. The sweat that inhabited him at that moment only made his muscles stand out more. His entire chest was exposed, and although there were some wounds on it, that only gave him a dangerous and rude air to his person. No woman present was saved from fantasizing about that man in front of them. But apart from his statuesque body, everyone noticed how his pants were worn, and that he was barefoot. His brown hair was somewhat messy, but nothing out of place, and what most impacted everyone present were those eyes. Violet eyes full of coldness and seriousness that watched them all, causing chills to whoever looked at them. Once he recovered from the fall, Issei began to stand up under the watchful eyes of everyone present, although he had not noticed it. With all his effort he managed to get up. He was exhausted and tired and had no idea where he was. When he finally raised his gaze, he noticed how he was the center of attention and that he was also in a kind of stadium. From the energy he felt he knew he was surrounded by humans. As he watched them he came to the conclusion that they were not from his world since they were different. There was a lot of darkness in their hearts. He also noticed in the area the presence of two different energies. One gave off dragonic energy and the other demonic. It was then that he realized they were coming from behind him, so he turned around and there he saw them. Two beautiful women with crimson and silver hair, who looked at him with great attention, almost as if they were hypnotized by his person. Seeing those eyes made him feel strange, as if his being was reacting to them for some strange reason, but apart from that strange feeling he could also appreciate how they asked him for help with their looks. It was there that he noticed how several metal handcuffs rested on the ground below him along with two other subjects. Seeing that for some reason he didn't like, much less that look that the man gave him in front of the prisoners. Who did he think he was to see him like that? Irene and Isabel did not understand what was happening to them, but ever since that man had fallen from the sky a few meters in front of them, their bodies had begun to act strangely. They could not take their eyes off him. Their entire being was screaming at them to get that man. In Irene's case, being a dragon, her senses were more developed than the others, and once her body caught the scent and power that that man gave off, immediately all her cells reacted to him, since she could feel that this man was a dragon like her. But not just anyone, but a special one that was above everyone, and that for a dragon, seeing that display of power, authority, dominance, was something that would inevitably attract her. The same thing happened with Isabel. Her demonic instincts were screaming at her to get together with that man. Her entire being was reacting to him. Demons are known as beings full of greed, lust, avarice, among other things, and this man was triggering Isabel's darkest thoughts, as she could feel that this man was a demon like her, and her whole being was asking her to repopulate her species with him. After all, Irene and Isabel's behavior towards Issei was justified, since in the animal kingdom females usually look for the best male to mate with. They look for the best qualities in this one that can offer strong offspring, and being Issei in some way the alpha for both demons and dragons, it was inevitable that they would react that way, since in front of him was the best and most suitable candidate to procreate their offspring. Although the demons of Issei's world act in different ways towards him, mainly the women of the underworld, who do not show or act like Isabel, all this is due to the fear they have of Issei, and that is why they do not act that way with him, not to mention the death glances that Serafall, Mirajine, Yui and Tiamat give them to any vixen, as they call whoever wants to approach their man. But if all that were removed, they would act the same way as Isabel. On the other hand, the king of humans was not at all happy with what was happening. The arrival of that man had interfered with his fun. But more than that, for some reason he felt that with his arrival everything he had forged until now in advance of death and blood had been completely ruined, all because of the unexpected arrival of that man. He was also upset by how all the women in the area looked at him, as if he were a god who had descended from the heavens. That attention they were giving them was bothering him. He was the only god in these lands and he would prove it to everyone. Just by seeing that man in the state he was in, it would not be a challenge to finish him off. Rather, he would do him a favor by getting him out of such a bad state. He should be grateful for his great generosity. Since no one moved or acted, he would be the one to take care of the situation. Taking the sword of one of his soldiers, he began to walk towards where the man fell from the sky, drawing the attention of everyone present, but mainly of the man. After taking a few steps, he stood in front of him while looking at him with airs of greatness, which the man did not care about in the least, and looked at him as if he were an insect before him. That infuriated the king, but he had to maintain his composure in front of his people, so he decided to speak. "Greetings, sir. What a show you put on recently. Very impressive, I must admit. All those lights and effects in the sky gave us a big scare, but in the end they were just tricks. Tell me who you are. Perhaps a magician, human, or do you belong to another race? Although I see that as difficult since all the races that inhabited this world have been extinct for several years, with the human being the only one left alive," the king of the humans mentioned while he spoke and circled around the man who had appeared in his kingdom. Issei didn't respond to that man's words. He didn't have to. He was more focused on finding out where he was than to worry about a few mere insects. He might be weak, but that didn't mean he couldn't take care of all of them, and from the look that Jester was giving him as he circled around him, he assumed he would end up facing them, although he wasn't sure if he could resist the fatigue present throughout his being. If they acted against him, he would take care of the situation quickly. Once the king finished turning around Issei, he stood in front of him and looked him in the eyes. "I tell you who you are, just a poor devil who fell in the wrong place. And I tell you who I am the god of this entire world. Everything that exists belongs to me, and your mere presence irritates me, so die at once by my hands like the other races of this world did," he whispered with contempt in Issei's ear, then took a few steps back where he drew his sword and lunged at the man in front of him. Those present in the area saw in surprise what was about to happen. At that moment it was as if time had stopped. Seeing how their king went with his sword towards the man who had fallen from the sky recently with intentions of killing him surprised them, but if their king was doing it, it had to be for a reason. Probably that man was dangerous or an enemy of His Majesty, so it would be good if they decided against him. As for the group of prisoners, who had freed themselves from their bonds taking advantage of the commotion present in the environment, all of them remained static in their places while they helplessly watched the outcome of the situation. Their bodies did not react. Despite being free, they could not move, only remain there static, watching with great attention that mysterious man. Wave and Kurong for some reason felt that they had to stay in that place. Something told them that they were about to see something never seen before. They also had a certain connection with that man, as if he were the key to their salvation. On the other hand, while Irene and Isabel watched statically as the king of humans approached in slow motion with his sword in hand against that man, they unconsciously brought one of their hands to their hearts, showing concern for him. Something very strange since they didn't even know him, but they felt that there was a kind of connection between them, as if their meeting had been destined for a long time, and then time ran again. But no one was ever prepared for what would happen next. Blood. Blood shot out in jets towards the sky, falling to the ground, staining it in the process, under the horrified gaze of all those present, and seconds later an object fell from the sky and began to roll on the ground to stop, managing to appreciate that it was the head of the king of humans. All eyes were directed towards the mysterious man, just to see how under his feet was lying the lifeless body of his king, while the one involved in the death of Lord had a cold expression on his face, and a look of death accompanying him, all while from one of his hands several drops of blood dripped, but not his but that of his victim. Issei looked at everything without any expression. It was not as if he cared what he had done. Anyone who attacks him becomes his enemy, and they only have one destiny: death. It was no problem at all to get rid of the jester who was apparently the king. Whatever it was for him, he was just an insect, and with a simple movement of his hand he had separated the head from the body, giving him a quick death. But Issei knew it very well. Having killed the king, the problems were about to begin, to his boredom, who already assumed what was coming. Killer. Kill him. Guards. And there it was. All the inhabitants gathered in the stadium began to shout furiously against the murderer of their king, and immediately after that all the guards in the area began to appear in the center of the stadium with intentions of avenging their king by killing the man who ended his life. too bad they did not know who they were facing, and to their misfortune, they had exhausted the patience of that man, and this time the beautiful demon was not there to control his outburst. I don't know who you are or what this place is, but the truth is that it doesn't interest me at all. But all of you are irritating to me, as you are also full of corruption. Your looks full of hatred and greed make me sick. Get rid of me, insects, Issei commented coldly as he crouched down and placed one of his hands on the ground and then sent a pulse of energy against it, which stopped the advance of the soldiers towards him. None of those present understood what he had done, but they would soon find out. Within seconds, a sea of crimson flames emerged from the ground, razing everything in its path, destroying the stadium completely and much of the human realm as they spread out of control, not to mention that whoever these flames touched would be completely burned to death. Of the people who were in the stadium, all had died when the sea of flames had emerged, all except for 5 specific people. Issei had obviously been saved, but in the middle of his attack he protected the prisoners he saw at the beginning. For some reason he felt he had to do it, and he didn't feel any corruption in them, so he made sure his fire wouldn't affect them. But there's always something that goes wrong, and in this case he would be the one harmed. All his life he has had Serafall by his side, who is the one who controls him when he gets carried away by the situation. But this time, since she wasn't present, he forgot that his state wasn't the best, and much less that he had enough energy to be spending it at will. Once his attack was finished, Issei tried to get back on his feet, only to see how his body began to stop responding to him, and all his strength to abandon him. Damn it, how could I forget? I curse you, Albedo, for leaving me in this state. If Serafall were here, she would surely scold me. I think I'll sleep a few minutes before. Issei couldn't finish speaking as his body had given into exhaustion, and he ended up falling unconscious to the ground, sinking into the world of dreams. In the midst of the disastrous situation, a group of people began to rise from their seats as they looked at the scene before their eyes. Had all of this been caused by a single man? Wow, that was something to fear and admire at the same time, but it was not the best time to be distracted. They had to take advantage of this situation that was presented to them, and act in the best way possible. I don't know what that was or why he did it, but we must take this opportunity to escape now that there is a great commotion in the environment. Wave, take that man, we will take him with us, the others will open the way so we can escape without problems, Isabel commented to her friends while she got up from her seat and appreciated the panorama in front of her eyes, destruction everywhere and a sea of flames wherever you looked. An apocalyptic scenario without a doubt. His friends followed his orders without hesitation. Wave as he could took Issei in his arms, but even for him he was quite heavy. He didn't understand how, since that man was thin with a marked body, were those muscles. He didn't know, but it wasn't the best time to think about it. His beloved Kurom came to his aid, and together they began to carry Issei with their arms around his shoulders, and while they did that work, Irene and Isabel were in charge of moving the rubble that obstructed their path or clearing a path through the fire, although the latter did not turn out to be a problem for them when he apparently recognized the mysterious man among them, letting them pass, a strange thing but nothing they could complain about. And so they began to leave the human realm, which had suffered the consequences of having bothered Issei. But this was only the beginning. As they advanced with difficulty, both Irene, Isabel, Wave and Kurom wondered what had happened. But mainly, who was that man? Would it be an ally or an enemy? If it was the latter, they knew that nothing could be done against him, not with what they had seen today. They could only pray that that scenario did not come true. Now the only thing they could do was wait for him to wake up and see what would happen from now on with their lives. But despite this situation, they had a good feeling about that man. 2 days later, in the room of a castle in a remote location on the continent, Issei was resting in the bed of the bedroom, who was beginning to wake up from his sleep. At first, the light entering through the window blinded him for a few seconds, but he was able to get used to it and look at his surroundings. He felt disoriented since he had no idea where he was. The last thing he remembered was having launched one of his attacks against some people, and from there nothing. He probably fell unconscious on the spot due to exhaustion, but that was not important to him. He wanted to know what had happened and mainly where he was. As he could, he got up from the bed he was resting in, and at that moment he realized one thing, and that was that he was only in boxers. Something strange, since he remembered having had pants on when he had arrived at this strange place. Inspecting the room, he found a change of clothes on a small table that was in the bedroom, probably left for him to put on when he woke up. Once dressed, he made his way to the door. He wanted answers, and being in the room he would not find them. As he left and walked through the halls of apparently a castle, he felt his body a little numb and lacked energy, not to mention the hunger that invaded him. He had not yet fully recovered. When he was getting dressed, he realized that his wounds were no longer there. Perhaps someone healed him while he slept, but his strength and power had not yet been restored. Well, not that much could be done. His power had to return to normal on its own. It could take days or weeks since the amount he had used against albedo had been too much. As he walked, he wondered where he was. From the paintings, ornaments, and structure of the place, he assumed it was a castle, but he also realized that he was not in his home. Perhaps the portal that had absorbed him brought him to another world. Nothing out of place considering that Great Red is the guardian of the dimensional gap, which is the one that connects to several worlds. Believing that only his world is the only one existing would be crazy. He did not know how to return to his world. Probably if he controls and masters the power of Great Red that runs through his body, he will be able to open a portal like him and travel between worlds. But it sounds easier said than done. For now, he should not worry about it since he had a matter to attend to. Stopping his steps, Issei stood in front of a large door from which on the other side came several energies gathered inside the room. Since he had left the room he was in, he looked for the presences of life that were near him, being only 4, which strange since a structure like the one he was in was expected to have more people, not just 4, but he would discover the reason for this. Without postponing it any longer, he proceeded to open the door as he entered the room that turned out to be a dining room in which were the 4 subjects he saw when he fell from the sky in that stadium. There in front of him sitting around the table were the prisoners of that day, who stopped eating and turned their attention to him, creating a rather uncomfortable silence in the room. Issei has never been one to be swayed by a woman. He always had too many things to do to be paying attention to feminine charm. Plus he had his friends with him, and any woman fell short before them for him. But he couldn't help but notice how beautiful those women with silver and crimson hair were, being amazed by it in the process. When he looked at them in better detail, he realized that they were a demon and a dragon because of the energy and essence they gave off. That smell that came from their bodies made him feel strange. Perhaps it was due to his new body made from Great Red's flesh, which was technically that of a dragon, and therefore its functions and senses were sharper. Since he has lived with the Dragon Queen for most of his life, he knows more or less where this is going. Being part dragon and demon, he acquired their customs and ways of being. Those women in front of him were strong, and as a dragon it was something that attracted him by nature, but he was not going to give in to those instincts. That was not his style or way of being. So he put those thoughts aside and looked at those present in the room seriously. As for those involved, when Issei appeared in the room, all of them stopped what they were doing to focus their attention on the new individual who had arrived, who turned out to be their savior from 2 days ago. None of them moved from their spots. They just looked at Issei with great attention as if he were a rarity or a monument to admire. Wave and Korom, despite appearing calm as they looked at Issei, under the table they had their swords held tightly in case that man attacked them, something that the man noticed as for a few seconds he looked under the table and then at them, making them nervous in the process. Isabel and Irene had been looking seriously at Issei since he had arrived, but a small pink tint could be seen on their cheeks as they looked at that man. Despite that they could not show weakness or vulnerability, they did not know the intentions that that man had or who he was. Although it is true that thanks to him they were able to escape death, they knew nothing about him. They had brought him to Isabel's castle when he fainted as a sign of gratitude, where they have been waiting for him to wake up since for some reason they felt that they should not get away from him, that with him they would be safe. Ahem, why don't you come with us? There's a lot of food and I suppose you must be hungry after sleeping for 2 days. Go ahead and eat with us, Isabel mentioned kindly to Issei, being the one who broke the silence of the room and the tension that was forming in it. Issei didn't respond to those words. He only nodded to the beautiful woman and proceeded to take a seat at the table, the only free one being the one in the middle of the silver and crimson-haired women. Once done, under the watchful eye of everyone, he began to taste the dish that was in front of him, and with that action the others imitated him, and together they began to eat breakfast in silence. After a few minutes of eating, Issei dropped the cutlery on the table, drawing the attention of the others, and focused his gaze on the silver-haired woman. Where am I? Who are you? And what happened when I fainted? Issei asked the demon queen while looking into her eyes. You are in what was once considered my kingdom. We are a resistance group that opposed the human movement. My name is Isabel Osa, the demon queen. The woman next to you is called Irene Belsirian, the last living dragon of this world. The subjects of Hea respond to the names of Wave and Korom, a human couple. Regarding the last thing, when you fainted 2 days ago, thanks to the ruckus you caused, we managed to escape and brought you with us to my castle. Irene made sure to heal your wounds while you slept, but she couldn't do the same with your energies. Since then we have been here taking care of you and waiting for you to wake up. I have answered your questions, now you could answer ours, Isabel commented with total honesty to the man who was looking at her. I understand, thanks for taking care of me while I was unconscious. And you don't need to ask anything, because I can imagine what you want to know. First of all, my name is Issei Gremory. A hybrid between dragon and demon. It sounds crazy, but it's the truth. But I think the most important thing I could say is that I don't belong to this world. I come from a totally different world than yours, Issei mentioned calmly to the individuals around him. Another world. Is that even possible? Although that would explain why you fell from the sky. I find it very hard to believe, Irene said, quite doubtful by Issei's words. Leaving that aside, she couldn't help but be surprised by what he was, a dragon. Although he said he was also part demon, that didn't stop her from being interested in that man. Well, believe it, where I come from there live many species, dragons, demons, angels, gods, among many more. Some have more authority than others, but you could say that I am the one above them all. Just like you, Isabel, I am the demon king of my world, and as for you, Irene, where I come from there are many dragons alive, some stronger than others, being catalogued by different classes, these being kings, celestials, and the most powerful the dragon gods, who are the most powerful beings in my world. And I belong to that category, as I suffered some changes in my being by the two most powerful existences, but it is not something I want to talk about or remember. But well, that is the truth. I come from another world or dimension, as you prefer to call it. I fell in this place after finishing a rather difficult fight against a very powerful adversary. That explains why I was injured and that I have no energy whatsoever. I guess that clears up your doubts, Issei commented seriously to all the individuals present in the room. Wow, buddy, I don't know what to say, Wave commented in a funny tone, breaking the serious atmosphere in the room. I know, it sounds crazy, but it is like that. You don't have to worry about me. I won't hurt you as long as you don't attack me. I just want to ask you one thing. I have nowhere to go, and while I recover my energy it will take a long time. Would you allow me to stay here with you? If you need payment, I have nothing to offer but protection. 2 days ago you were in trouble, and from what I see you took advantage of the commotion I caused, Issei mentioned as he looked at the group of people around the table. Don't worry, you can stay with us. It's not like we have anywhere to go. This world has nothing to offer us anymore, Irene said with a smile, but there was sadness in her voice. What happened to your world? Issei asked rather doubtfully as he looked at everyone, noticing how everyone's faces looked sad when he asked the question. The end of the world, that's what happened. This planet was home to many races, but among them there was one that wanted to be the only one in existence. The human race was in charge of exterminating the others through empty promises, war and death. Nobody could do anything, since the human race was one of the strongest, being on par with the demon race. But when it eliminated this one, no one could oppose it. There were many who opposed it, but they all ended up dead, being us, all that remains of the resistance group against the humans. We lost the war, we lost our world, Harem mentioned sadly as she felt her beloved squeeze her hand, transmitting support. Sorry, I see that this is not a very nice topic to remember. Breakfast was delicious. With your permission, I will go to my room. I still feel a little tired. We will talk later. Thanks for everything, Issei commented seriously and compassionately to everyone present, then left the room and went to his room to rest a little and think better about the situation he had gotten himself into. Once Issei left the room, it fell into silence for several minutes, but it ended up being broken by the beautiful Dragon Queen, who caught the attention of everyone present in the room. It was a good idea to leave him with us. It's not that I'm upset or complain. It's just that man, sorry Issei. From what we saw that day, he's someone dangerous. Will we be safe with him? Irene asked her friends while looking at them carefully. I don't know why you asked that, although you were staring at him when we brought him to the castle and I had to undress him so you could better heal his wounds, Wave mentioned amusedly while looking at his dragon friend. Hey, that's not true, Irene said, totally indignant to her friend while blushing at the thought of the image of Issei in nothing but boxers while she healed him. Perverted dragon, Harem commented seriously as she took a sip of her juice and looked at the dragon. Moo, don't bother me. Besides, I wasn't the only one. Isabel also looked at him in a perverted way at that moment. She even drooled a little while doing so, Irene mentioned to her friends while pointing accusingly at the demon queen. Hey, don't bring me into this, Irene, Isabel said seriously as she stood up from her seat. But all the intimidating air the demon queen was showing went to hell with the blush present on her face and her body shaking from nerves. Already in the dining room, a debate arose between Isabel and Irene over who had been the one who had looked at Issei in a perverted manner that day, to the amusement of Wave and Harem, who laughed as they saw how their totally embarrassed friends complained to each other about their actions. While that was happening, outside the room was Issei leaning on the door, who had heard everything and didn't know how to act. The poker expression on his face said it all. What a mess he had gotten himself into. But he decided to ignore the subject and headed for his room while shaking his head at his new friend's behavior. What awaited him in this world? Evening. The day had flown by and night had arrived at the Demon Queen's castle. Walking through the halls of the castle was Issei, who had left his room after waking up from his rest to get some air. It should be noted that he was completely lost since he had no idea where the halls were taking him, but the feeling of adventure was present in him. As he walked, turned, went up, went down, he managed to perceive an energy near his position, and since he had nothing better to do, he went towards the location of this energy, arriving at a kind of garden adorned with various flowers and statues. But these were broken and the flowers withered. It had surely been a beautiful garden in its prime. But all attention was focused on the woman who was in front of him with her back to him, while she had her arms resting on a railing of what was apparently a balcony of the castle. Her shiny and long silver hair flowed freely in the wind. Her porcelain skin was attractive more because of the shine of the moon on it. It gave a view as if a goddess had descended to earth. Despite being covered by a pajama, that did not prevent her beautiful and voluptuous body from standing out, giving an attractive sight to anyone. But what really captivated Issei were those beautiful red eyes that captivated and attracted him. He managed to get out of his state seconds later, noticing how Isabel had not yet noticed his presence, so he decided to make himself noticed by filling himself with her. The starry sky of this world is very beautiful. It calms me just by looking at it, Issei mentioned as he arrived at the balcony and positioned himself next to Isabel while looking up at the sky. Yes, it's the first time I've seen the sky this beautiful, Isabel commented without taking her gaze off the starry night sky. Huh. You've got to be kidding. Even if there's pollution in the environment, you should have at least seen the sky like this once in your life, in your kingdom, right? Issei mentioned a little doubtfully as he looked away from the sky and focused on the woman beside him. No, the demon realm is different from other kingdoms in these lands, or well, it used to be when they existed. The air here was covered by a layer of fog, so normally you couldn't see the stars in the sky. But with the damage caused by the war, I see that changed. It's the first time I've seen something like that, Isabel commented as she looked away from the sky and focused her gaze on Issei, both of them looking at each other calmly in silence while the starry sky adorned their environment. You've had a hard life, haven't you? Issei asked calmly while maintaining eye contact with the beautiful demoness. The only reason I survived was because of the sacrifices of my people. I was fortunate to have fighters who cared about me. I refused the idea of leaving my people behind, but I had to do it to live for them. I am the seventh descendant of a line of kings, but I was the one who condemned their race to extinction. I am from Lo, ouch. Isabel complained as she spoke upon receiving a small blow to her head provided by Issei. Stop talking nonsense. I don't really understand what happened in this world or what you've been through, but don't underestimate the effort of your people. They sacrificed themselves for you, so that you could live for them. You're not to blame for anything. Life is usually like that. Sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. In the end, what matters is not how many times you've fallen, but how many times you've gotten up. Live your life without worries or torments. Live the life that your people protected by sacrificing theirs. Your words sound like you're giving up. I don't know you, but I'll give you some advice. Don't give up. Even when you have a bad day, when nothing works, when you think everything is going down the drain, when everything overwhelms you, when you're alone, when you fall. Fight for yourself, for no one else. Remember who you are and never lose your way back. Take a minute to remember, to get up with determination and take twice the strength and go back to being who you were. Don't give up. This life will never change. The weak will always be weak no matter how long you wait. But being weak is not a bad thing. Humans are weak by nature. When you are alone you feel insecure. That is why we form families. Where our companions and friends are, we walk together to be able to live firmly. The most unexpected combinations can knock down more barriers than a single person. It may take us a long time to get where we want to go, but as long as we believe in tomorrow and in a place where we are together, we will always have our inner strength. Living an intense life means being able to smile, Issei mentioned as he placed one of his hands on Isabel's head while she looked at him in amazement at his words. Haha, I think you're right. I must live my life without regrets and maybe one day I'll find my place, Isabel commented while smiling at Issei and felt how he removed his hand from her head to her annoyance. And so they both stood watching each other in silence. But they weren't uncomfortable, quite the opposite. But all calm atmosphere was gone when a new tenant arrived at their location. Wow, and I came to get some air and I found you two flirting. You don't let even one Isabel pass. You should have at least invited me to be with Issei-kun, Irene mentioned as she reached the balcony and stood next to Issei, leaving him in the middle of the beautiful women. What were you talking about? Irene asked as she looked at Issei and Isabel waiting for their answers. For some reason she felt a little jealous considering that her friend had been alone with Issei. How beautiful you are, Irene. Issei mentioned in an amused tone as he once again looked up at the sky. Oh. So that was a good topic they were talking about, Irene commented amused as she made a small movement with her hip and hit Issei gently, and both she and Isabel imitated their new friend and looked up at the sky. You miss it, Issei, your world? Irene asked Issei without taking her eyes off the night sky. Yes, but I know it's in good hands. My family is waiting for me, that's why I have to go back, but I don't know when I'll do it. I just hope that everything is still in order when I get back, Issei mentioned with a bit of sadness in his voice as he thought about his family and the time he had been away from them. Irene and Isabel looked away from the sky and looked at Issei, who was still looking up at the sky. Thanks to that, they could notice how Issei's eyes gave off sadness. It was understandable. He was in a new place while his family was away. They didn't know exactly what had happened for him to end up with them, but now they could only give him their support. They both turned to look at each other at the same time, and with a nod between them without knowing why, both Irene and Isabel rested their faces on Issei's shoulders as they looked at the night sky above them. Calm down, your family must be fine. They're probably waiting for you, champion, Irene mentioned softly as she closed her eyes and enjoyed the feeling and warmth that Issei gave off. I know that one day you will be able to return home. Until then we will be your family. You are not alone, Isabel finished saying, and like her friend she closed her eyes while enjoying the feeling that Issei transmitted to them. Issei didn't answer, he just stared at the sky in front of him as he let his new friends rest on him. They were right. His family would be fine and one day he would be able to return home. In the meantime he had to be patient and wait for that day. He wasn't alone, he had new friends with whom he could live and experience new adventures. He just had to be patient. Things would soon get better, he felt it. For the following days, not knowing how to return home and also the fact that his power had not been completely restored, Issei had no other option than to stay in that place with his now new friends waiting for his power to be restored. With the days that passed, he was forming good relationships with all of them and also learning their history. He learned that Irene was known as the Queen of Dragons, she being the Queen of Dragnov, a kingdom that was located on the outskirts of Xioluo, where humans and dragons coexisted equally, living in harmony with each other. But once the war began, several dragons from her kingdom that did not agree with the ideals of her people went to the evil side, and therefore Irene's forces began to lose the war, ending in the end with the extinction of her race, with her being the last survivor. At the end of the war, Irene met who would be her friend Isabel Osa and her other friends, so together they would form the resistance against the human empire. She had also told him about her dream, which was to start a family one day with a good man, although she remembers that she had told him those words while winking at him and leaving the room, shaking her hips in a sexy and hypnotizing way for Issei, who wondered what she had wanted to tell him at that moment. In the case of Wave and Kurom, both had been born and raised in the countryside, probably near the sea for their taste in it. Both joined the navy thanks to the help of someone they respected. After some time they were called from their village to join a special police force that was requested by the leader of the human tribe. They served their people with honor, but once they saw the atrocities that were being committed against the other races, they did not hesitate and rebelled against the human empire. The war was disastrous and many lives were lost, and in the midst of the constant fighting they met the demon queen Isabel and joined her without thinking, as she fought for the freedom and equality of all races. Some time later the birth of the resistance would take place with them as one of its founding members. In addition, Issei learned that despite being humans they were very skilled in sword technique, and thanks to this he spent time training with them to improve his techniques, since it was disgusting compared to his new friends, and he had promised himself that once he returned home he would find Ascalon, although he had a feeling that he would do so once he returned. He also found out that Wave and Kurom were a married couple, which surprised him since they were very young, but who was he to judge? That had made him think of his girls and that they wanted to marry him one day. Once he returned he had to fulfill his dreams. And finally there was Isabel. For Issei her story was truly regrettable. Being the seventh descendant of the demon tribe, she was forced to take power at an early age when her father and mother had died on an expedition. Since then she had to lead her people through a time full of war and death, being forced to grow and mature faster than normally expected. That reminded him a little of himself in his childhood. While she grew up and ruled her people she had the help of a friend, who years later would be the one to betray her to take power of the crown. And some time later she is dying by her hands, as well as all her people who betrayed her, ending her race. Undoubtedly a tragic story. Issei, when he heard that, could not help but hug Isabel, being at that moment that she broke down and let out everything she had kept for so many years through crying. Maybe Isabel was the one with whom Issei understood each other best. Both they were forced to leave their childhood behind to protect their family. Both had been betrayed, but the difference was that he had emerged victorious. Both were considered rulers in their lands. It was then that Issei had promised Isabel to accompany him to his world, not only her but everyone else, since that world of theirs did not await them anything good. In his, a new life awaited them, one in which they would obtain what had been denied them in this one, happiness. There were doubts and insecurities at first, but after a few days they had all accepted the proposal. Once Issei recovered, they would accompany him wherever he went, because with him was that happiness that had been denied them. As time passed, Issei was recovering part of his power, and with it he helped his friends in different areas. He taught Irene magic from her world, and she did the same, and together they created new spells. He also learned with her the customs of a dragon, since they were one and the same. It wouldn't hurt to know about her race. Living with Irene made Issei remember the times he spent with Tiamat training. He wondered what they would both do when they met, since they were both dragon kings. He hoped nothing bad would happen. Issei was not stupid. He knew that Irene and Isabel showed interest in him, and he could not deny that he did too. That was why one day he had brought them both together and spoke openly about the subject, which caused embarrassment to both and also earned him a couple of blows for his insensitive way of talking about that subject, but in the end he got to what he wanted. Both had confessed that they felt an attraction for him, but they wanted to take it easy and see where that feeling took them. Issei accepted their words and told them that he also loved him, but he had to tell them about something important. It was then that he told them about the women who were waiting for him in his world, which were part of his alleged harem. Once said, Irene and Isabel remained silent, while they processed the information and understood that there was nothing to do. It was obvious that in Issei's world there would be people who would be waiting for him, and also women who would love him. The idea of sharing Issei did not bother them. Anyway, in their world polygamy was normal, and knowing that Issei was a god, both dragon and demon, it was normal for him to have more than one woman. Both had thanked Issei's sincerity, and had told him not to worry, that it would not affect their relationship, and that once their feelings grew and developed, they wanted to meet and talk to the matriarch of the harem to gain his approval and be with him. As time went by, Issei gradually regained his power, reaching the point of restoring Isabel's stolen power, and to his surprise he saw that it was similar to his own, another similarity to add to the list. In order not to get bored, he trained with his friends, either with the sword with the help of Wave and Kurom, in magic with Irene, or fighting against Isabel to improve his level, in addition to training the power of Ophis and Great Red that inhabited his body. But above all, he always thought about his family and his loved ones, and wondered what they were doing, and also how long he had been away from home. But not everything was going well, since at some moments they received attacks from the humans of that world thanks to the little act that Issei had put on. But these were always repelled by Isabel's group, and sometimes by Issei, mainly when he was asleep and was woken up by the noise. None of them understood why they continued to attack them if they always lost in the encounters. Before, it was them who came out wrong, but with the restoration of Isabel's power, Irene's new magical arsenal, and Wave and Kurom's new fighting techniques, all that was a great change to turn the war around, and all thanks to Issei. And so it was. As time went by, Issei formed a new group and family in that world he had fallen into, where he spent most of his time training, fighting, or getting to know his friends better, while he waited for his power to be fully restored, not to mention looking for a way to return to his world without having to cross several dimensions in the process. Great Red's power was very useful, but also very difficult to handle. He could only be patient before that. But one day, after 2 months had passed since Issei's arrival in that new world, a totally unexpected visit arrived before them that brought with it new challenges and a proposal to make, but mainly a new headache for Issei. A new day had arrived at the Demon Queen's castle, and its inhabitants, who in this case were only 5 people, were beginning to wake up. In one of the castle's many rooms, inside it on the bedroom bed, 3 people could be seen sleeping comfortably. It was a brown-haired man who was shirtless, and lying on his chest were 2 beautiful women. One with crimson hair, and the other with silver hair. Both were wearing full-body pajamas. But that didn't stop them from highlighting their voluptuous and beautiful figures. Both women slept peacefully while hugging the man who was between them, and in the middle of the situation the man began to wake up and slowly open his eyes. Finally being awake, he appreciated the situation before him. Because all the women I know always have the bad habit of sneaking into my room. I'm so comfortable that they use me as a pillow, Issei thought as he watched Irene and Isabel resting their faces on his chest while they slept peacefully with smiles on their faces. Now that I think about it, I've been here for quite a while. And that time could be equivalent to days in my world, or it could be much more than that. I wonder how my home will be. How will they be? Issei thought as he looked up at the ceiling of the room, but was forced out of his thoughts when he felt several energy presences approaching Isabel's castle, and it should be noted that all of them did not bring good intentions with them. Taking the initiative, he began to wake Irene and Isabel from their sleep due to their complaints about letting them sleep next to him longer. But once he told them about the enemy presences approaching their position, they immediately woke up with serious faces and together they began to dress, preparing for a possible confrontation. Once they left the room, it seemed that Wave and Kurom had also noticed the enemy presences as they were running through the hallways towards Issei's room, where they all gathered and left for the outskirts of the castle. Arriving at the main entrance of Isabel's castle, they saw how in the distance came possibly the largest army in the world by the humans. Perhaps they had seen that if they did not attack with everything, they would never win, although it was still useless as long as Issei was present, but that was something they did not understand. With the imminent battle that was presented, Issei and his new group of friends guarded the arrival of the army to end this war once and for all. Once the army stepped on Isabel's lands, the battle began. All the human troops began to run towards the castle with weapons in hand to kill its inhabitants, who were at its entrance waiting for them. They wanted revenge against the one who had killed their king, and they would get it at any cost. But to everyone's surprise, including Issei and his friends, a force field surrounded the castle, preventing the advance of the humans, who began to hit the barrier, trying to break through it. Issei did not understand what was happening or who had once the barrier was in place. He doubted it was one of his friends since they seemed surprised and confused about the situation, and he had not been the one who had raised the barrier. So who? All doubt was answered when a kind of portal opened behind them, from which footsteps could be heard coming from it, specifically the sound that women make when they wear heels. And then she was present. A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure and breasts even larger than Irene's and Isabel's walked calmly out of the portal. This woman had dark brown hair down to her hips, red glasses and a mole under her left eye, and her eyes were green. She was wearing a green sweater with a white robe on top, a short skirt and long stockings on the bottom, with black heels, and a wise and loving atmosphere surrounded her, shrouded in mystery. But what caught Issei's attention was when he felt her power. Despite keeping it hidden, he could feel a small fraction of it, and was frozen at what he saw. Her power was unique and gigantic, more than Great Red's, Ophis, hell also more than Albedo's and his own. Even Issei doubted that all the dragon gods together would surpass that woman. Who the hell was she? Or rather, who was she? You will know that later, Gremory. For now it is not the best time, since the current situation is not the most appropriate to talk. The mysterious woman mentioned calmly while looking to the side, specifically at the humans trying to break her barrier, but they did not even scratch it no matter how hard they tried. That doesn't interest me. Who are you? Issei asked seriously as he took a step forward and faced the woman. She might be much stronger than him, but that didn't mean he was going to let himself be intimidated or much less bend to her. I should have guessed that you wouldn't make it easy for me, Gremory. Well, listen carefully. I am known as the Dimensional Goddess, Shikigami. But my real name is Chisato Hasegawa, the one in charge of watching over and protecting the existing dimensions and therefore the worlds that inhabit it, ensuring that light and darkness exist in harmony. Unfortunately, sometimes things get out of hand and many worlds become unsalvageable, as is this world. Darkness dominated the light, and you see the result of that, a world without salvation. But I'm not here to talk about it. I'm here for you because I need to talk about a subject of vital importance. I would like you to listen to my words and then you can judge me. I promise that everything will be clarified, but not here. As I said before, it is not the best situation to talk. Please follow me. I'll take you to my home where we can talk more comfortably, Chisato commented softly as she looked at the group of friends in front of her. But among them there was one who gave her a dirty look. Violet and green collided strongly as they looked at each other seriously. Those two colors would have a rather complicated start, but with time they would get along, right? After speaking, Chisato opened in front of them a portal similar to the one he had come to this world with. But this one led to his domains where they could talk more comfortably, all while the humans tried to attack them with weapons or magic. But everything was repelled by the barrier that Chisato maintained so that none of them would suffer injuries. One by one they began to cross the portal. The first was the Dimensional Goddess, and the seconds were followed by Wave and Kurom. Irene and Isabel took a last look at what was their home and then entered the portal. Nothing could be done for their world anymore. But someone was not happy with all this. Issei did not know why he did it. It was not his problem, but seeing how that world had ended because of humans, how many species died because of the selfish desires of all of them, a feeling invaded him. Without any compassion, he raised his left hand and pointed it towards the humans and therefore the entire planet. The goddess's barrier had been cancelled seconds after she entered to the portal. Issei knew it very well. All of them only deserved one fate, death. Get out of my sight, insects, Hakai? Issei said coldly as he gave way to his most powerful and dangerous technique. But if someone had stayed or seen him at that moment, they would have noticed how his eyes turned dull for a few seconds as they acquired a yellow glow in them. With the attack launched, a large wave of crimson energy began to expand throughout the world at great speed, and in doing so everything it touched was eradicated from existence. No matter the methods used, the destroyer's technique could not be stopped. There was no way out, there was no salvation. The entire planet began to be destroyed in seconds under the cold, attentive gaze of Issei, who did not care what he had done. This was the fate that all the humans of this world deserved. They had killed all the races that were on this planet, and proclaimed themselves gods in doing so, when they were only a bunch of insects. Satisfied with his action, he headed towards the portal while the world behind him began to destroy itself. Before Issei entered the portal, his eyes had returned to their natural color, but on Issei's face there was a small smile. But this was not of any positive feeling, rather it was a smile with a negative feeling, a dark one. Albedo's plans with Issei had just begun, and the question that hovered was, could Issei overcome it? Only time would tell. Once inside the portal, it closed with a single destination. Dimensional Palace. The kingdom of Chisato, where she observes and protects the existing dimensions and consequently her domains, since she is the deity with the greatest authority in life in the vast universe. In this beautiful palace worthy of a goddess, a meeting of vital importance was about to take place inside, which had a rather disastrous start. Why? It all comes down to one name. Gremory. Slap. Why the hell did you do that? With what right did you destroy that world? Don't you think about the consequences of your actions? Damn unhappy. Chisato shouted furiously after hitting Issei's cheek with her hand. Once he had appeared through her portal, she had felt how the world they were in a short while ago was completely destroyed and its inhabitants killed in the process, and the one responsible was standing right in front of her. And you tell me that? What right do you have to come to me to complain when you stayed sitting and watching how this world was dying, like its people, its inhabitants? All of them died because of human arrogance. Don't come to me to complain when I've done what you didn't dare to do. Put an end to the root of the problem. You may be the most powerful existence, but as far as I am concerned you are a useless damn bitch who stands by and watches how several worlds die without doing anything for them. Issei shouted furiously as he faced Chisato, the two of them with their faces centimeters from each other. If it were another time it would be a romantic scene, but those death glances they were giving each other completely broke that thought. And you think I do it for pleasure? Isn't that like that, Gremory? I am not allowed to interfere in the order of life. What has to happen has to happen. And with all the pain in my soul I must see how countless lives are lost every time. But that's how life is, it's unfair. I didn't ask for any of this, so don't come blame me, idiot. Chisato responded without lowering his tone or his anger, while he looked coldly at Issei. Typical words of an idiot who obeys destiny. Our path is not established by anyone, one forges one's own destiny. You do not interfere in the worlds out of fear and cowardice. Do not come to me with useless excuses. Issei mentioned angrily, increasingly losing patience with the woman in front of him. She could be a complete beauty but also an idiot. I'm not into violence, but this time I'll make an exception and I'll beat you up, you unhappy. Chisato commented, totally furious while pointing at Issei with her hand. Go ahead, idiot. Do you think I'm afraid of an old woman of thousands of years? Issei responded defiantly to the goddess, while signaling her with his hands to go against him. Now you're a wretch. Chisato shouted furiously as he launched himself at Issei, ending up both on the ground as they began to fight each other. Although more than a bloody fight, which is what would be expected, it seemed like the encounter between two children, since the beautiful goddess was sitting on Issei's abdomen hitting and scratching him with her nails, while he covered himself with his arms, and from time to time they exchanged places with Chisato on the ground while Issei hit him, but he did it gently since he wasn't going to really hurt her. And while they rolled around the floor pulling each other's hair, biting or scratching each other, Irene, Isabel, Wave and Korom didn't know what to do about the situation that was developing in front of their noses. This was something that was beyond their capabilities. Maybe if they left them alone for a while they would calm down, right? Damn you, you broken one of my nails, now I'm going to break your bones. Chisato shouted furiously as he began his battle again by launching himself against Issei, where they both began to roll on the ground while they fought each other. Or well, it was worth dreaming, seeing that those two would not separate by their own will. Wave and Korom took Chisato while Irene and Isabel took Issei, and thus separated them both, who resisted while they were all disheveled and with scratches on their arms and face being more noticeable in Issei than in Chisato. With them separated, they proceeded to move away in opposite directions from what was apparently a throne room, since there was one of them in the center of the room. But Issei and Chisato did not make it easy for either of them as they tried to break free from their hold to go hit the other. Let me go, let me kill him. Chisato shouted as she kicked for Wave and Kirom to let her go, but they ignored her. In all her years of life she had never behaved in such a childish way, but that man brought out the worst in her, and in such a simple way that it was impressive. Haha, you wish, Grandma, Issei commented while being held back by his friends, having Irene on his back and Isabel on his chest, both stopping his advance, and it should be noted that he could feel the voluptuous bodies of both against his body very well. He would enjoy it if it were a better moment, but he had accounts to settle with that goddess. That comment from Issei only caused the fire in Chisato to increase more, and with it the work of the boys to stop them both and prevent the goddess from committing murder. It was hard work, but after about 10 minutes things calmed down, and they finally began what they had come for. Although the atmosphere had improved, Issei and Chisato occasionally threw sharp glances at each other, making the others nervous as they hoped that those two would not start another dispute again. Ahem, sorry about what happened a while ago, but let's get to the point of why I brought you here. First of all, I must start with who I am. As I had told you, I am the dimensional goddess. What does that mean? Well, in a simple way, I am in charge of ensuring the safety of the existing worlds, taking care that the light and darkness remain balanced with each other, but there are cases in which one is more than the other, and that leads to the destruction of the worlds. From light comes darkness, and from darkness comes light. Either can exist without the other. If one dies, the other will. My position prevents me from directly interfering with the worlds, and as such I have to see how countless lives are lost. My job is to keep the dimensional wall stable so that no living being can travel to conquer or harm other worlds. There is a means to move between dimensions that is known as the dimensional gap, but it has a guardian placed by me to protect it, right, Issei? I mentioned Chisato while watching the All for Honor mentioned. Great Red, was the only thing Issei said as he looked at the goddess seriously while analyzing the information released by her, coming to a conclusion. Exactly, Great Red is the guardian of the dimensional gap, but I'm getting off topic. You see, I'm tired of seeing promising worlds lost due to lack of light or darkness, and that's why I had an idea. If I can't interfere in them, why don't I create someone who will do it for me? Someone powerful who doesn't mind getting their hands dirty. Someone with a pure heart who maintains the natural balance. Chisato finished saying while looking at Issei as well as everyone present. I see, so my arrival in their world was not accidental. It was you doing your thing, right? Issei commented seriously, understanding more about the situation and the goddess's plans. You never get away from any truth, Gremory, it's like you say. I took advantage of the situation you were in and made some changes here and there, so that you ended up in their world. I broke several rules in the process, but I wasn't willing to see another world die. It was I who took you to that world, Issei, but before you get mad at me, I want you to listen to me. I took you to that world for a reason. Great Red isn't the only one who has been watching you since you were a child, I have too. Issei, since you were born you completely caught my attention for the simple fact of being a rarity. But don't take it the wrong way. What I mean is that you don't follow the system or nature. Since you were born you showed yourself to be different from the other demons in your world, and as you grew that aspect developed more in you, becoming a new being, the best of two worlds, both dragon and demon, both united in perfect harmony. Issei, since you were a child, you did not walk in the light or the darkness but in the middle of both. You are a unique rarity, Issei. Someone who does not conform to the laws of nature, and that is why you are here before me. Issei, the world of Isabel, Irene, Wave and Kirom had only one destiny, destruction. The darkness had defeated the light, and therefore that world would not take long to die. Only it was not planned that you would be the one to do it, but oh well. When you finished the battle with you-know-who, I took advantage of the instability of the area in which you were and took you to their world so that you could save those who still had salvation, who turned out to be the friends who accompany you today. You could say that it was a test. A test to make sure that you were the one, and in the end you ended up being it. As I mentioned before, I cannot interfere in the dimensions and the worlds that inhabit them, but if I had someone who could. That's where you come in, Issei. I want you to become my dimensional guardian and put order in the worlds as only you know how to do it. I want you to keep the light and darkness in perfect harmony, but of course you won't be alone, you'll have a team to help you. And that's where you guys come in. I want you to be part of the group and protect the world so that what happened to yours doesn't happen again. That's what I wanted to tell you and the proposal I had for you. It's not an easy job. There are many dimensions and in them several worlds that will require your intervention. Endora, Flanyard, Roboworld, Tarek, Saphiro, Iskander, among others are the ones that exist. The dimension you come from is called Luxia, and where Issei comes from is known as Drachengat. Chisato finished mentioning calmly. While he waited for the others to process the information given by him, the atmosphere present in the room was calm and silent. But there is always someone who ruins the atmosphere, and in this case it turned out to be a certain guy who, of everything Chisato had said, only paid attention to one specific topic. Doctor what? What kind of idiot could have come up with such a stupid name? Ha ha ha, that guy sure has a brain the size of a peanut. I can imagine that imbecile all happy when he thought it was a good idea to call that world like that. What an idiot. Issei commented in an amused tone while thinking about the ridiculous names his world and several more had, without noticing the death look Chisato was giving him for the words he said. Something that the others noticed, so they decided to save Issei before the goddess killed him. Issei, Isabel mentioned while having her eyes closed and avoiding eye contact with her love interest and the goddess with murderous intentions present in the room. What's wrong, Isabel? Issei asked once he recovered from his amusement to turn his attention to his friend, who seemed embarrassed for some reason. That pink tint on her cheeks gave her away, but she wasn't the only one. Her other friends were too, plus you could see how they were shaking with fear. But why? It was then that he felt danger inside the room and a coldness coming from behind him, as well as a feeling of death directed towards him. Gathering his courage, he turned his head slightly to find out what was happening, and the first thing he saw was Chisato looking at him with eyes full of coldness and contempt towards him, while emanating and being surrounded by a dark aura. He didn't understand what was happening until he reviewed what he had done a little while ago, coming to a conclusion regarding the goddess's behavior. Oh, it's too late to apologize, Issei mentioned as he put a hand to his head and smiled at Chisato, but she didn't change her deathly expression directed towards him, so he decided to improve the situation, not knowing that she would do anything but that. Look on the bright side. At least your name isn't stupid. I mean Chisato. Shikigami is a stupid name, but Chisato isn't. What I mean is that Issei couldn't finish speaking as he was interrupted by his dragon friend, who came to the rescue of her love interest and thus prevent the goddess from killing him. Please Issei, just shut your mouth and don't make it worse, Irene commented, totally embarrassed by the drastic change that had occurred in the calm atmosphere they had recently found themselves in, all because of her friend and love interest. It's okay, was the only thing Issei said as he looked away to avoid seeing Chisato and stopped talking, to the relief of his friends, who already saw how sooner or later the goddess would launch herself against their friend again. I'll let it go this time, but the next time you call me stupid again, I'll give you a good punch that will send you flying across several Gremory worlds. Anyway, getting back to the main topic of this meeting, I want to hear what you have to say. You're completely free to refuse. It's your decision, guys. Chisato mentioned calmly while looking at everyone present in the room waiting for their answers, the human couple being the first to speak. Chisato-sama, wave and I accept the offer. Our world no longer exists. We have nowhere to go, but together with Isabel, Irene and Issei, we form a family. We do not want anything similar to what happened in our world to happen in others. That is why we accept your proposal. Kurom mentioned seriously, being supported by her partner, earning a nod from Chisato as acceptance of her words. We also agree with all this, Chisato-sama. Both Irene and I accept your proposal. As Kurom said, our world no longer exists, but it is not the only one there. Many more exist, and some of them may be in the same danger as ours. That is why we accept. To prevent more accidents of that type from happening again, Isabel commented seriously, being supported by her friend, they had already decided. They had not been able to protect their world, but they would make sure to protect and maintain order in the others. After Isabel finished, all eyes turned to the only subject who had not spoken in a long time. Issei had his eyes closed, but he still felt like all his friends were looking at him expectantly at what he would say. It was a bit of a difficult decision that he had to make. He could go to his world and forget the subject, but he would not live in peace. As a child he had sworn to protect the weak, and now as a dragon god he had responsibilities to attend to. If Great Red had them, why not him? It was already decided. This was his path and destiny. He opened his eyes, which were crimson, and looked at Chisato fixedly with seriousness. You already know my answer, Chisato. I can't be calm when I know that there is danger for my world outside. I will become your guardian, and I will make sure to put order in all the worlds. Irene, Isabel, Wave and Kurom will be my team. They are strong, but they can do more, and with my help they will succeed. I estimate that it will take us several years to put order in the existing universes. But nothing that can't be done. We only have one problem, and that is the vitality of Wave and Kurom. Look, wherever you look they are humans, and they don't have much time to live. Isabel, Irene and I have almost infinite lives just like you, Chisato, but they don't. Although I have a possible solution to this problem. Listen carefully, Wave and Kurom. I can lengthen your life cycle if you agree to be part of my entourage, Issei finished saying while looking at those involved seriously. Entourage. What is that, Issei? Wave asked his friend doubtfully while looking at him. You see, in my world it is better known as the evil piece system, which is based on the game of chess. There are a total of 15 pieces, 1 queen, 2 bishops, 2 knights, 2 rooks and 8 pawns. These are awarded to high-class devils with a noble title, which is the king, in this case me. These pieces are used to reincarnate other beings into devils and make them servants of the high-class devils. The pieces offer different qualities depending on which one is used. It also extends the user's life, improves their characteristics, and turns them into part devil, but I can make that last one not happen and leave their race intact. They had almost eternal life, their reflexes, strengths, etc. They would be improved, they would only belong to my entourage, which already has some members who are in my world. Maybe once I return you can meet them. What do you say, guys? I don't plan to force you to do anything you don't like. Just because you're my servants doesn't mean that I'll control your lives. You'd be free to do whatever you wanted. You just have to come when I needed you, and that's it. Issei finished informing his friends while he looked at them and waited for their response, which didn't take long to arrive. If that's the case, then we accept. Go ahead, Issei, you can proceed. Kurome confirmed while giving her friend a thumbs up. The proposal was not bad, and if she could continue with her beloved and friends, it was something she would gladly accept. I want to be part of it too, Irene said as she raised her hand, drawing everyone's attention. If Irene is going to do it, then I want to be a part of it too. I don't plan on being left behind in this regard, Isabelle mentioned as she smiled and looked at Issei, winking at him in the process. Do whatever you want, Issei commented resignedly as he proceeded to take his chess pieces out of his dimensional pocket space under the watchful eyes of his friends. It was supposed to be just Wave and Kurome. He never expected those two busybodies to be included too, but what could he do against them? He has never been able to see the stubbornness of a woman. His loved ones were proof of that, as he always ended up giving in to their whims. Without delay, he proceeded to reincarnate his friends, making sure to leave their race intact, although in Isabelle's case things didn't change much. To Wave and Kurome he gave his horses, since both handled the sword well. That piece was the ideal and the one that best suited them. To Irene he gave his last bishop, since the dragon was good at magic and spells. The bishop piece would amplify those qualities more. Finally, to Isabelle he gave his mutated queen piece, being the one who possessed great power. Being at the level of Drake when he was free, the queen was the best option for her. Once he finished the reincarnation procedures, he looked at the pieces he had left, being only his 2 towers. Only 2 more members and he would complete his entourage. Who knows when he will do it, or rather when the perfect candidates would appear to be part of his team. Only time would tell. With the job done, Issei proceeded to approach Chisato, standing face to face with her. We are ready, Chisato. Just tell me when and we will start our work, Issei mentioned seriously to the goddess while staring at her. That's what I saw, Gremory. Very well, walking. Let's not waste any more time. I'll show you your rooms in my palace. Make sure you rest well because starting tomorrow our work will begin. Understood? Chisato mentioned seriously as she walked away from her throne and headed towards the exit door, being followed by her new friends. Yes, Chisato-sama. They all responded except Issei, as they followed the goddess, leaving the all for honor mentioned behind, who was looking at the sky outside the palace. Very soon we will see each other again, girls. Just wait for me a little longer. They need me out there. I can't let it go. After all, that's how I am. I will do my best to get back to you as soon as possible. I have stories to tell you and time to make up for. I know we will meet again. Until then, don't forget me because I will never do it. I love you with all my heart, and the day I see you again I will show it to you. Issei thought as he looked up at the sky and thought about his loved ones, then turned around and headed for the exit of the room where his friends were waiting for him, and together they headed towards their destination. But just before Issei disappeared from sight, the last thing seen of him was a small smile as he let out his last words. This is just the beginning. Human world, France, Paris. Captivating, charming and poetic, Paris is the romantic city par excellence. There is nothing more pleasant than getting lost in its streets and alleys to flirt. But we are not here to talk about the country and its tourist beauty. Like every city in the world, you could see several commercial premises in the capital, but among all of them we focused on one of the cafes in the area. What is so special about it? Nothing in particular. It is like another human establishment, but what differentiates this one from others are the customers who are inside and who were chatting animatedly after a time without seeing each other. Sitting at some of the tables in the place while enjoying some delicious desserts were 2 extremely beautiful women, almost looking as if they were 2 deities who had descended to earth. Anyone who passed by and saw them was captivated by their beauty. It didn't matter if it was a man or a woman. No one could help but look at them in amazement, and although some wanted to get closer to them, They had a kind of atmosphere that was unattainable for anyone who tried something, and there was a feeling of danger around them for anyone who approached them, as if they were telling them not to think about doing anything, not without wanting to continue living. As for those involved in said controversy in the human place, several things could be highlighted about them, in addition to their incredible beauty. One of them had long black hair tied in 2 ponytails on each side using 2 fuchsia ribbons, and her eyes were purple. Despite having a body like a girl's, although with large breasts, that was no impediment to appreciating her beauty. This woman was wearing a dark green long-sleeved shirt with yellow buttons. Attached to the collar of the shirt was a pink handkerchief, and on her lower part she was wearing a black petticoat that reached her knees, and on her feet she wore brown boots, giving a tender and cheerful image to whoever saw her. In front of that beautiful woman was a tall woman, with blonde hair and green eyes, with abundant long hair tied at the tip with a thick red ribbon. She was also wearing glasses, even though she didn't really need them. She liked to wear them. This woman was wearing a dark long-sleeved formal shirt with a miniskirt of the same color. She was wearing a white shirt inside and a bow with a gem in the center and dark-colored pantyhose. She was also wearing black heels, giving a professional and pure image to whoever saw her. These 2 beautiful women, despite showing a human appearance, the reality was different, since if there was someone present from the supernatural world, they would know that those sitting there were not human but rather the Male Leviathan and the Seraph Gabriel. Something very crazy, right? Considering that both belong to different races, not to mention that both are enemies by nature. But here they were talking and eating as if they were lifelong friends, and in fact they were. All differences between them had been eliminated since they had something in common, both love and wait for the same man. They will wonder how a friendship arose between them without the need to fight every now and then, with Serafall being the one who started the fights the most. Well, after Issei's departure, the girls were plunged into great sadness for several days, even weeks. The man they loved had left without giving them a concrete explanation about why he had left. He had only promised them that he would return one day. After his departure, all of them became sad, because a part of their hearts had left, but they couldn't continue like that their whole lives. Issei wouldn't want that. So they began to live their lives happily while they waited for the return of their loved one. It didn't matter if it was days, weeks, years. For them, Issei was the only one they would love in their entire life. They did not have to look for new loves or forget about him for the time that would pass. They would be faithful to him until death, because they did not belong to anyone but him. Between all of them, they supported each other in the time that would be the absence of Issei, getting to live together more and form a relationship of sisterhood between them. Serafall was the one who took the first step to form and strengthen her relationship with Gabriel and Penelope. After all, it was only jealousy that she had towards them, since she thought that they would steal Issei from her. But after a talk between the 3, they solved all differences and began to meet and talk more often to strengthen their friendship and thus give a surprise to their man when he returned. Not only the 3 of them were involved, Tiamat, Mirajine and Yui also related to Gabriel and Penelope, forming a relationship of sisterhood between them. After all, they were all harem sisters. And mainly, they all hoped and loved the same man, and they would as long as it took, because their hearts belonged only to him. What a fuss we caused, huh? Although it is to be expected, it is not every day that you see 2 beautiful women in the same place, especially if it is a demon and an angel. But we did not come here to talk about that. Tell me, Gabriel, how have you been? It has been a while since we last talked. Everything is fine in heaven, Serafall commented to her friend while taking a bite of her dessert, which is super delicious to the happiness of the beautiful demon. Everything is going well, although it is a little tiring being my father's secretary and having to take care of that hateful paperwork. In the end, it is good to distract myself while time passes, Gabriel mentioned with a smile on his face while he took a sip of his cup of coffee, but immediately placed it on the table, making a rather adorable gesture of displeasure since he had forgotten to put sugar in it. So he proceeded to put it in. Don't even mention it, my friend. I'm in the same boat. I have so much work to do that I can barely take a break, although when it comes to working hard, I pity Serzex. The poor guy goes through paperwork in his office without being able to escape or rest. Not while the Iron Soldier is watching him, Serafall commented with amusement, while thinking about her friend and his wife. 5 years after Issei's departure, Serzex and Grafia had started a relationship despite the girls' complaints, as it had taken them too long to do so. That day Vanillana had been overflowing with happiness because her son had found a good woman who would love and care for him always. Although it was already coming, it didn't stop her from getting excited about the news. And as for those involved, they went through several embarrassing moments back then, one of them being Mirajine asking them to make her an aunt soon. But the truth is that Serzex and Grafia were happy. They had a very special family, and they had each other. and like the others, they waited for the return of their brother. Serafall longed to give her the news of his relationship with Grafia, and she longed to fight again with her older brother. But not everything was good, not for Grafia. Don't get me wrong, she was happy with her family and even more so with the man she had been in love with since childhood. But something was missing from her, and that was Issei. Over time Grafia became a strict, serious woman and always took her job seriously while working as a maid for the Gremory house, helping Serafall in his work. She was almost always seen with a serious expression on her face. Only her friends, sister and Serafall managed to bring out the real Grafia. But they all knew very well, the departure of her older brother had affected her. When she was on her days off she became Serafall Lucifer's wife and mother of Milika's Gremory. Yes, as you heard. 3 years after starting their relationship, Serafall had proposed to her. Even though they had only been together for a few years, the truth was that they had been together since they were children, and it was as if they had already been dating all that time. And as the years passed, Grafia became pregnant, giving birth to an adorable child identical to Serafall when he was a child, since he had been born with the same hair and eye color as his father. The child was named Milikas, and he was his parents' treasure, not to mention his grandmother who spent every moment pampering him while she held him in her mortal hugs. Also, thanks to Grafia, Milikas grew up with a great admiration for his uncle Issei, since she always told him stories and tales of her older brother at night. Grafia had it all, a true family that supported her, a man who loved her, and she loved him, a beautiful son. But she knew very well, her happiness would be complete once she had her older brother back. Fufufu, my father is the same. Being leaders, they have more responsibilities to attend to. It's not easy to take care of your entire village. You know, he made it look easy. I wonder when he'll be back, Gabriel mentioned with some sadness in his words as he looked at his friend, who had understood the meaning of his words and sketched a big smile, a dreamy smile, a hopeful smile, but also a melancholic smile. It's been several years since he left, right? How many are it now? 2,000, 3,000. Hee, it sounds like a long time, but that concept doesn't apply to supernatural beings like us who have a lifespan that is, so to speak, almost infinite. For beings like us, time is irrelevant compared to that of humans. I feel as if it were yesterday that he left to who knows where. At least your father told us a little about the situation they lived and why they had to leave, even though he didn't reveal much about the subject to us. I know that he will return no matter what. He is too stubborn not to return, Gabriel. I don't know if it will take a couple more months, years, even centuries. But I am very clear about it. Even if I have to wait another millennium, I will wait for him, because I know that he will come back for me and for those of us who are waiting for him. He would never abandon us. That would not be the man we fell in love with. I only hope that, wherever he is, he doesn't take long. It's not just us who need it. Her people, the world, and her sister need it too, and she barely has time. Serafall commented with a certain serious tone while clenching her fists tightly as she thought about the last topic. After his return, Elohim had asked his daughter Gabriel if she could gather the women who were in love with Issei, since he had something important to tell them regarding his whereabouts, and what had happened for both he and his friend to have to leave for a while. Gabriel, following his father's words and with great effort, had managed to gather all the women interested in Issei. With Penamian he had had no problem, since being sisters they had a good relationship despite belonging to different sides. The problem arose when he contacted Serafall, but once he had mentioned Issei, she agreed to his request, telling him that she would take care of talking to her friends. Once they all met in the human world with Elohim, he told them what had really happened and why Issei had left. Of course he did not reveal everything, since the existence of the beast was a top secret subject and he did not want to have Great Red and Ophis behind him for releasing that information. So I had told them half the information, telling them, I can't reveal much, but I will tell you this. Our world was in great danger of becoming extinct, and the two supreme deities of our world requested Issei's help to avoid the catastrophe that was about to occur. He accepted the proposal since his home and family were in danger, having to sacrifice a lot in the process. Not only leaving you was difficult for him, but also abandoning his being and becoming something never seen before. Issei came to me asking for my help to face the danger that threatened our world. I immediately accepted and together we set off to war. In the end, the only thing I remember is that Issei transported me to heaven while he was left alone facing that challenge. The last thing he told me was to tell all of you that he would return and that when he did I would be by your side. They had all wanted to ask more, but Elohim had refused to tell more than what he had already said. But despite that inconvenience they all recovered their energy and happiness. They were not very clear about what had happened, but at least now they knew a little about it, and with that new hopes arose in them. The Society of the Demons, no matter how many treaties are made, will never change, it will always be controlled by your corrupt council. No offense, Serafall, Gabriel mentioned with understanding to his friend while he watched her reactions regarding that subject. What was the reason for Serafall's discomfort? Simple. It all came down to one name, Issei Gremory. I know what you're thinking, and if you're right. Several years after Issei's departure and before Milikas came to the world, Vanillana had become pregnant again to the happiness of her husband and son, not to mention that of her daughters as well, which was how she referred to Serafall, Tiamat, Yui, Mirajine and Graphia. And to an even greater surprise, her baby turned out to be a girl, the first and only female among her children. The baby was named Rias, being the spoiled one of the Gremory house, especially by her parents and brother, who to Graphia's discomfort became a siscon with her sister. The Gremory family grew more and more where everything was happiness, but this did not last long, since when the heiress of the Gremory clan reached an older age, she was engaged by the demon council to a demon belonging to one of the clans from the underworld. But that, my friends, is a story for later. It wasn't like that before, and you know it, Gabriel, not when Issei was there. They all forgot about him over time, forgetting who saved them and mainly who governs them. Serzex, Ajuka and I tried to keep Issei's beliefs alive, but despite the instructions he left us when he left, the truth is that none of us could do his job. Issei is the only one who can carry that burden, being sinister, aggressive, intimidating, all that and more. Only he could carry it, and thanks to that his people lived in fear and respected him, but they also had a good life away from corruption. Since Issei avoided that. We are not like that. We softened with our people, and the demonic council took advantage of that by taking part in the leadership of the underworld, and here is the result, a corrupt society. Maybe not like the one in the era of the original Maos, but it is not the one Issei left when he left. No doubt he's going to be very upset when he sees what his kingdom has become. Many heads will roll, and not even I will be able to prevent it. After all, we deserve it, Serafall commented seriously as she looked out of the premises through the window next to hers, all the while thinking about what had happened to the underworld once her man had left. After Issei's departure, the underworld began to change for the worse. Serzex followed the written words left by his brother and took leadership of the devils with the help of Serafall and Ajuka. At first everything was going well, and despite the fact that Issei's job was the most difficult of all of them somehow knew how to carry it out as they moved forward, but problems were not long in coming. The people of the underworld had requested information about the whereabouts of their king. The only thing Serzex and his friends could say was that Issei was far away carrying out a very important job, leaving the citizens dissatisfied. But what else could they tell him if they also did not know what had become of him? As time passed, the lives of the devils did too, and after 2 years of Issei's departure, the underworld began to change. The old men of the Demon Council began to get into the leadership role by advising or suggesting ideas to the Maos, slowly taking power and gaining the approval of the people until they finally got it, leaving Serzex, Serafall and Ajuka at their mercy, since if they acted deliberately, the demonic society would see them badly and therefore their families, leaving them in a rather complicated position. But the old men did not take power completely either. They were not stupid, and they knew that if they went too far with the Maos they would end up killing them. With the absence of Issei, the old men had made their moves, since when he was there, he had left them as mere advisors and that's it, denying them any right to lead, and being Issei no one could deny him or go against him without dying in the process. But with the Maos it was different. They were easier to deal with and manipulate without the risk of dying. With the council making decisions, the first mandate of this was to ensure the survival of their race, resuming the arranged marriages much to the displeasure of the Maos, but in the situation they were in it was difficult for them to oppose. They were not Issei, who did the dirty work so easily and could take care of any problem without hesitation. No, they were not him. Despite that situation, life in the underworld was going on normally, and Serzex, Serafall and Ajuka were trying to recover the underworld from their friend, but the surprises had not ended. Some time later the council appointed a new Mao, giving the title of Mao Asmodeus to Falbium Glaciolabilas, who would be in charge of military affairs of the underworld. That had taken Serzex and his friends by surprise, but with great dissatisfaction they accepted it. But all of them had one thing very clear: once Issei returned, the entire underworld was going to suffer his wrath and they would not be saved from it, mainly Serzex, who had been in charge of leading his home, but mainly who had lost it. And it seems that Rias is going to pay the price for belonging to that society. By the way, Penamine called me the other day, asking about the girls. How are they? Gabriel asked with a smile on his beautiful face, while he still put aside the subject of the underworld by asking about the status of his friends, with whom he had not spoken for a while. What can I tell you? Just like us, they have their own responsibilities to attend to, but they're fine, my friend. They're all still waiting for Issei, and while they're doing so, they're working so they're not bored, and mainly so that time passes quickly. Maybe one day we can all get together, Serafall commented happily as she took the last bite of her dessert, and then wiped her mouth with a napkin while thinking about her friends and harem sisters. First there was her fallen friend. Penamion, as one of the leaders of the fallen angels, had a lot of work to do, mainly that of Azazel since he ran away from time to time and left everything to her. Her position was that of chief secretary of Gregory, and as such she did not have much time to go out or meet with her friends. Like all of them, the beautiful fallen waited patiently for Issei's return. It was no secret that many men were after her, even her friends, as is the case of Serafall, who was harassed by the Mao Asmodeus a couple of times to go out with him due to her rejection, but due to so much insistence on the part of the man it ended in the worst way, being Serzex, who ended up hitting him when he saw how he continued to bother his brother's wife. That day it had been proven that Serzex Lucifer could be good most of the time, but when he got angry he was almost the same as his brother. Penamion was in the same situation. Many fallen angels tried to conquer her, even her cadre colleagues, but unfortunately for all of them, the beautiful and sexy cadre already had an owner, and no matter what, she would be faithful until death to the only man who treated her for who she was and didn't chase her just to take her to bed. No. He did it because he really liked being with her, and that was irreplaceable for Penamion. On the other hand, her demon friends, as for Mira Jean, the all for honor mentioned became Serafall's assistant, helping her in her work. Since Vanillana had allowed all of them to live in the Gremory mansion, Mira Jean did not want to sit around doing nothing while waiting for her man to return, so she had spoken to her friend Serafall, where she asked her to let her become her assistant at work. Serafall did not think twice, since having extra help in her hard work would be very useful to her. Mira Jean, along with Yui and Serafall, was one of the most desired women by demon society, but unfortunately for all of them, the demon, that was what Graphia called her, already had an owner, and whoever wanted to try something with her awaited a fate worse than death. None of the girls ever thought about betraying Issei just because he was away, not even an idea as stupid as being with a man while he was away or to have more experience for when he returned crossed their minds. The only man they wanted to be with was Issei, the only man they wanted to experience new things with was Issei. Only him, and no one else. But that was Mirajan's life. She helped Serafall with her work, and when she was free she met with her friends, sister, or played and pampered her nephew, to his horror. A super loving grandmother was enough without having an aunt just as bad as Vanillana or worse. Milikas always wondered how her father and uncle had survived their deadly affection, despite that he loved them, and Mira Jean couldn't be happier with her life. She had the family she had always dreamed of, her sister was happy, she had friends and a cute nephew, but her happiness was only missing one thing, or rather someone. She had promised herself that once Issei returned, she would take him and lock herself in a room with him for a whole day, and if necessary even up to a week, since she wanted two things in particular, which were to have Issei back in her life and also to have a child with him. It was enough for her to know that Serafall had already had her moment of intimacy with Issei, which meant that all of them already had the green light to act, not to mention the constant teasing from her sister for having beaten her to getting pregnant first. Once Issei returned she would make sure that he gave her a child. After all, she is very stubborn with what she wants, and not even Issei could deny her to fulfill her dreams and whims. As for Yui, she followed the same plans as her friend Mira Jean and became Ajuka's assistant. It was no secret that Yui was very smart, and that was something that the Mao Beelzebub was not going to waste. Both were good friends and work in perfect harmony in Ajuka's laboratory, where the two created and invented new inventions for the benefit of the devils. They almost seemed like mad scientists when they worked. They even blew up the laboratory more than once when testing several of their inventions, to the stress of Serzex, who had to do more paperwork because of his friends. Besides working and helping her friend, Yui in her free time went out with her friends as long as they were free, and if they couldn't, she went out for a walk with Vanillana or Milikas to clear her mind a little while she waited for the return of her beloved. Being a Lucifer, and even more so being a woman, many nobles of the underworld coveted her genes to procreate new demons, even the counselors did. But she was no longer the cowardly girl who was afraid to defend herself. She was a woman who knew how to defend herself thanks to the influence of her beloved. Whenever a marriage proposal came to her, she did the same action as her friends. She burned them and ignored them. There was no power, riches or merits that would make her betray her man, because only Issei had the right to procreate new demons with her, because only him and no one else but him was allowed. After all, she was his fiancée, just like Mira Jean. The reason the Demon Council couldn't force her or her friends to get engaged to just any demon was because they were the strongest women in the underworld, and if they wanted to they could kill them all without any problem. That's why the council couldn't tempt their fate. In the same way for Yui there was only Issei. No matter how much time passed she would remain faithful to him until death. He had saved her from her loneliness. He had given her a true family, one that loved her. He had given her a future and a better life. And finally there was Tiamat, the guardian of the Gremory house. As she was nicknamed in the underworld, causing terror to all the devils who tried something against the Gremory clan, since it had the protection of the most powerful dragon queen among its kind. Since the departure of her master, Tiamat had fulfilled to date the last request that Issei had asked of her when he left. She became the guardian of the Gremory residence, protecting her family while waiting for the return of her beloved. Unlike the girls, Tiamat had no problem with finishing off the devils who bothered her or tried to get close to her friends. She deeply hated the Demon Council for changing her master's kingdom, and on one occasion she was about to kill them all. But Serafall and Serafall had stopped her in time, telling her that Issei would not like to see her act that way. Since then she always remained in the Gremory residence, protecting the home of her beloved. Many demons and even the council thought they had the support of the Dragon Queen, but unfortunately for her, she had no plans to help them in anything, not even her friends. It's not that she hated them or anything. Well, the council and the demons yes, but her friends no. They all knew that the dragon's loyalty only had one person, and without him present Tiamat had no reason to obey anyone but her master. However, Tiamat's life changed when Vanillana gave birth to little Rias. Her master had asked her to protect his family in his absence. For her all the residents of the Gremory house were powerful enough to defend themselves, but not that baby. After Rias was born, Tiamat changed her job and became the nanny of the youngest of the Gremory, protecting her and helping her whenever she needed it. Going so far as to become the director of Kuo Academy when Rias came of age and decided to go to the human world to study. Tiamat without any regret fulfilled her master's last request, and while she did so she waited for his return, since only Issei was the male she recognized as her mate and the only one with whom she would have her little dragons. The beautiful dragoness hoped that her master would return soon so that she could begin to procreate her cute babies. Tiamat had one thing in mind. Once Issei returned, just like Mira Jean, she would lock herself in a room for a few days with her master. She had her needs, and since Issei had left, she had stopped entering her mating season since her mate was not there, and her body refused to enter that state if he was not present. But once Issei returned, she would make sure once and for all to give free rein to all his desires with her master. It was enough to know that Serafall had had her moment of intimacy with Issei, and therefore that meant that both she and Mira Jean, Yui, Penamune and Gabriel, although the latter would take time to accept it, well, the point was that they already had the green light to act with Issei. She has always wanted to have a family with her master, and she would make sure to have it once he returned. After all, Issei could not refuse any request from his loved ones. Fufufu, you're right. All of us haven't focused on our jobs to feel less burdened by Issei's absence. We're really very much in love with him. Anyone else would have given up waiting for a man for so many years, Gabriel mentioned with amusement as he looked at his friend. We are not just any woman. We are stubborn and obstinate with what we want, and that is Issei. This only shows our loyalty to him. You know what I was wondering? Serafall couldn't finish speaking, as her phone had started to ring, and once she took it out to answer the call, she had to move the electronic device away from her ear as a loud voice had come out scolding her. Serafall, where the hell are you? You left me alone with this pile of work while you are who knows where. Come back here at once, you damn lolitet. Without wasting another second, Serafall hung up Mirajan's call while sweating and smiling nervously at Gabriel. What a day off, huh? You snuck off from work and left poor Mirajan alone. You're so evil, Serafall, that's a no-no. Gabriel commented in a scolding tone to his friend. I know, but I just wanted a little time to clear my mind. Well, I have to go before Mira Jean comes to look for me. We'll meet again another time, Gabriel. I'll talk to you later, friend. Bye, Serafall mentioned as she got up from her seat and left the money for her meal on the table, then left the human establishment in a hurry, heading to the underworld, leaving the beautiful Seraphine alone in the cafeteria. The same old Serafall. Although who am I to say when I also snuck out of work while my father wasn't looking? Well, it's time to go home, Gabriel commented with amusement as he left the human establishment after leaving the money for their meal plus a tip for the owners of the establishment on the table where she and her friend had recently been eating. But he stopped at the exit of the cafeteria as he looked up at the sky with hope and love. Where will you be, my love? Several years have passed since your departure, although it seems as if it were yesterday that you left. All of us await your return with anxiety and longing. Issei, you do not know how much we need you, not only us but also the entire world. I feel it, a great danger is approaching and only you, my love, can save us. But I also feel that very soon we will see each other again. Until then, we will be here waiting for you, Issei. Gabriel thought while he had his eyes closed and disappeared from the human world through beams of light, all while thinking about his beloved without knowing that his thoughts were not entirely wrong, because new dangers were about to happen, but the most important thing that was about to happen was that the king was about to return. On the other hand, far from the human and supernatural world where time and space did not exist. Yes, as you heard, in the dimensional gap, the place through which one can travel between worlds and dimensions, and also the place guarded by Great Red, it was completely empty. Not a soul was seen in the vast multicolored space, not until a large tear opened in the dimensional gap from which Great Red emerged. And it should be noted that for a great dragon that showed no emotions most of the time, he seemed quite upset. TSK, another world, another failure. Where are you? I know that explosion wasn't enough to end your life. It's been quite a few years since that accident. But I know you're alive, and that's why I won't rest until I find you, Gremory. Great Red thought as he floated in the multicolored space and remembered the events that had happened since that fateful day. After Issei's disappearance, when the dimension he was in fighting the beast exploded. Since then, Great Red has been wandering through several worlds in search of that man who had earned his respect. The dragon god of dreams felt responsible for what had happened to Issei, so during all these years he has been wandering from world to world looking for some sign of Issei's life, but he always failed in his search. Even so, he did not lose hope of finding him, since he felt that Issei had not died in that explosion, but rather transported to another world or dimension. But which one? There were many worlds, and to know which one he was in, he had to visit one by one. That is what Great Red has been doing throughout these 3,000 years. He didn't know exactly, he had lost count when he was halfway through, but he would not give up his search, not until he had that man back and proclaimed him to the world for what he was, the strongest being in the world. On the other hand, the beautiful and adorable goddess of infinity has been wandering the human and supernatural world for all these years. Since Issei had disappeared, Ophis began to act strange. With the beast problem solved, the goddess of infinity no longer had to worry about anything other than recovering her home, the dimensional gap, and to do so she had to get out the dragon that lived in it. She would have done that if she were the same Ophis as before, but since she met Issei, her whole world had changed. And when he disappeared, despite not knowing him too well, Ophis felt an emptiness in her heart, something strange for someone who is considered a being without emotions. Since then she has been wandering the human and supernatural world, finding out what was happening to her, discovering in the process that it was the feeling of love, which was beginning in her and all directed towards a specific man. Issei had managed to make her heart beat, and that was something new for her, since in her thousands of years she had never felt anything like that until she met that man. Since then Ophis has been learning more about herself and her new emotions, so that when the day came she could directly face the root of the problem. She knew it very well. Issei had not died that day in the explosion of the dimension he was in, and with Great Red constantly searching for him through the various worlds in existence, that gave her time to find out and learn more about emotions. But Ophis had one thing very clear. Once Issei returned she would face him. Regardless of whether she was a goddess, she was also still a dragon, and as such by nature. Before accepting a candidate as a partner, he had to face her and beat her in the process to prove that he was worthy of having her, and also to prove to Ophis that he was the one to procreate her little dragons. Maybe Issei didn't know it, but for quite some time now he had become the new target of the beautiful goddess of infinity. Well, I'll resume my search, it's been said. Wherever you are, I'll find you, Gremory. Great Red thought as he created a multicolored tear in space, and then entered it towards another world to continue his search. What no one knew was that the return of the man who has caused so much controversy in the two most powerful deities in existence would be very close to returning. World 318. A strong explosion and destruction of a planet could be seen in the dark and extensive space in which it was located. While most of the land succumbed to its destruction, a few meters away from said explosion were 5 people admiring the spectacle in front of them. 4 of the subjects present watched with a drop of sweat running down their heads what was developing in front of them, exchanging glances from time to time between the planet and the subject in front of them. And on the other hand, the last of them, who was leading the group, watched with great satisfaction what was happening before his eyes while he stood with his arms crossed. After all, he had been responsible for the destruction of that planet. Perfect. With that our work is finished, Issei commented, floating in space while he watched with satisfaction the explosion in front of his eyes, which he had caused a few seconds ago. Yes, I think Chisato will get angry with us, again, Wave mentioned with regret in his words while he was next to his friend and Ray, thinking that most likely because of Issei, Chisato would punish them again for destroying a world by leaving them without food today. "Nah, this time it's justified," Issei commented with a small smile on his face as he crossed his arms and continued watching the fireworks show in front of him. "Issei, just because the residents of that world tried to make Irene their goddess, it didn't mean you had to destroy the entire damn planet," Isabel mentioned irritatedly as she brought one of her hands to her forehead. She loved her man madly, but he was a huge idiot. "They made me angry, and they also wanted to take my beautiful crimson dragon from me. And I was never going to allow that. And not only that, those guys were planning to build a machine that would allow them to go to other worlds to conquer them, and I didn't plan on seeing how they did it. So I finished them all off once, and for all before they did more work for me," Issei mentioned seriously while he repeatedly hugged Irene's waist for her enjoyment. You will wonder how Issei was in a relationship with Irene and Isabel. Well, after so many years living together, and having adventures by the bunch, while they spent time together getting to know each other just as the beautiful demon and dragon wanted before starting a relationship with Issei, and after a few years finally they had started dating, although it was only through words or hugs that they expressed their love. Both Issei, Irene and Isabel did not want to have any contact greater than a hug without first having Serafall's consent. They respected the position of the matriarch of Issei's harem, and although they had already clarified their feelings before having physical contact with their beloved, they wanted to know and obtain Serafall's permission. For Issei it was the same. He couldn't deny that both Irene and Isabel attracted him, and even more so when spending several moments with them. But before moving further with them, he wanted Serafall, Mirajine, Issei, Tiamat, Gabriel and Penamune to meet them, and for Serafall to give them her consent so that they could go out with him. He could love the dragon and demon, but that didn't mean that he would be unfaithful in any way to the girls who were waiting for him at his home. If all of them were faithful to him, the right thing was for him to be too. That's why Issei's relationship with Irene and Isabel didn't go beyond a hug or words, not until they talked about it with their loved ones. "Brute," Jerome said as she looked at her king disapprovingly while chewing gum. It should be noted that all of them were suspended in space. The reason why the cold or lack of air would not affect them was because their bodies were surrounded by a crimson aura provided by Issei, who was the only one of them who was not affected by space. After all, he was a dragon god. Anyway, let's go back to Chisato Palace to report the situation. It took quite a few years, but we were finally able to bring order and balance to the dimensions and their worlds. It may not last long, but at least our names are now heard in the existing worlds, causing fear in their inhabitants. That way they won't act stupidly knowing that we're here to stop them, Issei mentioned seriously after parting ways with Irene to see his friends and loved ones. "You're referring to yourself, right? Because the name Gremory is hated and feared in all dimensions. I don't know if it's an achievement, or something to be proud of," Issei, Jerome commented analytically as she brought one of her hands to her chin and looked at her king questioningly. "For me it is. Let's leave the talk for later. We have to go back to Chisato," Issei commented seriously as he turned his back on his friends and prepared to open the portal to the home of the goddess of dimensions. "Just tell the truth, Issei, you're excited to finally return to your world, right? You spent quite a few years away from it. Many things must have changed in your absence. Are you ready to see how twisted your home became after your departure?" Irene mentioned softly as she looked at her beloved from behind, noticing how he tensed up for a few seconds when she had spoken. "We'll see, Irene. I just hope I don't find any unpleasant surprises on my return, because if there are, there will be bloodshed. We've already taken too long. It's better if we leave since I have a goddess to calm down," Issei commented tiredly, knowing what awaited him in the dimensional palace. "Just give him a hug and you'll see how all the anger goes away, friend. I still can't believe it, and I'm still surprised by the fact that you're in a relationship with Chisato, considering that at the beginning both of them couldn't stand each other because they wanted to fight," Wave mentioned in a funny tone while he started to think about his king's beginnings with the dimensional goddess. Who would say that those two would end up together? If most of the time they always spent time fighting, but as they say, those who fight love each other. Perhaps it was inevitable that love would blossom between Issei and Chisato. After several years of living together and getting to know each other, love had come to both. At first it was not easy since most of the time the two fought because they were dissatisfied with the other's way of thinking. To put it in some way, Issei was darkness and death while Chisato was light and life. Both were always at odds with each other's actions and thoughts, especially when it came to the destruction of a world by Issei's hands, which greatly infuriated Chisato. But after those inconveniences between them, after several years living with that man, love had come to the beautiful goddess. Chisato in her life had never fallen in love. She was a goddess and had responsibilities to attend to as to worry about that feeling, but she had always wondered if she was worthy of that beautiful feeling. And when Issei had come into her life, she understood she could also become happy. Maybe she didn't get along with him most of the time, but this was only when Issei did something stupid. But apart from that, he always took care of her, made her laugh, was always there for her when she needed it most. He had become her first friend and also her first love. Over the years, Chisato was the first to take the next step by acting more feminine when she was with Issei and also treating him more kindly, which was quite difficult considering the actions he did. The beginning of both was not easy, but they managed to overcome all difficulties, both developing strong feelings for each other, and like Irene and Isabel, Chisato never advanced further than a hug or words in her relationship with Issei. It was known that there were several women waiting for him at his home, and it would be frowned upon if all of them were faithful to Issei, and he did not. For that reason, Issei had spoken with the three of them on one occasion where he had told them his reasons why he could not go any further with them. He loved them, but he could not betray Serafall, Mirajine, Yui, Tiamat, Gabriel and Penamion, not when they expected him to be faithful to him in the process. It was only fair that he was too. Chisato, Irene and Isabel had accepted it since they thought the same way. Before being able to have a more intimate contact with Issei, they wanted to first talk and get to know the women who had come first into his life. For them, that strong will and determination that Issei showed regarding the subject was admiration. Any other man would have succumbed to his desires, but not him. Issei was very clear about what he wanted and always thought about how others would feel after his actions. Since then, it had been agreed that the three would become Issei's girlfriends. Since they had clarified and confessed their feelings towards him, but more, they would not go beyond a hug, not until they had the consent of the matriarch of Issei's harem, as well as that of its members. What can I tell you, Wave? Life is full of surprises, Issei commented, turning his face slightly, showing a smile on his face, and then snapping his fingers, where a portal opened in front of him, through which his friends began to enter, leaving him behind and alone in that universe. We will see each other again very soon, Issei thought just before entering the portal to travel between worlds with his team. He planned to meet his family again once he resolved the pending matters. Dimensional Palace. Give me a good reason not to hit you, Issei, Chisato commented irritatedly as she rubbed her forehead with one of her hands and looked at her partner a few meters in front of her. Once her friends returned, the first thing the beautiful goddess had done was give Issei a slap on the head for destroying a world again, sending him crashing into the ground from the force used in the blow on her part. But everyone knew that that would not harm Issei. After all, over the years that had passed, he had become extremely powerful, dominating in the process the energies that ran through his body thanks to the help of the dimensional goddess, reaching a new level never seen before. It could be said that Issei was the most powerful being in existence, but that position was held by Chisato since technically she was in some way the creator of all life. Even so, Issei could fight his girlfriend, not beat her, but he was able to stay against her for a good time. In addition, not only had he become strong, Irene, Isabel, Wave and Kurom had raised their levels quite a bit thanks to the tutoring of Issei and Chisato. The years they spent working were not wasted in no time. I was just doing my job, Kais, Issei mentioned seriously once he recovered from the blow his girlfriend had given him while staring at her. Ah, whatever. At least that was the last world on the list to attend to. Of course, it doesn't mean that their work is finished. They know well that peace is not long-lasting and sooner or later they will have to act again, but at least now something comes up, it won't be complicated anymore. We just have to check from time to time that everything is going well in the dimensions. But they have finally earned their rest. Changing the subject, tell me, Issei, are you ready to return to your world? Chisato asked while smiling at her man lovingly. She knew that throughout these years, he wanted to return home and see how his family was doing. It's been quite a few years. I don't know if you still remember me, Issei mentioned softly while thinking about his family, friends and loved ones. They do, Issei, I can assure you of that. Your family is still waiting for you and our harem sisters are eager for your return. Although I will tell you that you will get quite a few surprises, but I don't want to ruin the surprise, so you'll have to find out when you're there, Chisato commented with amusement, since she knew very well what awaited her beloved in her world. Being the dimensional goddess had its advantages. I just hope the surprises aren't bad, but oh well. Are you guys coming with me? Issei asked his friends and girlfriends present in the room while putting aside the topic of his home. Wave and I will go wherever you go, Issei. We are your knights and our place is with our king. Besides, you had told us that there were humans in your world. We want to meet them and see how different they are from those who inhabited our world, Kurom mentioned with happiness and excitement to her friend while holding her partner by the hand. It's like Kurom says, but it's also our vacation, and what better place to spend it than in your world, friend, Wave commented with excitement as he considered that they would finally have a vacation without the constant danger of being attacked or his friend destroying something in the process. Haha, just don't cause any trouble. Once we're there, feel free to explore my world at your leisure. I don't know why, but I have a feeling I'll be too busy to give you a tour of the area. Well, I'll see when I'm there. What do you girls say? Are you coming? Issei asked as he turned to look at his friends and partners. I am your queen Issei and your partner. My home is wherever you are. I think I also speak for Irene when I tell you that we will never separate from your side and we will always be there for you, both in good times and bad. We will go with you, Issei. We want to know the world in which you were born, Isabel mentioned while she stood with her arms crossed and smiled lovingly at her man. That, and we must also introduce ourselves to your family, Dragon-kun, but mainly to the girls who were already part of your life, as well as talk to the matriarch of the harem, Serafall, so that she gives us her consent to be with you, Irene commented calmly as she positioned herself next to Issei, hugging one of his arms in the process. I understand, and what do you say, Kais, will you come with me? If I'm not mistaken, it is not necessary for you to be in the palace to watch over the universes or feel the repercussions that occur in them, since technically each world is connected to you in some way, Issei commented as he looked at Chisato sitting on her throne, who looked at him with a smile on her face and a look full of love towards him. It's like you say, Issei, it's not necessary for me to stay here all the time, even so I won't be able to go with you. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to accompany you, but before doing so I must make sure that all the universes are merging well. But don't worry, it won't take me more than a month to do so. Once I'm done with that, I'll go to your world. After all, I have to meet my in-laws, brothers-in-law, and also introduce myself to the girls who are waiting for your return, not to mention that I have to talk to Serafall. You two go calmly. I'll catch up with you soon, Chisato mentioned with a smile on her face as she extended her hand forward, creating a portal behind the backs of her friends and loved ones so that they could travel calmly and quickly to her partner's world. As you wish, Kais. We'll be waiting for you. Alright guys, let's go, a new life awaits us, Issei commented seriously as he spoke to his friends, who followed his instructions and began to walk towards the portal created by Chisato, entering it, leaving Issei alone in the room with the goddess. Knowing what was coming next, Chisato got up from her seat and began to walk calmly towards where Issei was. Once she got to him, she wrapped her arms around his back while resting her head on his chest, while he positioned his arms on her waist, drawing her closer to him as he hugged her with love and calm. For her, this simple contact was enough to keep her happy. There was no need to go any further, not yet. After a few minutes of being in each other's arms, they finally both separated a little from their contact, but they didn't move away from each other completely. While they both looked at each other lovingly and in silence, the beautiful goddess showed an amused smile to her partner, to the suspicion of Issei, who assumed that this smile did not bring anything good for him. We will see each other again very soon, Issei. Until then, make sure not to be so rough with your younger blood sister, Chisato mentioned in an amused tone as she quickly broke free from her man's grip, who had been shocked by what she had revealed to him, had her mother. Wait, what? Issei said once he came out of his shock, but it was too late to get the answers from Chisato, since she had forcefully pushed him towards the portal behind his back. The last thing Issei saw was his girlfriend waving her hand while sticking her tongue out at him childishly. Just wait until I have you in my hands, woman, you will pay for this. It was the last thing Chisato heard from Issei, once he disappeared from his palace, leaving her alone while she laughed at the thought of the surprises that awaited her man once he arrived home. Fufufu, your life is about to become complete madness, Issei. Many surprises await you, some good and some bad, but I know you will get ahead. After all, that is you. Your story, my love, is only just beginning. There is still much to live and tell. This is not over yet. You still have to show the world who you really are. Only those who have suffered enough can see the light within the shadows. The paths we choose, the actions we take, determine what kind of future is coming. Is that not so? Gremory. Human World, Japan, Kuo Academy. Originally a private school for girls, at some point Kuo Academy became a co-educational school and a new school building was made. The said academy has several divisions such as elementary division, high school division, and college division. In the halls of the academy you could see different young people walking around, either going to a class or just hanging out. But let's not focus on them. In this academy there are many clubs, but the one that matters to us at this moment is one in particular. The Occult Research Club. A school club that focuses on various investigations into the occult, led by a beautiful young woman with crimson hair who is the president of said club. Although said building is a facade for the members who make up part of the club, where mainly those students reincarnated into demons by the president are part. We are currently focusing on one of the windows of said club, where you can see a beautiful young woman with white skin, blue eyes, and a voluptuous figure. Her most distinctive feature is her long, crimson red hair that reaches down to her thighs, with a single strand of hair sticking out at the top. Her hair also has loose bangs that cover her forehead, and side bangs framing her face. This beautiful woman had her eyes on the sky while in her hands she held a necklace that was around her neck. Said necklace held a small black sword in its chain, which rested in the hands of the beautiful woman, who closed her eyes while holding the object of great importance and value to her. Then she opened them and looked ahead. My name is Issei Gremory. I know, a curious surname, isn't it? Maybe you've heard of it, what it represents or rather who it represents. It is mostly used to name a person who imposed terror and order on the world, bringing peace and destruction. A man loved and hated by many. A man who saved us all from extinction. Being related to that great man would be great, wouldn't it? Well, I am his younger sister, to be more precise. I have exactly 2 brothers who are extremely powerful, and I am the shadow of my brothers. I am currently the heir of the Gremory clan, after my older brother disappeared and my brother Serafall took the title of Lucifer left by my older brother. He was denied the position of heir, and when I was born, I became the heir of the Gremory clan. I am the only daughter and youngest of Zeoticus and Benelana Gremory. In the underworld I am known as the Crimson-Haired Princess of Ruin, and I am currently a third-year student at Kuo Academy and the president of the Occult Research Club. I am also considered the #1 beauty of the school, as well as one of the 2 great one-san of Kuo Academy. As for my personality, as a child I used to be egocentric, believing myself to be superior and more powerful than many other beings. I was very spoiled and pampered, and that greatly affected my personality and way of being. But everything changed when I found out about my older brother. I have never seen or met him, ever since I was born. He was never around. My parents and my brother Serafall would tell me that he was busy on a journey whenever I asked about his whereabouts. But it wasn't until I grew up a little more that they told me the truth about what happened to him. They told me of his accomplishments, his story, who he was and what he did. Hearing it all made me realize that I am not even a shadow of my brothers, that I was a complete embarrassment to the Gremory family name, which carried more weight than any other, and I had no idea about it. After all, in the underworld, the Gremory clan was one of the most respected and feared. I had always wondered why when the devils saw me, they showed me respect. Now I understood. It was all for my brothers, and since I was their sister, they showed me respect. But the truth is that wherever I went they didn't see me, but my brothers reflected in me. All my life I have been in their shadow. I don't hate them for that. In fact, I admire them a lot, and I feel proud to be the sister of such incredible and powerful beings. But I also want them to be proud of me. I want to get out of their shadow and be with them, walk by their side instead of behind them. I remember that as a child, every night before going to sleep, I would look at a large painting that was in the living room of my home. It had a photograph of my older brother, even if it was just a picture. Seeing it made me very happy and felt admiration for him. I wanted with all my might to meet him, see him in person. Thanks to the stories told by my parents, he became my role model. I remember staring at my brother's photo in fascination. I always wondered what he would say when he met me. Would he accept me? Would he love me? Would he be proud of me? Would he be happy to meet me? Those questions were always on my mind, but there was no answer to them. Over and over again I was tormented by these questions. What would my brother think when he saw me? I once asked my mother. What would he think of me? I still remember what my mother answered. Your brother is someone unique. I won't deny that he's a difficult person to deal with. It's not that he's bad, because he's not. It's just that he's a bit complicated. He never got along with arrogant and self-centered people. Despite his flaws and way of being, your brother always looked out for the safety and protection of his people, his family. I remember that when he told me those words I was scared and very nervous. If my brother, my greatest admiration and role model, had seen me back then, I would only have earned his contempt. That's what I thought. From that day on, a dream was born in me. I wanted to be worthy of carrying the Gremory surname. I wanted to be recognized and respected like my brothers, and I also wanted them to be proud of me. But above all, what I wanted most, what I dreamed of most, what I longed for most, was to be recognized, loved and accepted by my older brother when he returned. Because I know that one day he will return, and that when he finds out about me, he will recognize me as his sister. My attitude changed as I grew up. I stopped being the spoiled, self-centered, haughty girl and became a correct, fair, loving, sweet, and good woman. My negative sides were gone, but I'm still in the shadow of my brothers. Maybe I've improved a little and become quite strong over the years, but I still have a long way to go. I just hope I'm ready when my brother gets back. And I hope with all my heart that he accepts me as such. Your sister. And my boys. That was the end of Season 1. Let's us see what awaits us in Season 2. A new member joins the family, and with her new challenges must be faced, all in search of the approval and acceptance of a single man. Rias, that's what you're going to do. The date is getting closer. I'm sure if you asked your brother for help, he could help you with all this. No, Akeno, this is my problem and I alone must face it. I can't count on my brother whenever I'm in trouble. I must show what I'm made of and face my problems. That's what he would do. The fight for a dream. I'm not going to marry you, Riser, just because a bunch of decrepit old men say so. I'll fight for my freedom. Do you think you can fight me, Rias? If that's what you think, I'll gladly face you. No matter what happens, she will continue to get up because she must show what she is made of. I can still go on. I will fight until I can't anymore. I am Issei Gremory. They forgot him, and he will remind them. You imbeciles are just insects before me, trash that I can step on at any moment. You forgot your roots and who is in charge here. Do you want to die by my hands like the Moes? If so, I will gladly do it. New adventures to live, new challenges to face, and the fight to win a heart is about to begin. Ara, if you tell me that very soon you will have me at your feet, Issei-kun, you better watch your movements because at some point I may not be able to resist. Hey, you Gremory, fight against me. White can't be below anyone, and today I will prove it by defeating you. Naya, Issei-kun, your adorable little cat is here for you to pamper her. Naya, why don't we go to a more private place and talk a little more in depth? Nice to meet you, Gremory-sama. It is a pleasure for me to meet you in person. Since I was a child I always dreamed of doing it, and today I was finally able to do it. Sorry, I have not introduced myself yet. I am Odin-sama's bodyguard. Thanks very much for protecting my little Konu. If something happened to her I wouldn't know what to do. If you like I can reward you for your service. You can ask me for anything. The king is back and with him new changes will arise throughout the world. You are scum Kokobile. You were once saved from my hands by your father, but this time I will make sure to exterminate you from the face of the earth. You have 15 minutes to control your son or I will go there myself and kill him, Odin. I care little if all of Asgard turns against me. Anyone who threatens my home will die. Nice toothpick, kid. But unfortunately that weapon has no effect on me. Now get out of my sight, I have a kitsune to catch. 5. Revenge and resentment will return, all directed towards one man in particular. 6. Damn you, Gremory, because you always ruin my plans, because you can't just die once and for all. Nah, I like seeing you frustrated, brother-in-law. That's why I always enjoy ruining your plans. Enemies from the past will return and with them new challenges will arise. It's not possible. How are you still alive? Get away from me, damn monster. I didn't come back to this world to die again by your hands. We meet again, Gremory. I see that you have taken good care of my kingdom, but I am not here to admire your achievements. I am here to exact my revenge against you, damned. I am the only master and lord of these lands. 3. The challenge will be launched. Today I stand before you all with a single purpose. I, Issei Gremory, heiress of the Gremory clan, stand before all of you gathered in this room to witness the following. I, at this instant, challenge Issei Gremory, the leader of the underworld, to a duel. The infinite will attack. Listen well, Gremory, my goals have changed. Before I wanted to get Great Red out of the dimensional gap, but something new and more interesting came up. You Issei are my target now, so right now I'm telling you that if you don't fight me, I will kill everyone present. I have to check one thing before making a decision. After all, the father of my offspring can't be inferior to me. Destruction will be unleashed. Let me ask you something, Azazel. Have you ever seen my brother furious? No, true, because I haven't either, but I assure you that it is something I would never want to see. If we don't find Serafall soon, I fear that hell will break loose on earth at the hands of Issei. And the most amazing encounter between gladiators in the world, God against God, knight against knight, the Queen of Darkness against the King of Darkness, both locked in the final battle. I've been waiting for this for a long time. It's time to decide who of the two is the strongest, don't you think? Gremory. I agree, there can only be one number one in this life, Albedo. New adventures to live, new stories to tell, that and much more is yet to come. With that, guys, take care.